Chapter 1535. This was an unprecedented aftermath in Heaven's spirit. In the past, regardless of the victor after a great battle, it would become the topic of the streets and teahouses. However, the abnormal part was the unwillingness to discuss this battle. The majority of the sects fell into silence with their members all in hiding. Moreover, these sects were under strict vigilance, not allowing anyone to cause trouble or leave the gate. It can be said that this quiet period was the most peaceful time in Heaven's spirit's history. In the past, even during the most prosperous and tranquil generation, there would always be conflicts and skirmishes between powers due to the sheer size of Heaven's spirit. However, in just virtually one night, everyone started playing nice like obedient children. Of course, docility wasn't the reason. It was because they were frightened out of their mind from yesterday. Some found themselves trembling with fear yesterday, and nightmare disturbed their sleep. Trepidation and prudence became the norm. Such deathly stillness made the reclusive old man residing about the clouds laughed. There hasn't been a massacre like this in a while now. Only when that damned crow does something like this would those uppity juniors know how to act and realize what kind of primordial monster they're facing. The old man wasn't surprised at all about this massacre. He has predicted that Wuxia would do something big after coming back. This was the reason why he didn't allow for the kids from his giant dragon kingdom to come out. Once they offended a character like the Dark Crow, even if Wuxia were to give him some face, he would still peel their skin. A capital punishment could be forgiven, but he wouldn't let them live too easily. On true Marshall Island, the wind gently fluttered by creating a scenic charm. At this moment, Wuxia and Tantai Runan were standing on a cliff to look at the open sea with their hands clasped together. The two didn't say anything and only enjoyed the beautiful incoming waves. He eventually sighed softly and broke the silence. "This might be your last time watching the tides with me, young master," she said. Wuxia had a slightly sad expression without responding. In fact, he didn't know when they will be able to meet again. Perhaps this would be their final meeting. This wasn't his first separation since people came and went in his millions of years. Some were resting underground, some chose to never come out again, others were eternally separated by distance. His stoic manner and emotionless heart were the results of these separations. It wasn't because of personality or cruelty, this stemmed from a helplessness of eternal life. He would continue to live on while those next to him left one by one. Moreover, his path was still long with many goals. There was no resting, halting, or looking back. He replied softly, "I am an irresponsible master. You have always accompanied as a friend, but I can't stay behind for you." She immediately embraced him tightly by the waist. He returned the passionate gesture. "No," she said, "young master, it isn't your fault. No one in this world is worth for you to break your eternal path, not me either. You will keep going until the final battle at the end of the world. This is your pursuit and dream. That's my young master, only someone like that is worthy of my old effort and company in the past. Plus, your resilience and persistence gave me courage and determination. Even when you are gone, you will always live in my heart." They hugged each other even tighter. They knew that another meeting in the future might be a fool's hope. It seemed as if they were one and could hear each other's heartbeat. Outside of this sound, there was nothing else in the world. "See you, young master," she whispered in his ear after a long while. "See you, Runan." He responded melancholically with a quiet mumble. Even an emotionless being like him fell into a daze. Finally, he let go and left quickly without looking back at her. As he made his departure, he didn't realize that her eyes had become moist. She watched him leave until he disappeared into the horizon before closing her eyes, and the tears finally flowed down from the corners. "Young master, live on. I know you will win, you will," she murmured to herself. She couldn't possibly know the result of the final battle in the future. However, she was certain of his victory because her young master would always stand back up. Even if he were to fall into a bottomless abyss, he would climb back out again to sweep across the world. This was her young master, her man, one who would never give up regardless of the outcome. the island finally disappeared into the vast ocean. No one would see it again as it waited for the right time to make an entrance. Li Qie didn't return to the mortal emperor world right away after leaving the island. He brought Su Yonghuang to the Seven Martial Pavilion instead. In the past, he has made a deal with them. He would replenish the hallowed ancestor's life while they would take him to see the prime sea god. They traveled through the domains to reach the pavilion. This was the strongest lineage of the sea demon race, their beacon of light. It has produced 3 sea gods. All along, it had many geniuses and experts. People in Heaven's spirit didn't only love talking about the sea gods but also their wondrous technique, the 7 grand styles. Of course, their knowledge was limited to the legends. In fact, few have actually seen the styles themselves, including the disciples from the sect. This wasn't strange at all. For millions of years, the ones who have actually learned all 7 were very rare. Hallowed was one of them. The pavilion's territory was immense and prosperous. The architectures here were numerous and immersed in a faint mist. People would think that they have arrived at a reclusive paradise after seeing the visual phenomena found in this place, not one of the strongest powers of the sea demon race. The most distinguished member of the pavilion, the hallowed ancestor, personally greeted Li Qie. His status wasn't only prestigious in the pavilion but throughout all of Heaven's spirit. However, this gray-haired man immediately kneeled after seeing Li Qie and said respectfully, "Your Excellency, please forgive me for not being able to greet you earlier." Li Qie smiled after seeing this scene. "Hallowed, you live up to your name, different from ordinary men. If you refer to me by this title, then you know of my identity." "Your Excellency." Even the Supreme Ancestor didn't dare to stand up at this moment. It wasn't because of his early destruction of those other lineages, more so because of his true identity. Others weren't aware, but he has found out at this moment. Thus, how could he dare to show any slight at this moment? Chapter 1536. Li Qie gently waved his sleeve while looking at the prostrating ancestor. "Rise, I'm here to complete the transaction with you." Hallowed was halfway up, but after hearing the full sentence, his legs turned weak, so he kneeled again and hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, this lowly one was blind before like a frog under the well. I didn't know that you have personally arrived in Heaven's spirit. Trying to make a deal with you was a momentary lapse of propriety. Please forgive this ignorant one. I don't dare to trouble you with this life replenishment matter." Since he didn't know about Li Qie's identity before, he tried to negotiate with the guy. But now, with this knowledge in mind, who would dare to negotiate with the eternal Dark Hand? Even emperors would have to take the long way around, others weren't qualified to do so. He was no exception either. "I've always been a man of my words." Li Qie waved his sleeve again. "If I have agreed to replenish your life, I shall do so. Your Excellency, I won't ever forget your grace." The frightened ancestor finally heaved a sigh of relief and bowed again. "I'll lead the way for you," he said with reverence after standing up. Li Qie nodded. "Very well, I haven't visited your pavilion in a while, it's a good time to see its pretty sceneries." The hallowed ancestor quickly told the 7 martial goddess standing next to him, "Pavilion Lord, Miss Su isn't familiar with our home, so why don't you show her around?" Though he lacked a clear understanding of Li Qie, he has heard of some legends before. Because of this, he didn't wish for a third party during their conversation. The goddess took Su Yonghuang away to fulfill her role as a good host. "Your Excellency, please come in." The ancestor became Li Qie's guide. He entered the pavilion and took his time appreciating the beautiful sceneries with the ancestor. It was quite vast and magnificent all around with ethereal mists and clouds. The mountains and rivers were flourishing just like a land of immortals. Anyone would forget their way home from loving it so much. There was no rush to meet the prime sea god at all. Today, the entire sect was very quiet with virtually no ordinary disciples around. Even the experts were nowhere to be found, only the ancestors showed themselves. This was because the hallowed ancestor ordered specifically for the disciples to cultivate in isolation since Li Qie was coming. He was afraid that some disciples might not know the immensity of the heaven and earth. If they were to annoy Li Chia, then the pavilion would face a great disaster. Even the ancestral Terra was annihilated and their sect wasn't that much stronger than the Terra. An angry Li Chia might mean an unavoidable doom. Moreover, he has heard that the Eternal Dark Hand didn't like others talking about him, especially about his past. Because of this, he was afraid of the disciples being too curious and think about a few things. That would lead to more trouble. The entire pavilion was open for him, including the forbidden and secret locations. The ancestor understood that if Li Chia wanted to go somewhere, no one would be able to stop him anyway. Since he could come and go as he pleased, it would look better for them to open the entire sect to him. Hallowed took him to many places unavailable to the protectors and elders as his guide without holding back. Eventually, the two of them reached the highest peak overlooking all of the magnificent sceneries of the sect. Li Chia took in the scene and eventually said, "The Seven Martial Pavilion is a treasure ground." Prime was very insightful indeed and has expended painstaking effort to create the sect here. Our descendants are blessed today due to the protection of the progenitor and the wise sages. Hallowed hurriedly answered, "Everything here was left behind for us already. Alas, we of the future generations are incompetent and can't make it even stronger." Li Chia glanced at him and said, "Don't worry, I don't have any desire towards your pavilion, but I do know that your sect has accumulated more than enough power with no lack of treasuries and resources." Being revealed by Li Chia left Hallowed with a red complexion. He smiled wryly in response, "It's all due to our progenitor, including the current shielding situation. We are simply reaping the benefits of having a golden spoon. While it's true that he has performed the overarching shielding plan for the sect, the current accumulation and power of the sect aren't all due to him. This takes many generations and part of it is because of your contribution." Li Chia said flatly. "This lowly one didn't do much at all, can't reach the apex and can't get into your sight, Your Excellency." Hallowed humbly responded with haste. "No need to be humble. The hidden resources are quite incredible at this moment, but I don't care for this particular inheritance, don't worry." Li Chia reiterated nonchalantly. "Ah, just a bit of resource, not enough to impress you at all, Your Excellency." Hallowed smiled hollowly. Despite being very famous in Heaven Spirit, the pavilion maintained a low-key presence. This wasn't to say that they didn't bother with worldly affairs or chose a reclusive way of life. It was because they rarely took in guests. Any other powerful sea god's lineage would be quite eventful and crowded. There would be great fanfare after the birth of a sea god since they would accept the tributes from sea demons everywhere. Alas, the pavilion didn't do so. Only extremely important people could visit this sect as a guest. They also rarely took in tributes or meeting requests from other sea demons. Most people in Heaven Spirit, especially the sea demons, found this quite peculiar. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but not Li Chia. The pavilion's ancestral ground was completely hidden by an extremely heaven-defying method. On the surface, the pavilion wasn't different from the other sea gods' lineages. However, it was hiding many things that couldn't be seen from the outside. One had to enter before discovering these hidden matters. Of course, only someone of Li Chia's level would be able to see through the true mysteries once inside. Such concealment had no effect on Li Chia even if Hallow tried to. "There's a reason why your progenitor has the title, Prime," Li Chia uttered slowly. Even though he started later compared to the Roaring Conk's progenitor, his outstanding vision wasn't something the Roaring Conk's progenitor could compare to. Even before becoming a sea god, he already had plans. Despite failing to make a choice like the others, he still left behind a backup plan for your pavilion or even the entire sea demon race. He continued, "But as for that Roaring Conch sea god?" His choice might have added some advantages, but it came from a self-serving intent. Well, Hallowed became frightened and whispered, "Your Excellency, is this the right place to discuss this?" With that, he secretly pointed up above. Li Chia smiled in response, "Don't worry, spying is possible in the past, but now, I actually want to see it happen. If they dare to come out, I shall fight, but if they continue hiding, there's nothing I can do even if I want to initiate a war." Hallowed was scared out of his mind after hearing this secretive topic. He couldn't help but steal glances at the sky and was a bit afraid of a pair of eyes suddenly opening above. After all, his sect has been hiding many things. In fact, this has been the case for 3 generations of sea gods. Nevertheless, he understood that the eternal Dark Hand had no fear of anything. If someone actually dared to meet the challenge, a war will ensue to the bitter end. Hallowed wouldn't dare to conjecture on the final victor, but Wuxia as the Dark Hand had absolute confidence. Of course, this would mean that the disaster would come early. Chapter 1537. After Wuxia's comment, Hallowed became quiet. He has personally trained 2 sea gods before, so he knew more compared to others. Alas, he preferred to not talk about certain topics. However, it was different for a character of Wuxia's level. After a long time, he said quietly, "Your Excellency, there's no dodging this disaster?" "No." Wuxia chuckled. "You know full well that it is inevitable and is coming even faster than your imagination." The ancestor's heart sank after hearing this. He was only holding on to a sliver of hope that the disaster might not come. But Wuxia was the speaker now and destroyed his last hope. He knew that relying on this minuscule chance was simply daydreaming, not realistic at all. The confirmation coming from anyone else, even a sea god, could be wrong. But this time, it came from the eternal Dark Hand. Thus, it was absolute with no room for error. Wuxia gazed far away and said slowly, "The chance is very low in this generation, but it shall come in the next with an unprecedented swiftness." Next generation? Hallowed shuddered. In fact, he has not prepared well enough. Neither did his sect. As you can see, when I controlled the divine tree ridge, there was no reaction from Heaven's spirit. The bone sea and the ridge itself didn't retaliate. Reviving the tree back to its peak form was a direct provocation towards them, but they didn't do anything. He explained. Hallowed was aghast after realizing something. They're accumulating more power, biding for the right time. That's right. Wuxia replied, as the saying goes, one must endure the trivial things in order to carry out the grand scheme. They chose to keep quiet against my challenge because they are waiting instead of ruining their eternal plan from a momentary lapse of judgment. Hallowed began to panic. This disaster was coming too fast while his pavilion wasn't completely ready. How could the eggs be safe when the nest is broken? When that day comes, their pavilion won't be able to escape the same fate either. Hallowed pondered for a bit before asking, "Your Excellency, if you participate, how will the war go?" "What do you mean? Fighting against the Bone Sea?" He chuckled and said leisurely. "Well, yes." The old man smiled wryly and stared surreptitiously at the sky again. "With my state 2 days ago when I control the divine tree ridge at its highest power and with all of my methods, so what if the Bone Sea wants to fight? As long as the ridge itself doesn't interfere, I'll show the Bone Sea what a real heavy price is." He grinned and continued, "If I truly want to go to war, as long as I have enough time and not caring about the cost, I'll make the 2 of them submit right there." His gaze turned cold after this declaration. "But you see demons, treants, and even the charming spirits, are you worth my paying an immeasurable price?" He glanced over at the ancestor. "If this was me in the past, I wouldn't look twice even if you see demons are slaughtered and would give no shit to the death of the charming spirit race." Hallowed understood his intention. After all, the guy was a human. Moreover, even if humans were to stand in his way, the eternal Dark Hand would slay them mercilessly anyway. A human like him wouldn't care about the well-being of the sea demons. Moreover, this was a race who has opposed him repeatedly. To be frank, it would be a kind gesture from him to not applaud and cheer during their destruction. The Bone Sea and the Divine Tree Ridge are indeed capable of causing the 9 heavens and 10 earths to tremble. Even emperors can't do anything to them. But they have been very smart all of this time to never provoke me. Wuxia smiled faintly. "They aren't your enemies, Your Excellency. According to the rumors, you have a grand goal at the end of the world." The old man hesitated before finally revealing what was on his mind. "Deep Blue Sea God must have told you. If I'm not mistaken, he has asked emperors about the matters above the 9 heavens. Li Qie replied amusingly. Yes. Hallowed nodded his head. Li Qie paused for a bit before accepting. That's right, the end of the world awaits me since I shall wage my war there. Of course, he has left behind hidden plans. He didn't wish to use them because they are meant for the final war. Even when the Black Dragon King suggested that he use them on the immortal demon grotto, he still refused. In his eyes, the grotto wasn't his goal, at least not the ultimate one. There were many methods to deal with the grotto as long as he wanted to. However, there was only one way to take care of what lies at the end of the world, fighting to the very end. Once the war started, there was no turning back and he would only have one chance as well. Hallowed didn't blame Li Qie. After all, the 3 races' fate, as well as Heaven's spirit, had nothing to do with him. However, all of you still have a chance. Li Qie smiled. Look, I am here to talk to your prime sea god. I shall make an exception this time and give the charming spirit a treasure. The charming spirit? Hallowed was surprised. Li Qie looked at him and said, who if not the charming spirit, you sea demons? What do you think carries a higher worth, the maelstrom or the bone sea? The maelstrom. He inadvertently blurted. Despite being a sea demon, he knew more after listening to the sea gods. If I was a betting man, I would bet on the charming spirit as well. Hallowed smiled wryly after his wits returned. The rest is up to the divine tree ridge. If it is willing to break the balance and be on the same side as the maelstrom, then the disaster will end early. But if not, then there is still a 60 to 70% chance of Heaven's spirit surviving. This is all I can do for this world. He smiled faintly. He then stared over towards Godhalt. After making such a big commotion, even controlling the tree itself, there was no reaction from the ridge itself. This made his plan fail since he simply wanted to talk with it. After hearing him, Hallowed became jolted and quickly prostrated again and bowed his head fiercely. Your Excellency, you are the savior of our world, of our sea demon race, of all existences. If we could help you in any way with our little power, we are willing to jump into the fire. The ancestor was ecstatic and grateful. The world might not know that their destiny could possibly be changed with a single thought from Li Qie. He knew that this could save the entire world, allowing them to survive this disaster. It wasn't an exaggeration to call him a world savior. However, Li Qie, who has brought dawn to Heaven's spirit, never called himself a savior. His action wasn't predicated on seeking a repayment from the inhabitants of this world. This action was quite benevolent and altruistic in the ancestor's opinion. Rise. I am no savior. I am only lending a hand this time, not for the races or Heaven's spirit itself, only because of a few people. Li Qie answered emotionlessly. Though he didn't take the credit and acted indifferently, the ancestor still had infinite gratitude and continued to bow his head. He knew that an eternal existence like Li Qie didn't need the world to repay him. Take me to the Shadow Council. Li Qie spoke after the ancestor stood up. It is time for me to speak to Prime's group. Chapter 1538. There was an extremely hidden area of the pavilion with many sealing laws and empowerments. This made it impregnable like a fortress. Moreover, all of these spells came from sea gods and not just 3 or 5 of them. Few disciples knew about this place. For example, ordinary ancestors weren't qualified to be aware of this place. Furthermore, because it was classified as a top-secret location, only Hallowed was allowed to enter. Even the 7 martial goddess who knew the 7 styles didn't have this privilege. Only by becoming a sea god would she be granted entry and be privy to the true secrets in this place. This practice wasn't because Hallowed was selfish, but it was due to the grave importance of this matter relating to the life and death of the pavilion or even all of the sea demons. Once someone else caught wind of it, the consequence would be unimaginable, so Hallowed was very cautious about it. After taking Li Qie here, he stood outside and told the guy, Your Excellency, I can only bring you here and have no say in the actual negotiation itself. Even though he was the only person who knew about this secret in the present era, he wasn't qualified to interfere. Only sea gods and above could talk and discuss it. I know, I'll be fine alone. Wuxia chuckled and leisurely strolled into the area. With the first step, a buzz came about with a flashing light. He disappeared in the next moment without a trace. This type of disappearance didn't look like a teleportation at all. In the next second, he appeared in an exceedingly mysterious area. No one could spy or enter without permission. Its coordinates were cryptic as well, unbeknownst to outsiders. One would find a river of twinkling stars in the sky. It looked quite beautiful, as if jewels were embedded up above. There were also strange gravels everywhere to make up the river on top of astral vortexes. A platform floated in this space with a round table. There were shades sitting there with their aura converged. However, their style and posture alone showed that when these shades were still in the world, they were supreme existences capable of sweeping through the land. Wuxia chuckled and said casually, "The Shadow Council, quite secretive indeed. Looks like many sea gods have joined now." The shades turned to look at him. Despite not being the true body of sea gods, their glare was still quite frightening. A 9 worlds god king would find their legs becoming soft being the center of so many eyes. However, Wuxia was still as nonchalant as ever. He dragged a chair over and sat down coolly. "Your Excellency, I have been a fan of you long ago." Eventually, one of the shades spoke. His voice was imposing despite the low volume. Nevertheless, it also soothed the soul and gave a safe feeling. "Yes, it's me." Wuxia looked at the shade and smiled. "It looks like there was a meeting here as well before wanting to meet me, Prime." The speaker was the Prime Sea God. Of course, his true body was no longer in this world. This was the case for all the sea gods. Nevertheless, many sea gods still participated at this Shadow Council all along. It was considered the highest secret of the sea demon race. Because of its importance, its formation and goals were carefully guarded. Not all new sea gods were eligible to learn of this secret. "We had to be cautious before knowing that it was you, Your Excellency Dark Crow. After being reported by Hallowed, we had a deliberation and True Marshal confirmed it. That's how we figured out your identity." Prime slowly explained. In fact, Hallowed couldn't decide a meeting with Prime and the Council. However, he reported the stories to them, so the Council decided to meet with Wuxia. "Your Excellency, long time no see. Our real bodies aren't in the world anymore, so we can't greet you in full." Another heavyweight at the table slightly bowed towards Wuxia and spoke. "I didn't think you would be interested in our council. In the past, you have never intervened." Of course, this speaker was True Martial Sea God. Wuxia glanced at him and smiled while shaking his head. "No, I'm not interested in your council at all. I'm simply here to make a deal." "May I ask what kind of deal you want to make, Your Excellency?" Another shade asked. This shade resembled a bottomless ocean. He was the second sea god of the pavilion, Deep Blue. "Before talking about the deal, let us speak about the purpose of the council. If our goals don't align, then we can't come to an agreement." Wuxia smiled and said. The atmosphere became serious. The sea gods present held their breath and didn't say anything. "There's no need to hide." Wuxia continued carefreely. "Then I'll talk. The purpose of the Shadow Council is to deal with the Bone Sea." All eyes slightly moved after hearing this. Despite not being their real bodies, just a shift of their glare alone contained a mighty power. "We are seeking out all the possibilities so that the sea demon race can survive during the advent of the disaster," Prime solemnly said. "If you can't give me a clear answer, then we have nothing to talk about." Wuxia shook his head. "If you really wish for your race to survive, then you should be beseeching me, not the other way around." The sea gods around the table exchanged glances. They were very cautious. "I can vouch for His Excellency." In the end, True Marshal broke the silence in a dignified manner. Prime took a deep breath and began. "Your Excellency, you are the eternal overlord, so I'm sure we can't hide it from you either. Yes, I created the Shadow Council with such a thought in mind. However, the original intention was only to maintain some initiatives in the ordeal. I understand, despite being sea gods and making a compromise once with the Bone Sea, all of you don't necessarily trust it. Because of this, you made some preparation before dying. Li Qie said with a smile. With that, he peered around at each sea god and continued, I'm not looking down on everyone here. If you were all alive and your real bodies were preserved until now, then yes, with everyone here, there is a chance that you might be able to oppose the Bone Sea. But the current you won't do. With your current state, how much strength can you actually exert when the time comes? The sea gods here had no response. They naturally understood this full well. He continued on, that's why there are still some methods left. I can also guess what they are, so we'll talk about that. What is your wish, Your Excellency? True Marshal spoke again. I don't want anything. Li Qie shook his head, on the contrary, I came here bearing good news and hope, a light of dawn for everyone. You mean? The group was startled after hearing this. Yes, I came with good news. But first, I'll reveal something. The disaster will come much earlier than your expectation, within 1 generation. So early? Even True Marshal was caught off guard. The sea gods looked around at each other. They have experienced countless storms and danger, but they still shuddered after hearing this. Everyone had a serious expression now. Chapter 1539. Prime's group knew more information and understood what the disaster would entail. Your Excellency, what do you mean? Are you talking about the Bone Sea, the Maelstrom, or the Divine Tree Ridge? One of the sea gods spoke. Do you still not see clearly? In your eyes, the Bone Sea is what you worry about. Moreover, the three have always maintained a state of balance, so when the disaster comes, what will happen should be clear. Li Qie couldn't help but smile. The sea gods here didn't respond, but they agreed with his comment. Then what good news do you bring us, Your Excellency? Prime took a deep breath and asked. Congratulations, everyone should be happy that I finally want to interfere with this matter with my bet on the charming spirit race, like I have said earlier. Li Qie said with a smile. The expression of the sea gods became much better. They knew just how significant the moment someone of Li Qie's level wanted to get involved. This was an eternal overlord, capable of slaughtering the ancient Ming. Your Excellency, you are the savior and guardian of the 9 worlds. True Marshal hurriedly said with excitement. Stop. Li Qie interrupted him. True Marshal, don't flatter me so fast. First, I'm not a savior or a guardian. If the world wants to give me a moniker, I feel that Butcher of the 9 Worlds fits me more. Of course, I personally like the title of Dark Hand Behind the Curtain. True Marshal could only smile wryly at the humorous response. Will you declare war, Your Excellency? It was Deep Blue's turn to ask. No. Li Qie shook his head and said, 2 days ago, I actually tried to provoke them so that Heaven's spirit would be warmed up before the disaster. Unfortunately, both the Bone Sea and the Ridge ignored me. But of course, don't think that I'll be staying here to fight. You mean? Prime asked for clarification. Li Qie chuckled and said, Heaven's spirit doesn't have much to do with me, so frankly, I won't be staying here and fight for its sake. However, I have made some preparations, not because I'm merciful. It is only that there are a few people and matters worthy of me doing something. Could you be more specific in your future assistance? Deep Blue asked. Not me. Li Qie shook his head. Like I said earlier, I won't be here when the disaster comes. However, I made some plans at the Bone Sea and the Maelstrom themselves. The Maelstrom might not necessarily stand with the charming spirits. True Marshal stated his concern. Don't worry, the darkness at the bottom of the Maelstrom won't be able to do anything. Plus, I'm not betting on the ants down there anyway. Li Qie continued, if you want assurance from me, so be it. I can guarantee that when you all fight against the Bone Sea, someone who can actually withstand it in a direct confrontation will step up to the battlefield. A direct confrontation? The sea gods were shocked. They understood the meaning behind such a feat and just how powerful such an existence would be. Of course, I left behind far more than just that. He said flatly, thus, if you wish to win the war and for Heaven's spirit to exist afterward with your sea demon descendants alive, you must pay a great price. They exchanged glances at this moment before making up their mind. Prime was the negotiator. What is your condition, Your Excellency? I don't want anything but a promise from all of you. At the start of the war, you must be on our side. Moreover, that is the time for you to sacrifice yourselves. Having said that, he became serious. This long-lasting Shadow Council must have been the place for many discussions about methods of resistance. At that time, I'm sure you will know what to do. True Marshal was next to speak. To be perfectly candid, Your Majesty, we have indeed discussed a few methods. However, it is limited and only in theory. We have never actually carried it out. We don't know which methods are possible. Blood detonation. Li Qie slowly said, all I can suggest is this method. This is the most direct and effective solution. Blue Sea pondered for a moment before asking, is that possible? Heaven's spirit, no, all of 9 worlds, wouldn't have something like this. Li Qie replied, it's just like the immortal beasts. Do they really exist in the 9 worlds? Of course not. But this doesn't mean they don't exist, so I can guarantee that this method is the best choice. Has it been done before? The group was slightly tempted now. Li Qie looked at them and explained, the crucial question now is whether you are willing to pay the price for your race and Heaven's spirit. I know that you have made a deal with the Bone Sea before. But now, do you wish to work with me or the Bone Sea? Whether it is for your own sake, your descendants, or the sea demon race, it is your choice now. After some wordless deliberation and exchanged glances, all the sea gods solemnly nodded. Prime spoke, Your Excellency, we can sacrifice ourselves. The truth is that I wouldn't have started the Shadow Council and they wouldn't have joined if it wasn't for our descendants and the sea demon race. As long as our race can survive in this disaster, we can end our transaction with the Bone Sea. However, we can't underestimate the Bone Sea at all. Even if we could carry out your proposal, I'm afraid it will still be very difficult. You know it well enough. Once it reaches that point, it will have total control. He gently sighed with the last statement. Don't worry, since I offered a method, I will also have a way to make your blood detonation a success. Don't forget, this method of mine didn't come out of thin air. It's not in theory only. He assured them with a smile. The group became spirited after hearing this right away. Prime nodded again. We are relieved to hear your assurance and shall promise you to work together during the decisive battle. Finally, the sea gods and Li Qie have reached an agreement. Just like Li Qie has said, this choice of theirs meant personal sacrifices. Prime pondered for a bit and said, Your Excellency, I wonder if I should ask you this question or not. Speak. Li Qie chuckled while looking at him. I heard that you are always confident of victory because you have in your possession a few ultimate artifacts. Even emperors do not have items of this level. He spoke with uncertainty. The sea gods here stared at him with anticipation. They rarely made contact with him, so they knew nothing about him. Of course, True Marshal was the exception. However, the legends about the dark hand behind the curtain scared even emperors, let alone them. This made them quite curious about his ultimate means. Li Qie smiled and said, certain ultimate artifacts, right? If I'm not mistaken, True Marshal must have told you. True Marshal coughed and said, yes, I blurted it out when discussing different resisting methods. I heard Immortal Emperor Min Ren talked about it before. He said that you still have a few extremely terrifying items, some that could destroy everything. He even went as far as to say that if they existed, only you would have them. He felt a bit awkward about it. After all, not everyone was qualified to know these secrets. The consequence would be unimaginable if this rubbed Li Qie the wrong way. Chapter 1540. Li Qie smiled and said after hearing True Marshal, Minren really has a big mouth, but he's right. Prime and the others were shaken as they glanced at each other. Li Qiye took note of their expression and said, "That's right, I do have a few terrorizing items and enough resources to slay gods and emperors. This is my power, thus, those who want to oppose me must weight their own worth first and see if they are ready to be annihilated by me." He uttered such words so casually, but when the rest of the group heard the words, slay gods and emperors, they became quite tense. As sea gods, they knew that the dark hand behind the curtain wasn't all talk. Moreover, he has done it before. "I'm sure no wise soul would oppose you, Your Excellency." True Marshal spoke. Li Qiye continued on, "For me, the disaster isn't much. If I am willing, I can destroy the Bone Sea and the Divine Tree Ridge due to my ample resources. The trident is amazing, right? I can easily take out 3 or 5 treasures at the same level." He paused for a moment before continuing, "And yes, Immortal Emperor Min Ren is right about something else. There is one ultimate artifact in the world capable of annihilating all things. Its power is far beyond your imagination. I don't mind letting you guys know that I do have it in my possession right now." The rest was shaken again. Deep Blue had to ask, "How powerful is it, exactly?" "I can tell you that using it to massacre an immortal emperor is too wasteful. In my eyes, even using it to kill the emperors and gods above the 9 heavens is still squandering it away." Li Qiye took his time making this statement. Few people knew that he was saving these resources for the final battle. Even emperors weren't worthy of touching this particular arsenal. The sea gods felt something they haven't felt a long time before, a shuddering chill emanating through their mind. They understood that he was telling the truth. There was no reason for the ruler of the universe and the master of the 9 worlds to lie at all. "So now, you all should know the wise path to take." Li Qiye said flatly, "In your mind, an existence like the Bone Sea is your final destination, your ultimate target. But for me, the Bone Sea and Divine Tree Ridge, as well as the rest of the burial grounds, are only part of my journey, mountains along the way. If I'm willing to pay a great price, they'll be crushed beneath my feet. What are they compared to the end of the world?" The sea gods were silent. They have only heard stories about the end of the world from a few emperors. Alas, they didn't have a chance to actually see it. Even one of the greatest sea gods, True Marshal, didn't have this opportunity, but he did hear Immortal Emperor Min Ren talk about it. "Your Excellency, you can really destroy the Bone Sea?" Prime became serious. "It's possible, but I won't do it. Not unless it declared war against me first." Li Qiye smiled. "What if you destroy it? Though our true bodies are no longer in this world, we can let the sea demons serve you and give you all of our race's resources." Prime suggested. "Prime, your idea isn't bad." Li Qiye shook his head, "But it isn't worth it for me. The deal is no good. The thing I need can't be given to me by you or the sea demon race. Plus, I don't need your allegiance. I was already the ruler of the 9 worlds. If I wanted the 9 worlds to serve me, I wouldn't need to wait till now. My resources are not meant for the Bone Sea, only for the final battle. Plus, I'm not a benevolent person. I won't try to save this world. The life and death of the sea demons and the charming spirits have nothing to do with me." The group naturally got the point. In order to get to their current position, they understood that relying on benevolence and the high heaven couldn't amount anything. Ultimately, one must talk with their fist. If one could walk this path with kindness, there would be no sea gods and immortal emperors in this world. Which of them didn't tread on countless bones? If they didn't do so, they would be the bones paving the route. In the end, this world requires all of you to save it. There is no savior in this world, never has. At the very least, I'm not one of them. Only a butcher. Li Qiye slowly said. "But you have done so before." True Marshal blurted, "During the darkest hours of the 9 worlds, you guarded it. Otherwise, it would be forever fell into the hands of the ancient Ming. This is your benevolence, granting salvation to the 9 worlds." Li Qiye mused for a bit before replying, "Yes, I have guarded this world before. However, it was because the ancient Mings were invaders in my eyes. They didn't belong to this world and they shouldn't have brought the darkness along with them. But worst of all, they shouldn't have opposed me, that's why I annihilated them. With that, he spoke to the entire table, but, all of you know what the Bone Sea, Maelstrom and Divine Tree Ridge are. These are your three races' business, so you must be the one taking care of them. He spoke coldly, just like the ancient Ming in their darkness, that's why our 9 worlds took care of them. During their reign, did immortals above the high heaven come to save the 9 worlds? Did the emperors and gods above come? Did the high heaven itself save the 9 worlds? No. Li Qia's eyes became deep as he continued on, to the high heaven and what lies above the 9 heavens, we are nothing, only a bunch of ants. They gave no shit about the well-being of the 9 worlds. Because of this, we had to be the one protecting and saving the 9 worlds. That's how simple it is. No savior and no guardian. The weak and insignificant existences of the 9 worlds must work for their own destiny. They must be the one fighting instead of praying for a savior. If they don't try to save themselves, why should anyone else save them? Kindness and sympathy can only go so far in saving the world, the rest is done by soldiers giving up their lives, wise sages exchanging with their blood. His words became resoundingly powerful during the speech, to which the sea gods didn't respond at all for a long time. Li Qia ended with a faint smile, no savior in this world, but all of you are the brave soldiers and wise sages of the sea demon race. If your race were to be prosperous in the future, you must pay with your blood and life, not just a simple deal, whether it be with me or the Bone Sea. That's only the beginning. There's no getting out of a bigger sacrifice. It's as simple as that. Your Excellency's words have shown us the way. Prime solemnly nodded, we shall use our blood and lives in exchange for our race's future and end this disaster. I know that you will be ready. However, the world won't remember the brave soldiers and the wise sages. They will only know about an emperor, a random sea god, or even an emperor assailant. No one will remember the characters in the background. He smiled at this point. Let them be then. We don't need them to remember and worship us. True Marshal laughed freely. Behind every brilliant daughter is a great father. Li Qia couldn't help but praise. True Marshal only laughed back. In the end, Li Qia stood up since he has achieved his goal. It was time to leave. Your Excellency. As he was leaving, True Marshal suddenly called for him. He pondered for a bit before asking, how is Renan doing? Despite no longer being in this world, a father still worried about his daughter all the same. Chapter 1541. Li Qia didn't turn back and chuckled, she's doing well and is very happy. Like father, like daughter, she is just as great as you, so you should feel proud. He left with that. He didn't tell her the truth because he spent everything to sever her bloodline back then so that she could fly away, far from heaven's spirit to the edge of the worlds. Alas, she still chose to return in the end, back to her home. After a full circle, she eventually came back to the beginning. This might not be the result True Marshal wanted, but Li Qia still respected her choice. After all, she had many paths to take, including one that would make her an emperor. Nevertheless, she still came back because she loved this land and her father. Thus, she must embark on his unfinished path. He might not know of his daughter's choice, but as Li Qia has said, he should feel proud of her. She has never faltered before difficult choices and chose to face them head-on, so she should be his pride. Behind every brilliant daughter is a great father. This comment was perfectly apartment. He returned to the pavilion afterward and stayed there in order to replenish Hallow's life. Fortunately, the pavilion has prepared all the necessary alchemy ingredients for the process. This made Li Qia's life much easier. During the process, many visual phenomena occurred in this sect, such as lightning waves all over the sky with rambunctious detonations as if a heavenly tribulation was descending. This terrible period lasted several days before finally dispersing. The disciples here could finally rest easy. The ancestors were ecstatic. They understood the significance behind this, a successful life replenishment of their hallowed ancestor. A character like Hallowed was too important to the pavilion. It meant that he could protect them for several more generations. Li Qie has done everything he needed after this life replenishment, so it was time for him to leave. However, he met the seven martial goddess alone before leaving. He looked at her and eventually said, "In a short time, your hallowed ancestor will tell you something. This means that it won't be long until you become a sea god and the trident will show up again." Really? The goddess spoke with skepticism. The trident didn't appear in the last generation. Will it show up this time? That's the last generation. Li Qie said with a smile. There was a reason for its disappearance, but it shall arrive in this one. Why are you so certain? The goddess curiously asked. The need for protection. Li Qie said with a smile. This is a very critical period, so the Bone Sea requires a sea god to protect it until the next generation. Because of my provocation, both the Bone Sea and the Divine Tree Ridge feel threatened. So, if they had a sea god or a tree father, they could have one more option. Thus, I won't assume anything about a tree father, but the trident will show itself, and that is when you show your skills. Li Qie said solemnly. She pondered a bit before answering. Rumor has it that the trident picks its master. I might not be chosen. Aren't you always confident? Why did you lose it all of a sudden? Li Qie couldn't help but chuckle. The goddess smiled wryly back. In the past, she was indeed very confident. She even thought she could defeat Li Qie before he truly showed his might and gotten to know him. After all, she has mastered the 7 styles. This was why she had immense confidence in her strength in the future. But now, she had no hope of defeating Li Qie. Her confidence was not worth mentioning. She understood that she wouldn't have the chance to challenge him in this lifetime. She has once said that she would challenge him after becoming a sea god. However, she knew that even after becoming one, it was far from enough to defeat him. Be confident in yourself. Li Qie stated, not being able to beat me is not something to be ashamed about. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, you won't be the only one who is afraid of me either. Remember, you are one of the few people in the history of the pavilion who have mastered the 7 styles. Your future will be brilliant. Your achievements could even be on the same level as the prime sea god. I understand. She took a deep breath and stood proudly with her eyes lighting up. The confident goddess has returned again. The trident will pick you. Li Qie smiled and said, even if it doesn't, no big deal, just seize it then. It's not like your pavilion hasn't done this before. Once you could wield it, you will become sea god regardless of whether it picks you or not. She solemnly nodded since Li Qie was right regarding this matter. Their pavilion has done this before. In the past, Deep Blue Sea God actually seized the trident by force. Moreover, the hallowed ancestor was still around in case she needed assistance. I have faith in you. He looked at her and said, just work hard and you'll be a sea god. The important part is whether you will be ready after becoming one. She calmly met his gaze with her own that seemed to be illuminating into his mind. After a long time, she nodded, don't worry, I'll remember you well. If I have made a choice, I shall do it without letting you down. Very good. One day, you will be a hero of the sea demon race, the greatest sea god of them all. Li Qie smiled and said while getting ready to leave. She stopped him, young noble Li. Li Qie slowly replied, there's something else? I heard the hallowed ancestor said that you're not just leaving heaven spirit. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. Li Qie confirmed, yes, when I leave, it won't just be leaving heaven spirit since I'll be off to a faraway place. Will I be able to say goodbye before you leave? She eventually stared deeply at him. Yes. Don't forget that you still owe me. In this world, anyone who owes me will have to pay in the end when the time is right. The goddess smiled and nodded solemnly. I will repay what I owe you, young noble. With that, he turned and left while she watched his departing back until he was out of sight. Finally, Li Qie and Su Yonghuang traveled towards the sky. Each of the 9 worlds had a gigantic Dao platform. It was the portal connecting all of them. However, it was sealed after the Black Dragon King tore apart the heaven's will. He was thinking of using this Tao platform to return to the mortal emperor world. However, there was someone quietly waiting for him there. It was a woman with a cold expression, Sima Yujian, who has left several days ago. Why are you here? He was surprised to see her. I was ordered to follow you, young master. She bowed after seeing. She was completely different and respectful this time around. Young master? His eyes became serious as he immediately turned around while being affixed to a certain spot in the sky. He took a step forward and instantly climbed into the nebula above. Come out, there is only one person in the world who has cultivated the god-slaying Tao to this level. He said slowly. The nebula was still silent with no one appearing. It's been so many years, Shadowless, but you are still so cautious. I chose you back then precisely because of your prudence. Li Chia didn't blame the guy for not showing up and laughed. Chapter 1542, a person appeared in this space and kneeled down after hearing Li Chia. Your Excellency, it is really you. It was a gray old man with muddled eyes just like a mortal. He wore a hemp robe and had an ordinary appearance. No one would take a second look at him in a crowd of people as if he was an old farmer. Li Chia smiled and personally helped him up. Rise, no need for formality. After being helped by Li Chia, the old man carefully stared at Li Chia with his arms shaking. Tears flowed down from his muddled eyes. Your Excellency, I didn't think I could see you one last time. He emotionally grabbed Li Chia's hands. I also didn't think I could see you again. After the Night Court disbanded and the elders went their separate ways, I never heard anything from you guys again. Li Chia also became sentimental. The old man was shadowless. Not only did he have an ordinary appearance, no one knew his name either. In fact, Li Chia was the only one who would refer to him as shadowless in this world. But who would have thought that this ordinary old man was a terrifying existence during the ancient Ming era? Even that ferocious race shuddered when talking about Shadowless. He was the leader of the god-slaying Night Corps, an assassin under the banner of the Dark Crow, a devil in the guise of the night. He directly reported to Li Chia while being the supreme leader of his corps. He carried out Li Chia's will, including training and maintaining the orders and rules of the corps. Of course, assassination was included. As long as Li Chia wanted to kill a big shot from the ancient Ming, Shadowless would bring the guy's head to Li Chia. After the end of that era, his mission was complete and the corps disbanded. From then on, all the assassins disappeared along with Shadowless into the sea of people. We have done our job, the 9 worlds no longer need the god-slaying Night Corps. Shadowless quietly said, seeing you again, Your Excellency, after so many years of being buried is making me emotional, just like seeing my family again. He was an orphan taken in by the Dark Crow and was taught the god-slaying Tao. This resulted in his supreme achievements, allowing him to work as a harbinger of light for the 9 worlds. It's been so long, but none of you have shown up again. Li Chia lamented. The Night Corps was his capable assistance during the darkest time of the world. Though its inhabitants didn't know of their merits, each assassin in the corps had an indelible contribution in bringing about the Emperor's era. Unfortunately, Li Chia never met them again after the disbandment. It was because their missions had been finished. After experiencing the murky and perilous hell, they deserved peace and rest. This was why Li Chia didn't try to find them. Our brothers have disappeared in the river of time, only my old bones are left now. Shadowless found himself unbecoming of an assassin due to his current rampaging emotions. I have mistreated all of you who should be basking in all the glory and fame. Li Chia gently sighed. Your Excellency, you have never chased after vanity and fame, so why should we? Shadowless replied, you have blocked the tides and saved the 9 worlds. The world didn't create memorials for you and never praised your grand deeds. But all of that is nothing compared to the price you have paid. I know, but part of the glory should have been yours. Li Chia said. To be able to contribute under your banner and being part of the Night Corps is our glory. Shadowless said solemnly, our sacred mission of restoring the 9 worlds is our ultimate glory. Without your will, the 9 worlds would still be lost in darkness. Even if we were still living as ordinary people, how could we enjoy a peaceful time? Let's not talk about the past. In the end, Wuxia sighed again and gently fixed Shadowless' gray hair. Back when he saw Shadowless for the first time, the guy was only a child with a childish yet unyielding nature. But now, he was a decrepit old man on the verge of death. Shadowless nodded while holding on to Wuxia's hand. I saw Yujin this time in Heaven's spirit, so I knew right away that the god-slaying Tao still exist. I was happy and satisfied after seeing her, he said. Shadowless explained, the current generation doesn't need the Night Core anymore. It's just that the juniors want to pass on the Tao, so they accepted the kid, not wanting for the Tao to end with them. Yujin is quite talented and her personality fits the god-slaying Tao. It is indeed a good choice for her to pass it down. Wuxia agreed. Your Excellency, Shadowless opened his mouth but hesitated. You have followed me for a lifetime, there's nothing you can't say. Wuxia said, if you are afraid of me, who else in this world still dare to talk to me? I want Yujin to go with you, Shadowless said seriously. Wuxia replied wryly, you should and do know that I will be stepping on bones and bathing in blood. There's no denying that the god-slaying Tao requires blood for mastery, but following me isn't a good thing. The future will be merciless, my enemies are emperors and gods as well as the end of the world. An assassin following me won't have a good ending. He became very earnest after saying this. I know. Shadowless nodded gravely. Wuxia continued on, you should know that when I let the core go back then, I hoped that everyone could spend the rest of their days peacefully. No need to wake up to an overwhelming darkness, no need to lose sleep over murders, no need to rest with your blades, no need to loom in the darkness of the enemy's camp. After the end of the ancient Ming era, all of you are more qualified than anyone else to earn some peace. That's why I didn't bother anyone, not wishing to tie you to my chariots again and the eventual restless wars. Both you and your descendants deserve solace. I understand your feelings, Shadowless said, because of that, our descendants can't follow and work for you. However, Yujin was able to meet you by chance. This is a type of fate just like when I met you back then. I know. Wuxia had to smile in the end, since you have put it that way, I have to let her stay by my side then. It looks like the god-slaying Tao will have to find another successor. Shadowless smiled back, no one will be more suitable than her. In the future above the 9 heavens, she'll make the Tao shine. Its name will resound across the 13 continents. Your ambition is quite grand. Wuxia chuckled, I'll promise you, I'll take her above the 9 heavens. As long as she puts in the effort, the god-slaying Tao will be famous throughout the 13 continents. An old man like Shadowless was laughing like a child at this moment due to overwhelming excitement. He was no longer an assassin, only an ordinary child. The two of them laughed for a while until they got tired. Go, it's time for me to leave too. No need to see me off, you're too old now, take better care of yourself. Wuxia told Shadowless. Your Excellency. Shadowless had trouble expressing himself again. Speak. Wuxia replied. I was only an orphan back then, straying across the wildlands like a dog, victim to the harsh weathers and fear. I didn't know when I would be able to find a home. You gave me food and shelter, peace, and a home. Though the training at the Corps was the toughest, not to mention the life and death examinations, the Corps was our home, our big family. We never gave up on each other and you never gave up on us. As we trod through the darkness, you have always managed to guide us back. You were quite harsh on us, but everyone knew that as long as you were around, we still had hope and our big family would never collapse. Chapter 1543. At this particular point, Shadowless lowered his head and spoke softly. You have always been a strict father to us, but we are assassins, we have our mission. Wuxia became a bit sad before eventually say, I know. You may kneel, I shall allow this since we might not be able to meet again after this. It would be a separation between heavens and men after this goodbye, so Li Chia agreed. Thump. Shadowless immediately kneeled solemnly there and bowed his head 3 times, Father. Li Chia's mind shuddered a bit as he closed his eyes and accepted the grand gesture from Shadowless. Before Shadowless knew it, his eyes were already wet. He also knew that this would be the last time in his life when he could call Li Chia's father. Finally, his body flashed into nothingness. For him, the hardest thing in life was saying goodbye. After a long time, Li Chia also opened his eyes that were glistening as well. Even his numb heart shuddered a bit. In the past, when he started the God-slaying corps, Shadowless group was only a group of teenage orphans with no home. He took them in and trained them under the harshest regiment for the highest effect. This was him being responsible for their lives. Otherwise, they could have died at any time during the war. Under his guidance, the innocent children became remarkable killers and eventually, white-haired old men. During the retirement of the corps, he has personally sent them off. He was the one who turned children into assassins, so he needed to send them away from war. In his mind, he hoped that they could find peace and rest for the remainder of their lives. Because of this, he didn't try to find them at all lest he would disturb their serenity. Today, he met Shadowless again. The child was on the verge of death now. He felt his emotionless heart quivering when saying goodbye to Shadowless again. It was as if he was saying farewell to a junior, to his own son. In the future, they would all be buried in the soil. He finally sighed and his calm gaze returned. He was now his old self, shrouded in indifference again. He was once again the Dark Crow. No need for emotions and sorrow. The Grand Tao was long and he needed to continue on. He went back to the Tao platform where Su Yonghuang and Sima Yujian were waiting for him. He looked at Yujian and said, "Do you need to say goodbye to anyone? If so, then go or there won't be a chance later." Her eyes slightly batted as she stared towards the horizon. In the end, she took a deep breath and said, "I have said my goodbyes and am ready for this." She knew that she was about to leave Heaven's spirit completely, so she had made ample preparation. "Very well." He continued, "From now on, you will stay by my side. The world in the future will be vast and cruel. Just a single thought could determine life and death. Because of this, your fortune and achievements in the future will rely on your own effort. I can only show you the way." "I understand." She nodded solemnly. Though she didn't know what Li Chia had to do with her god-slaying corps, her ancestor has entrusted her to him. So from now on, she would give him her all. "All right." Li Chia told Su Yonghuang, "I'm opening the Tao portal to bring the 2 of you to the Grand Middle Territory. You take her to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect." "What about you?" Su Yonghuang was surprised. He responded, "I need to go to the Grand Sea to personally end a few things. Plus, I still have some items there." Su Yonghuang wondered why he had some items in that region. His only connection to the Grand Sea was Z-Queening. However, she wouldn't pry needlessly, so she nodded, "Yes, I'll let the others know too." Whoosh. He opened the portal and locked onto the coordinates before telling the 2, "Get ready. Once you arrive, keep on cultivating hard." The 2 nodded their head and entered the portal. The 9 worlds were sealed, so these portals were not connected at all. It was exceedingly difficult to travel between worlds under these circumstances. An ordinary God King wouldn't be able to do it with their own strength. Some could do so, but an unstable Tao portal had many uncertainties and risks. However, it was too easy for Li Chia since he cultivated the space scripture. After sending the 2 girls away, he changed the coordinates and also stepped into the portal for the Grand Sea. The Northern Grand Sea was one of the 5 domains in the mortal Emperor world. It was vast and extremely prosperous. The place was indeed full of oceans of an incalculable size. However, it was different from Heaven's spirit. There were many islands in this place and they formed chains together on top of the many continents. The continents floated on this ocean like eternally unsinkable ships. While standing in the sky of this place, the islands and continents scattered like jewels and gems. Its beauty was beyond description and made people forget their way back home. After entering this region, Li Qie was full of thoughts with memories emerging. He came this time to end a few things. In fact, to be more specific, he came to collect some debts and eliminate a few people from this world. Most importantly, there were a few extremely important items he needed to take. One of them could decide the outcome of the ultimate war in the future. He left a great number of treasures in this place, his largest treasury, in fact. People would never be able to squander the number of resources in this treasury for many lifetimes. The resources were accumulated by him in preparation for the apocalypse. The treasures within were heaven-defying. Even emperors would crave them, but of course, none of them would dare to have any thoughts about it. They knew who this treasury belonged to. However, there was one unrepentant soul who has always been eyeing this treasury. His name was Gu Zun. For Li Qie, he could eradicate the guy easily regardless of how strong he was. In fact, he didn't even need to do it himself. If it wasn't for the Black Dragon King's beseech moving Li Qie, Gu Zun would have been removed from this world long ago. Though Gu Zun claimed to be reformed and has changed his heart to become a good person, Li Qie knew full well that a dog would never stop eating shit. He only acted in this manner back then to win the Black Dragon King's sympathy and would never actually give up. Of course, both Li Qie and the Dragon King knew that Gu Zun wouldn't change even in face of death. Alas, the king promised someone, which was why Gu Zun could live till now. Otherwise, he would have personally crippled him and forced him to be immortal. In Li Qie's eyes, Gu Zun was only an ant. It didn't matter whether the guy was repenting or not. If Gu Zun continued to be a fool standing on his path, he would crush him like an ant. Though he didn't want to massacre the Heaven Suppression City, he wouldn't show any mercy if it had to be done, even if it meant slaughtering the city. Thus, for this trip to the Grand Sea, blood was on his mind. Chapter 1544. A clean, ocean breeze made Li Qie take a deep breath and felt quite refreshed. Despite their aquatic nature, Heaven Spirit and the Grand Sea were distinctly different. Heaven Spirit was a marsh full of abundant moisture or a grand mist with the smell of the ocean. The Grand Sea, on the other hand, had a pure and refreshing aura with a slight fragrance of soil and vegetation. Li Qie landed on a series of islands. The large ones were 10,000s of miles while the small ones were around 100-mile wide. These islands chained together like a long bridge spanning a vast distance. They actually surrounded a great continent stretching for 1,000,000 miles. It was a giant ship that would never sink. Li Qie stepped on this continent and took his time strolling through it. The evolution of the races is one of the most profound questions across time. A few evolutions have far exceeded linear expectation. A creature crawling out of the deep sea, there's too many secrets behind it. Li Qie commented with a tinge of emotions. He eventually came to an old city and looked up to see the words, renowned. Renowned was a bustling city under the control of influential clans. Most properties were owned by them. He stepped among the loud streets with the waves of people. He enjoyed this rare experience of mortal life. I still like the mortal emperor world the most. Li Qie couldn't help but smile. Mortal emperor gave such a different aura than Heaven Spirit. Though the latter was outstanding, it gave a suffocating feeling after staying there for too long, as if a shadow was looming overhead. Finally, he leisurely entered an inn and sat by the window before calling for several breakfast meals with some warm wine. He drank and ate his breakfast while watching the crowd. There was an indescribable sense of enjoyment to just waste away the day with a smile. He didn't come here randomly since there was an item that he wanted. This trip was meant to gather several weapons that he hasn't touched before. However, since he was planning to leave the 9 worlds to go all out, he must bring his ace cards with him. True Marshal has heard from Immortal Emperor Min Ren before. Li Qie indeed had some terrifying items and weapons. Moreover, there was a world-destroying artifact that could render the gods and emperors to ashes in an instant. Such an item truly existed. More importantly, it has fallen into his possession after he paid a great price. As the saying goes, a wily rabbit has 3 nests. For Li Chia, the Grand Sea was one of them. He hid many things in this place, including 2 weapons. He was ready to bring these weapons along for the final battle in the future. Victory shall be decided with 1 blow since there won't be another chance. He took his time sipping his wine and watched the pedestrians outside. Meanwhile, the guests in the inn were chatting it up about everything. Normally, these conversations wouldn't interest him since they were completely insignificant. But at this moment, he enjoyed listening in. It reminded him of Jian Wenxin's phrase, "The heavens is too unreachable." There is nothing bad about being a trapped ant in this world. He smiled wryly after thinking about this. Unfortunately, he can't do it. He was a rebellious ant that wanted to trample on an elephant. Children everywhere and prosperity. If he wanted this, he could still experience such happy days. Alas, this was not his true pursuit. Nothing in this world could stop him from treading forward. He dispelled his thoughts and everything disappeared with a single smile. Thump. 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 Busy and light footsteps came about. 2 people entered the inn, 1 old and 1 young, like a mother and daughter. They entered the top floor and quietly sat by a remote corner and ordered a few dishes. Li Chia glanced over and found that the woman was more than 30 but still looked quite young. She wore a simple hemp dress with an embroidered flower and no makeup. The dress was quite big with a hood. She wore it all the way down as if wanting to hide her face. These factors didn't hide her beauty at all due to her charming eyes and defined brows. It was an amorous and flirtatious look. On top of her finely sculpted features, her figure was also incredible. The dress couldn't hide her curves, full breasts, and rounded hips. Her feminine charm was as clear as day. This was a mature and juicy grape that made others can't help but want to pluck it down for a bite. She was very cautious. After sitting down with a sweeping glance, she immediately lowered her hood even more. On the contrary, her daughter was a lot bolder. She was around 6 or 7 with a pair of big and round eyes, full of spirit and life. Her fair skin and already apparent features made it clear that she would grow up to be a beauty. The girl curiously looked around as if she rarely came to such a fun area. Everything seemed new to her. She also saw Li Chia looking at them, but she wasn't afraid of strangers at all. She even glared at him and raised her tiny fist. Her mother immediately pulled her back and gave her a mean stare. This was a nervous and vigilant woman. At this time, more noise came from the outside from horses and carriages. The inn was surrounded in a short time. What's going on? The guests looked around after hearing the commotion. It's people from the Wenren clan. The guests were alarmed after seeing the troops outside. The woman sitting in the corner was alarmed as well and pulled her daughter behind her for concealment. Thump. 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 Vigorous footsteps resounded with dozens of people coming to the top floor. They all wore silk robes with a young man leading the way. He wore a dazzling robe and looked quite handsome and gallant. His eyes were quite clear with a smile as bright as the sun. This made him look quite approachable. Young noble, what's going on? Did my little inn offend you in any way? The shopkeeper was quite tense and hurriedly asked. No, this has nothing to do with your inn. The youth looked around and saw the woman. He then told everyone, gentlemen, the Wenren clan has to take care of personal business, please leave for now. It's my treat today. Having said that, he handed a gold ingot to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was happy right away and didn't dare to object. The guests also withdrew one after another without lingering around. Wenren Jianshi was the oldest male from the Wenren clan. This was the ruling clan of renown, so everyone gave the clan and its oldest son some face. In a short time, there was only Li Chia and the mother-daughter duo left. The inn became quiet instantly. Li Chia acted as if nothing has happened and continued to eat and drink while watching people walking through the street. Hey brother, it's my treat today. please take your leave. Wenren Jianshi noticed Li Qie and asked. Chapter 1545. Li Qie slowly turned around to look at Wenren Jianshi and chuckled. I don't need you to treat me since not just anyone is qualified to do so. Having said that, he casually threw a refined jade piece on the table as the payment. The shopkeeper was salivating after seeing the refined jade, but he didn't dare to get it since Wenren Jianshi was still around. Jianshi's followers' expressions sank after hearing this. Some experts wanted to step up but were stopped by Jianshi. He stared at Li Qie for a moment and raised his brows. He couldn't see through this man ahead at all. The guy looked very ordinary but was completely unperturbed in the face of danger. Excuse us then. He cupped his fists and said, not wanting to provoke Li Qie. He headed towards the corner and told the woman, Lil, sis, come back with me. Father has ordered to bring you back. The woman lowered her head without saying anything. She was holding onto her sleeves under the table, seemingly thinking about breaking through the containment to run. Sis, you know that you have no chance of escaping. Jianshi spoke gravely, if you're not thinking for your own sake, at least think about your child. He gently signed as his eyes fell upon the little girl behind her. The woman didn't respond but she clearly hesitated for a moment. After a long time, she finally looked at him, eldest brother, let me go out of consideration for sibling love and our time together. Jianshi sighed again and shook his head, sis, you know that this isn't up to me. The Dongfang clan wants an answer and father won't let this go either unless you name that person. But I can guarantee you about you and your child's safety. That's all I can do. She pinched her sleeves again before answering, I won't return and won't go to the Dongfang clan either. That's already a thing of the past. It is indeed in the past but someone must answer for this. The relationship between the two clans isn't a joke. Sis, must you force my hand? Jianshi said sternly. She was dazed at this moment and didn't know what to do. Invite the miss home. Do not hurt her. Jianshi ordered. At this time, the 10 experts behind him slowly stood up. The leader cupped his fists towards the woman, Miss, please, forgive us for our action. In the blink of an eye, the 10 experts surrounded the mother and daughter. There was no way for them to escape. Don't hurt my mother. The daughter stepped in front and shouted. Don't worry, we won't hurt your mother but the two of you need to come back with us. Wenren Jianshi slowly told the girl. You're a bad person. You're all bad. She shouted at Jianshi. Jianshi was startled for a moment before smiling and didn't really mind her. At this time, the experts slowly headed for the two of them. The woman pulled her daughter back behind her but she was stuck in a hard situation. At this key moment, the little girl hiding behind looked around for a bit before her eyes flashed and shouted at Li Qie, Papa, quick, help mommy. Li Qie froze a bit while sipping his wine and almost spat some out. He turned around to look at the girl. The woman was also momentarily stunned. At this time, gazes swept by. All the experts surrounding the two women turned towards Li Qie with an unfriendly expression as if they were looking at a prey. Some were even in the motion of walking over to trap him. This has nothing to do with him. The woman was alarmed and quickly cried out. She wanted to absolve Li Qie of any involvement but this only made it worse. In a short time, the experts glaring at Li Qie had an even more fierce gaze and were surrounding him. Brother, this is a misunderstanding. It has nothing to do with him. The woman hurriedly told Jianshi. Jianshi was surprised initially before smiling wryly and looking at Li Qie. I want to hear an explanation from the gentleman. Papa. The daughter came out of nowhere and latched onto Li Qie's thigh while pointing at the experts. Beat down these bad guys, all of them. The woman grimaced and shouted again, Huayu, stop messing around, come back. No, I won't. The naughty girl hollered back, Papa is unstoppable and can take down these bad guys in just 3 or 5 moves. The woman was speechless after hearing this despite wanting to correct this weird situation. Papa, you're the strongest in this world, take them down already. The girl looked like a bully right now, as if Wuxia was really about to give the experts a beating. Wuxia couldn't help but smile while looking at the slyness evident in the girl's eyes. You are wrong. Even if I was your father, I would be a defenseless scholar, not the strongest in the world. Having said that, he raised both hands and smiled amicably at the experts. Gentlemen, we're all educated people here that use their words instead of fists. Let's take our time talking. I rely on my handsome face to eat, so please, don't hit the face or I'll go hungry. The girl glared at Wuxia after not getting her imagined result and scoffed, coward. Wuxia didn't mind at all and smirked. I've never been courageous before because the bold always die relatively early. I'm still so young and don't want to go down the grave so soon. You. She stared at him for half a day but couldn't say anything. The girl was a bit cunning, but the disparity was too great compared to Wuxia. Plus, he only wanted to tease her. If you are my brother-in-law, then you should visit our clan. A groom should see your in-laws. Wenren Jianshi said slowly. No, brother, he's an outsider. This is all a misunderstanding, the child was only speaking nonsense. The woman became anxious and spoke loudly. Jinshi's eyes remained fixated at Wuxia. I want to hear him say that this is a misunderstanding or not. The girl also looked up at Wuxia. Despite her naughty nature, her bright eyes were calling for hope. Wuxia noticed this and chuckled. Then I'll visit the Wenren clan for a bit. Being a guest isn't bad at all. Plus, everything can be solved with words. I'm a scholar who isn't very good at other things, but I'm sure I can reason any problems just fine. The girl smiled after hearing this. You don't know what you're involving yourself in. The woman urgently spoke. Wuxia cheerfully smiled. I might not be sure, but as the adage goes, as long as reason is on your side, you can travel all around the world. I'm a reasonable person, so there's no place I can't go. I'm certain that the Wenren clan is a place that adheres to reason as well. Of course, even if they don't, I am a very persuasive person. She was completely stunned and didn't know whether this man was really stupid or pretending. She couldn't see through him at all. Really? Then we'll go back to the Wenren clan. The girl excitedly jumped up and clapped. In that case, please follow us then. Wenren Jianshi said with a smile. The woman had no other choice. She couldn't break away under these circumstances, and now, a stranger has become involved as well. Without any other ideas, she had to go with the flow. Under the escort of the experts, the three of them left the inn. Of course, it was more apt to call it a forceful transport. The woman whispered to him, you don't know what kind of trouble you're getting yourself in. If you are actually capable, it's not too late to run or you'll be courting death. Chapter 1546. Wuxia smiled and leisurely answered, courting death? No. I always reason first, and I'm confident that I can convince just about anyone. Reason? The woman still couldn't guess whether Wuxia was a master in disguise or a foolish scholar. She continued, my father doesn't reason if it stands in the way of his goals. This applies to his family members as well, let alone an outsider. Wuxia chuckled, when I reason, no one can refuse to listen. She became speechless again, having no idea what kind of guy this was. Meanwhile, the girl was not worried at all as she looked around curiously. It was as if this was her first time at Renowned. Wuxia saw this and spoke to her, looks like she rarely came to the city. She must have grown up in a remote place. The woman stared at her daughter with eyes full of affection and love. There was a deep regret as well. She's a good seed. Further delays would only ruin her future. He said with a smile. The woman had no good response for this. The experts escorted the group forward with great caution. They kept their eyes on the group, especially the woman, lest she were to run. After a long time, a huge mansion appeared. It was covered in clouds and looked very transcending in this old city. The girl's eyes turned bright and pointed at the mansion. Mom, this is Grandpa's house? The renowned mansion you talked about? The woman only sighed in response. Yes. Wenren Jianshi answered instead, this is your grandpa's house, your mother's, and yours as well. She looked back at Jianshi and said, really? Grandpa is a bad guy and you are too. Watch your words. The woman scolded her right away. But it's true. She pouted indignantly, if they're not bad people, then why do they want to separate you and Papa? Only bad guys will do something like that. The woman swallowed her words after seeing her daughter's reddening eyes. Jianshi didn't scold her and only smiled. It's hard to gauge good and bad when it comes to adults. When you grow up, you'll understand. A good person is good and a bad person is bad. How is it difficult? She angrily pouted. Li Qie enjoyed her cute appearance and rubbed her head. However, the girl full of personality shook her head in order to dodge his hand. Am I not your papa? Li Qie wanted to tease her again. In that case, I'll be leaving then. You're a bad guy too. Her eyes became watery and acted as if she was wronged. Li Qie only smiled and didn't respond. Meanwhile, the woman was sighing with a dejected and sad appearance. Her pretty brows were shrouded in a gloomy air. They entered renowned and found themselves in a new world. The serene scene here immediately isolated the lively city outside. An earthly scent pervaded the mansion like the mist. A mortal would find himself thinking that this was a land of immortals. Breathing in this aura was too comfortable. Feels nice, what is this? The girl clearly reacted after entering. Jianshi took note and told the woman, sis, she's a good seed. If she were to stay here, her future will be bright. The woman continued her silent act. Li Qie was just smiling like always. The earthly scene and energy might seem like a transcending realm for mortals, but in his eyes, this was only a minor abode. Wenren Jianshi let the rest stay outside while he came in alone. The woman quietly told Li Qie, before actually entering the mansion, you should escape now. This is your last chance. Why? To which he responded, getting a beautiful wife and a cute daughter on top of an influential father-in-law out of thin air, that's a good thing, like a pie falling down from the sky. People would kill for this luck, so how could I refuse it? She stared at Li Qie, wondering about his true intention. In the end, she coldly said, you should know what kind of existence the Wenren clan is. No idea. He bluntly answered. In fact, he really didn't know and didn't need to know at all. It wasn't necessary to investigate a little clan. After some time, Wenren Jianshi came back and told the woman, father wishes to see you. She took a deep breath and took the girl's arm. However, Jianshi stopped her and said seriously, sis, it's not wise to let father see her right now, that's fanning the fire. Don't worry, I'll make sure nothing happens to her. After hesitating for a bit, she eventually nodded and left the girl to enter alone. The girl wasn't afraid of people. She looked at Jianshi and asked, does Grandpa have horns and wings and a long neck like a bad guy? The experts here had black lines running through their forehead. Wenren Jianshi didn't know whether to laugh or cry either. He squatted down and told the girl earnestly, Grandpa isn't a bad guy. It's just that he doesn't have a choice in some matters. If he's not a bad guy, why does he want to separate Mama and Papa? The girl hastily complained. You will understand when you grow up. Jianshi rubbed her head and smiled. Your father and mother also understand his predicament. Having said that, Jianshi continued, tell your uncle, what's your father's name? The girl blinked and circled back to hold on to Li Qie's thigh. This is my papa. Li Qie said with a faint smile. It's not that easy to trick this girl. Jianshi rubbed her head more and smiled wryly. A clever child, like her mother. Unfortunately, clever people sometimes do foolish things. Li Qie said casually, I'm tired. There must be an area for guests to rest. Jianshi gave him a strange stare and was full of curiosity at his leisure attitude. This guy was acting as if this was his own home. Accommodate the young noble, do not be impolite to our guest. Jianshi told one of the experts nearby. Li Qie smiled casually and followed the expert without commenting. They prepared a place for him. Of course, he was separated from the mother and daughter. Despite being a guest, he wasn't that far off from being a prisoner and always had people following him. They did follow Jinsher's order and didn't make it difficult for him. After settling down, he treated this place as his own home and took his time relaxing. He seemed very comfortable taking a stroll everywhere. The clan's disciples followed him but didn't stop him from wandering since they didn't see any intent on escaping from him. Not long later, Wenren Jinsher came by and saw Li Qie in the garden. He smiled wryly at this guy appearing out of nowhere and acting as if he was the boss. Looks like you are used to this place now. I am relieved. He came forward and said with a smile. Chapter 1547. Li Qie was half lying down in the pavilion while looking at the lake before telling a disciple from the Wenren clan, "Go brew a pot of tea, pick something good." The disciple's expression shifted after hearing and seeing his attitude. They were important characters in the clan, but now, a fake son-in-law was actually treating them as servants. Don't be unhappy. Li Qie didn't bother looking at them and said flatly, "To be able to wait on me is your fortune. Go." Their expression turned for the worst. They have seen arrogant people before but never to this level. Go brew some for him. I still have a good one here. Wenren Jinsher's attitude was much better as he ordered these disciples. Though the annoyed disciples ignored Li Qie, they didn't dare to not listen to the elder young noble's instruction, so they went to make some tea. After they left, Jinsher looked over at Li Qie and asked, "May I ask where you are from and your name?" "Last name's Li, just a wandering vagabond." Li Qie casually answered. This attitude of his was very unreasonable. Keep in mind that the Wenren clan was very influential in this region. Jinsher, in particular, had a prestigious status as well. No cultivators in these parts would dare to act so pompously in front of him. He didn't become angry and replied, "Brotherly, you can't become the Wenren clan's son-in-law with these answers." Li Qie chuckled in response, "You got it wrong. I don't know and don't care to know whether I can be the Wenren's son-in-law. However, it is impossible to find someone in the 9 heavens who can become my older brother-in-law." Jinsher had no words and had to take a careful look at Li Qie. He didn't know where the guy's confidence came from. In just a short time, he felt a bit uncertain. Was this ordinary man truly a hidden master, or was he just boasting? During this difficult moment, the disciples of the clan brought the tea forward. As the host, he adhered to the proper etiquette and personally poured a cup for both him and Li Qie. Li Qie didn't act reserved either and slowly raised his cup. Jinsher also took a sip as well before asking, "Brotherly, the son-in-law of the Wenren clan might not necessarily enjoy wealth and riches so easily. Maybe even before they see any of that, their lives would be thrown away first." He made it clear enough as a reminder towards Li Qie. "Who says I want riches?" Li Qie smiled and shook his head. "Materialistic possessions are fleeting." This answer perplexed Jinsher even more. "How much do you know about your brother-in-law?" Li Qie enjoyed the sceneries and his tea. After a long time, he casually asked Jinsher without turning around, "I thought it was you, brotherly." Jinsher smiled and said, "Of course, it's not too late to deny it. Otherwise, once people made up their mind, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. I'm a reasonable person." He took another sip, "So I hope your Wenren clan is reasonable as well. If this matter could be solved in this manner, it wouldn't be like this right now." Jinsher shook his head, "Reasons won't do here. If you think you can talk it through, brotherly, you are sorely mistaken. No, my logics have always reached people, that's what I'm best at." Li Qie emphasized. Jinsher had no idea what Li Qie wanted to do. He eventually said, "Brotherly, what's your intention? So you think I'm not your brother-in-law? Don't tell me you know who he is." Li Qie leisurely smiled and said. Jinsher's expression changed. He looked at Li Qie, "If it's someone I know, all of this wouldn't happen now." Li Chia chuckled and sipped his tea. After a while, he broke the silence. How does your clan want to tidy up this mess? Jianshi pondered meticulously before responding while staring at Li Chia. A great price must be paid for a few matters. Brotherly, this isn't a joke. There's nothing here for you to scheme about since you are risking your life. You can't put it like that. Li Chia nonchalantly replied, a beautiful wife and a smart daughter, what more can a man want? There's no need to scheme for anything else. Jianshi still found this man mystifying like in the beginning. In the end, all he could say was, I have done my part trying to convince you to this point. Brotherly, take care. Leave the heavens to decide whether this will be a disaster or a blessing for you. No, that's up for me to decide. When I am angry, it is a disaster. When I am happy, it is a blessing. Li Chia said with a smile. Jianshi didn't say anything else. He sighed and got up. As he was about to leave, Li Chia chuckled. Your clan needs a scapegoat, right? Jianshi became slightly stiff before answering. It's not something we can decide, not even my father. If you are really my brother-in-law, you better start praying. What about you? Li Chia leisurely asked. What is your opinion on this? Are you on your sister's side or your clan's? It's not up for me alone to decide. Jianshi shook his head. One misstep and it's all downhill. This is the current situation of our clan. I can only say that the child is innocent so I can guarantee her safety. As for other matters, I am completely powerless, same for my father. What about your sister then? Li Chia asked. Jianshi took his time thinking before answering. She's a smart woman. When she made this choice in the past, she knew what would come of this. If he was only a bit less willful and a little more rational, this wouldn't be the outcome, an impossible to clean up mess. I can't do anything to help her either, the ancestors in the clan won't just sit idly by. Having said that, he sighed and left. Li Chia continued drinking his tea with an amused and carefree smile. On the second day, the woman came with her daughter. Jianshi was with them as well. I won't disturb your family. Say what you have to say, there might not be a chance in the future. He stared with implication at Li Chia before leaving. He ordered the guards by the door to leave as well. In a short time, there was only the three of them left, but they weren't family, so the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Li Chia looked at the plump and seductive woman before asking, "What's your name?" The woman took a deep breath and bowed down. She didn't lose the elegant demeanor of a noble. My name is Wenren Lurue. What is your name, young noble? Last name, Li. Li Chia didn't reveal too much. His eyes then fell on the little girl. This is my daughter, her name is Huayu. Same last name as me. She hurriedly said. Her mother's surname, I see. Li Chia smiled. Meanwhile, Wenren Huayu stared at Li Chia for a bit, then back at her mother before smiling cutely. Mother, you two do look like a pair of husband and wife. Less nonsense. Lurue instantly scolded her with her face turning red. Li Chia didn't mind and looked at the girl. Why did you do that back in the inn? Are you not my father then? She blinked and said with some slyness. Huayu. I told you to not run your mouth. Have you not caused enough trouble yet? Lurue's maternal sternness erupted and told her daughter to stop. But, he's kind of like Papa. Huayu pouted in response. You always told me that Papa is an indomitable and fearless man who never panic in any situation. Plus, because he's so powerful, he can face any danger without a problem. Her eyes turned a little red at this point. Lurue didn't know what to say after seeing her daughter like that. Chapter 1548. Li Chia only smiled and patted Huayu's head after seeing her indignant expression. Go play outside. Lurue looked at her daughter with pity and said, I need to talk to young noble Li. She was still a little girl after all. Despite feeling wronged earlier, she immediately cheered and ran outside. She was curious about all the new things since she used to stay with her mom in a remote location. This was her first time visiting a lively city like renowned and a big clan like the Wenren. Thus, this outside world was new to her. Luroe became sad again and sighed after seeing her excited daughter zooming outside. She calmed down and told Li Chia, "Young noble Li, you can still leave now before seeing my father." "Leave? Why should I?" Li Chia sat down and calmly said. Luroe looked at him and slowly explained, "No need to pretend. We know that this is only a misunderstanding since my silly daughter dragged you into this problem. Though I can't leave, I still have a way for you to escape safely. No rush. To have a beautiful wife and cute daughter out of nowhere is a nice development like a pie falling from the sky. It would be a shame if I don't eat it." He leisurely smiled. Luroe became angry, but she didn't know whether he was kidding or not. She took a second look at this ordinary man with an extraordinary calmness. It was as if he was a majestic mountain and nothing could move him. She had a hard time gauging his intention. Nevertheless, he didn't look like a scoundrel. It seemed that whatever he did, he would carry it out in a leisure, natural, and elegant manner. "Young noble Li, even a pie falling down from the sky might not be a good thing," she said slowly. "You are throwing your life into this mess if you keep on pretending. It's just that you have no clue what is going on." Li Chia couldn't help but laugh. "Though I don't know what is going on, I can still easily guess. This is the age-old story of a rich daughter running away from marriage." Luroe was surprised. She didn't expect him to still be so calm. There was no opening from his expression and gestures. He continued on, "This is all too common, so it's easy to guess. To put it simply, your Wenren clan and another clan had a marriage alliance, but you didn't wish to marry, so you ran away with your man before giving birth to a daughter. Am I right?" She had no response because he was completely right. "Let me guess what kind of man he is?" Li Chia glanced at her and smiled. "Since you ran away to be with him, it shows that you love him very much. But your daughter still takes on her maternal surname instead of her father. There are 3 possible explanations for this. First, the father's name is Wenren too. Second, his background is extremely humble, not worth taking his surname. Third, your clan knows who he is, so you don't want others to find out his last name." He paused for a bit at this point. "However, if you dared to do this, it shows that you don't look down on him that much. In Renowned, there is no second Wenren clan, so the only explanation is the third. He is someone your clan knows." Her expression shifted because he was right again. He realized this and said flatly, "If it is the third choice on top of you running away and hide, it shows that your father and brother know who he is. Since you took all of this risk, it shows that you are a courageous and daring woman. Thus, how could you be afraid of your clan knowing your lover's name? Nevertheless, you chose to do so. This shows one thing clearly. This person is very important. You are trying to protect him and his position and reputation. So, if he is a strong man in a prestigious position, there's nothing wrong with him marrying someone he likes. Moreover, from what you've told your daughter, he is extraordinary and single. But the most important thing is that your daughter has never seen her father, at the very least from when she began to have memories. It shows that the 2 of you haven't been together for at least 5 years. You 2 dared to birth to a daughter, but why not stay together? One plausible explanation is that he was working hard to win the recognition of your clan so that the 2 of you could make your relationship public." He smiled and stared at the shaken woman. "What kind of man would want to win your clan's recognition on top of being powerful and prestigious? Let me take a guess, it must be a disciple from your Wenren clan, but his last name isn't Wenren." She turned pale after hearing this. Li Chia knew that his guesses were right so far and continued on, "I'll keep going. Your daughter's name is Huayu, so it's as clear as day that your lover's name has the word "you" in it. You gave her this name because you miss him." With that, he looked at the white flower in front of her dress and said, "To add to all of these speculations, I know that there is a particular group in the Grand Sea, a branch of the dragonfish belonging to the demon race. This race is elusive due to inhabiting in the depth of the sea. It has a particular tradition. When a member of this race dies, his family, every 5 years, would wear a spectral flower to remember him. Your daughter is 7 now and you are wearing this special flower. It means that your husband came from the dragonfish branch. Moreover, he has died 5 years ago. Your appearance in renown means that he was buried here. You brought your daughter here to commemorate him. Furthermore, he was buried in your clan's cemetery. That's how you were spotted. Lurue was indeed frightened and took several steps back with her wide-open eyes staring at Li Chia. Who sent you here? He got it right completely. Li Chia chuckled and denied, does someone need to send me? Rich experience, extensive knowledge, and some bold guesses. Not that hard to figure out. She looked at him as if he was a ghost and felt that there was no place to hide before his peering eyes. Under his calm eyes, she seemed to be completely naked. It took her a while before she removed her glare. This Li Chia knew too much. Don't bother. He saw her eyes slightly moving and knew her intention. Trying to silence me is very unwise. If I dare to sit here, it means that I've never been afraid of you or anyone for that matter. She eventually took a deep breath and regained her wits. What do you want? What do I want? He shook his head. Why does everyone think I am plotting something? To be frank, you have nothing worth my effort. In terms of beauty, you are indeed a little pretty, but if I want women, I just need to signal and women 10 times as beautiful as you would come running to serve me. As for treasures, you don't have any worth mentioning, same with your clan. Lurue had no response. She might not be a supreme beauty, but she was definitely number 1 in renown and enjoyed great fame. Moreover, her clan was quite prestigious, but Li Chia spoke as if it was not worth a single coin. Chapter 1549. In this short moment, Wenren Lurue stared at Li Chia in astonishment. She couldn't gauge him at all. In her eyes, this seemingly ordinary man was an unfathomable abyss shrouded in mist. No one could see just how deep he was. She became afraid. The closer someone stood to him, the closer they found themselves standing on the precipice. A careless step would result in falling down, never being able to escape again. Don't worry, I won't expose you by telling your father and brother. Li Chia chuckled. You can protect his reputation and status. After a long time, she calmed down and took a deep breath. Since you know already, why are you involving yourself in this trouble? Li Chia couldn't help but laugh. Trouble? This matter might seem insurmountable to you, a problem that could swallow up the sky, but in my eyes, it's no big deal and can be easily solved. And as for why? He continued, I am only coming through here by chance and I'm bored enough to find some entertainment. Lurue became quiet again and didn't know what to say at all due to the mystifying nature of this man and her own unawareness. Li Chia looked at her and said, I'm actually curious, was he your senior brother or junior brother? She eventually sighed and had to respond, he's my eldest senior brother and was taken in by my family at a young age. Since Li Chia guessed everything completely, Lurue didn't feel the need to hide it any longer. She might as well tell him everything. Our Wenren clan has been in an alliance with the Dongfang clan all this time. Moreover, it is a marriage alliance as well. Only when our two clans are together that we are able to oppose the ambitious Soaring Hawk state. Because of this, I was engaged to the Dongfang clan's eldest son when I was still a child. Her clan dominated renowned while the Dongfang clan ruled over a city named East. The two clans were quite close with their marriage pact. Meanwhile, the other ruler in another territory within the island chain was Soaring Hawk. It was much stronger than the two clans, so in order to contend against this third faction, the two clans needed to form an alliance. No alliance bond was stronger than a marriage. Wenren Lurue was betrothed to Dongfang Tsong, the eldest son of the Dongfang. Alas, she hated this marriage, the source of her internal conflicts. Moreover, as she grew up, she found herself liking her eldest senior brother, Gu Qiyu. The two were childhood sweethearts and were together all the time. Naturally, feelings eventually arose and turned into love. Gu Qiyu was taken in by the Wenren clan when he was a child. His talents were exceptional on top of being diligent, resulting in his great cultivation. Though he couldn't become the successor for the clan, he would be one of its pillars in the future. He knew that his junior sister was engaged to the Dongfang clan as well. Because of this, he didn't move forward in spite of their feelings for each other. However, as time continued to pass, the marriage date was fast approaching. In spite of Lurui's protest, the marriage was decided by the ancestors from the two clans. It wasn't something a young lady could oppose nor control. Even her father couldn't object to this marriage. Her disgust with the marriage only worsened since she had someone else in mind as well. She garnered courage out of nowhere and actually left the clan to escape out of renown. The Wenren clan naturally became angry when the marriage was so close and the bride was nowhere to be found. If anything happened to this marriage, the pact between the two clans could crack. Because of this, it sent out many disciples and tried its best to find Lurue. Of course, the eldest senior brother shouldered this responsibility as well. He and Lurue grew up together and had feelings for each other, so he understood her quite well. He knew where she was hiding, so he was one step ahead of all the other pursuers. His mission was to take her back to the clan, but he couldn't do it when actually staring at her face to face. In the end, he helped her escape into a very remote area. During the perilous getaway, they finally took the next step and became husband and wife. After settling her in, he came back to the Wenren clan and guaranteed her that he would publicly win her hand in marriage. However, it was easier said than done. He needed to contribute greatly to have the chance. 5 years ago, during a skirmish between Soaring Hawk and the Wenren, Chiyu wanted to be the shining example, so he rushed into the battlefield to kill many opposing experts. Alas, though the Wenren clan won that battle, Chiyu also died on that day. He couldn't wait until the day when he could marry Lurue, and she couldn't wait till his return any longer. After the 5 years anniversary, Lurue snuck in with her daughter to commemorate her husband, but the disciples there unexpectedly found her. She had to run away and managed to meet Li Chia. Love is difficult. Li Chia said after hearing her story, "What is your plan?" She mused for a bit before answering, "I'll apologize with my life towards the Dongfang clan so that Huayu can live on." "No, you can live on instead of treating your life so frivolously." Li Chia shook his head. "It's not that desperate yet, no need to think about dying." "You don't understand." She disagreed. "Someone has to die for this matter to end. The Dongfang clan requires an answer from my clan. Otherwise, the alliance might break and they could even become enemies." Li Chia simply smiled. He has seen this many times before with a runaway bride. Both the clans thought that they have lost all face from this. Thus, something has to be done for the alliance to stay intact. "Don't worry." He smiled. "As long as the two sides work together and talk, there will be a turnaround." She smiled bitterly in response. "There's nothing to talk about. My father can't be in charge either. Even if the ancestors in the clan want to protect me, it will still be impossible. The best method is for me to die as an apology." She took a deep breath and solemnly said, "I have expected this end long ago. As long as father and the others can protect Huayu and that my death will end this feud, I don't mind dying. You should know now that no good thing will come from involving yourself. A scapegoat is necessary, so if you continue to pretend, our Wenren clan will be more than happy to oblige." With that, she spoke with good intent, not wanting to implicate Li Chia. "It's not too late to make a decision now. Once the people from the Dongfang clan come, then you won't be able to escape death at that point." "I can't die even if I want to." Li Chia couldn't help but laugh. Such attitude left her speechless. It looked like he didn't care for her goodwill. "Your region must belong to the Crouching Dragon continent?" Li Chia asked leisurely while she stood there in a daze. "Yes, all of the island chains belong to this continent. Our two clans and the Soaring Hawk state are all under the jurisdiction of the Crouching Dragon Cliff." "How many locations are under the control of the cliff now? Who is currently in charge?" he asked again. This sudden question surprised her since it was common knowledge to any cultivator at Crouching Dragon. Chapter 1550, when Ren Lurue's wits returned after a short stupor. She nodded. The 28 countries on this continent are under the jurisdiction of the Crouching Dragon Cliff, including small factions like our 2 clans and Soaring Hawk. 28 countries? Looks like the cliff's power is growing. Li Qie smiled and said. Lurue nodded. Ever since the Sky Dragon King took over the cliff, it continued to grow. Recently, after the king came out from isolated cultivation, she shocked the entire mortal emperor world with her unfathomable power. Many great powers in the Grand Sea were convinced by her and became friends with the cliff. Sky Dragon King? Who is that? Li Qie found this surprising. Lurue gave him a strange stare because not just in the Crouching Dragon continent but all of the Grand Sea has heard of the Sky Dragon King. Someone who hasn't heard of her must have been a complete rookie. The Sky Dragon King is the current sect master of the cliff. Her name is Wulong Xian. Lurue eventually replied. Wulong Xian. Li Qie smiled and said, Sky Dragon King, a dragon presiding over the sky, quite a domineering title. The Dragon King's prestige is considerable. Some say that she is the strongest in the cliffs, so of course, her title is domineering. In the contemporary, she and the Heaven Suppression Goddess of the Citadel are known as the 2 supreme geniuses of the Grand Sea. Everyone says that she is qualified to compete for the Heaven's will. Lurue said with a longing expression. She once desired to be someone like the Sky Dragon King or the Heaven Suppression Goddess, able to walk freely in this world. If she had such power, her fate wouldn't have been at the mercy of others. Unfortunately, she could only think about it. Though the Wenren clan was a mighty power compared to ordinary citizens and cultivators in renown, they were only a tiny sect compared to a behemoth like the Crouching Dragon Cliff. Moreover, Lurue's constitution wasn't bad, but it was no match for real geniuses. Because of this, she knew that she would never become a character like the Dragon King. A dream it shall remain. The heavens will, huh? Li Qie only chuckled. Lurue eventually returned from her yearning and said solemnly, Young noble Li, run now. This is all I can do. No rush. Li Qie said flatly, On the contrary, I don't have anything to do right now, so I can join in on the fun. I'm the type who becomes a bit agitated when there's nothing to do. Lurue couldn't convince him any further. In the end, she looked at him and wondered what was his plan for joining the fray. She eventually sighed and left with Huayu. The Heaven Suppression City wasn't far from him. At this moment, he was wondering if that city was ready to meet its fate. However, this prompted him to think even more carefully about whether he was ready to massacre the place. Of course, he knew that Gu Zun would never give up and would never leave the city or stop coveting the treasury. Lil Blackie, though you have promised someone before, I won't show mercy this time. If Gu Zun tries to stop me, I'll kill him mercilessly as usual. Don't blame me for not being considerate. The city is also the culmination of your effort and mine as well, but if it tries to stop me too, it will turn into ashes. I won't mind massacring them all. His leisure eyes gazed towards the far distance and became quite profound and emotionless. Anyone would piss in their pants after seeing this glare. In this lifetime, I shall not yield for anyone and will never allow them to cross my bottom lines. Lil Blackie, you need to pray for the fool to wise up. I have spared him once already, this was already merciful beyond my own creed. He could enter the city now if he wanted to. However, he was still hesitating on whether he was mentally prepared to kill them all. Of course, massacring was trivial to Li Qie. The act itself wouldn't be difficult at all. However, the Dragon King spent too much effort on this city. This was someone who had absolute loyalty and paid too much for him. This was the reason for his hesitation. Otherwise, he would have already taken charge of the city. In the afternoon, just like Lurue has said, when Ren Jianshi came again with 2 experts behind him this time. Brotherly, father wishes to see you. He was still very polite towards Li Qie. Well, as the saying goes, even an ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet her in-laws eventually. I should also see my father-in-law. He chuckled at his own joke. When he stood up, the two experts behind Jianshi immediately came forward and pushed down his arms. If you don't remove your dog hands, they shall fall on the ground. Li Qia leisurely told the two of them. Their expressions sank and was about to become angry, but Jianshi immediately smoothed things over. Don't worry, Brother Li won't run away, because if he wanted to, he wouldn't wait till now. Having said that, he stared implicatively at Li Qia. The furious experts couldn't do anything but to let go and stood to Li Qia's left and right. Let's go then. It's nice to be able to see father-in-law, he leisurely said. Finally, under the escort of two experts and Jianshi leading the way, Li Qia entered a chamber and saw the Wenren clan master, Jianshi, and Lurui's father. Jianshi's group left right after bringing Li Qia here. The clan master was a dignified old man wearing a large robe while sitting in the master chair. He had the bearing of a leader. His old eyes were fixated on Li Qia the entire time. They were sharp to the point of seemingly flaying meat from his body. Li Qia didn't mind at all and coolly sat down. What is your name? The clan master spoke coldly, just like his demeanor. If he wasn't maintaining the style befitting of a clan master, others would actually think that he might cut down Li Qia's head at sight. Of course, he was already polite and merciful enough to not kill someone who impregnated his daughter. Surname Li, no need to say the rest. Li Qia smiled while looking around. Such big tone. The clan master angrily shouted after seeing his attitude. I've always been like this. If you have something to say, go ahead. After all, I know that you don't want to kill me right now since my life is still useful to your clan. Li Qia nonchalantly replied. You. The livid clan master glared at him while clenching his fists. Sure enough, if Li Qia didn't have some use left to them, he would have killed him already. In the end, he suppressed his anger and said, You are courageous indeed, no wonder why my daughter likes you. Li Qia couldn't help but smile. There was no doubt about the clan master's lack of knowledge regarding the situation. But your courage is misplaced. The clan master coldly said, Seducing my daughter and breaking this marriage alliance, this is a crime deserving of death. No one will be able to save your life. Is that so? Li Qia was still unperturbed. The clan master started to feel a little strange after seeing the calmness in Li Qia. He wondered where this brat was getting his courage from. There was no sign of nervousness or shock at all. There's no repentance for your crime. Our Wenren clan still hasn't killed you because we are merciful. I can also forego your mistake, the clan master said slowly. Chapter 1551. Li Qia waved his sleeve to interrupt the clan master and said slowly, Clan master, no need to go in a circle, get straight to the point. I'm waiting to listen. You, the clan master became furious. This brat seduced his daughter and broke their clan's marriage plan. He had plenty of reasons to kill the brat, but now, the guy was still so rude and arrogant. He really felt an urge to strangle the brat. He stared at Li Qia intensely and eventually subdued his anger once more. After a while, he spoke again. Remember, brat, your sin is worthy of death. I know. Li Qia smiled. As the one causing this trouble, you want to hand me over to the Dongfang clan to absolve your own of any problem. That's right. The clan master repeated, breaking our marriage alliance is an unforgivable sin. The fact that you can still prance around in front of me right now is because I'm merciful enough. Really? Li Qia didn't mind at all. He was only killing time by joining into this mess. The clan master took a deep breath and said, Lurue has made a great sacrifice because of you. She gave up her noble status from her own clan, giving up the chance to become the mistress of the Dongfang clan as well as Eastern City and giving up staying in renown, all of this just to risk escaping with you. She's still thinking about you right now and plead earlier so that I would let you go. Are you trying to convince me? Li Qia chuckled. He could understand why she pleaded for him since he was only a stranger being caught up in the storm. You can see it that way. The clan master spoke frankly, you must know that a marriage alliance between two clans has grave importance. Once broken, it must be cast again with blood. I understand. The perpetrator must die. You are afraid that I won't admit to it, thus all of this persuasion. Li Qia was still all smiles. The clan master scowled, not liking his blatant reveal. Just like Li Qia said, though they have captured Li Qia, there was no evidence. The Dongfang clan wouldn't simply believe their words that Li Qia was the one breaking the marriage. At that moment, what if Li Qia changed his mind and decided to bite them back? The relationship between the two clans would deteriorate to an unfixable level. The relationship was already awkward due to the failed marriage. If the Dongfang clan were to think that the Wenren clan used a scapegoat, there would be nothing left of their alliance. You must understand that you have to pay a price if you still love Lurue. This isn't only for the Wenren clan but also Lurue and your daughter. The clan master coldly said. So you are still trying to protect your daughter? Li Qia said with a smile. The clan master hesitated for a moment before maintaining his cold tone. The Wenren clan can only try its best. As for Lurue's fate, further deliberation is necessary with the Dongfang clan. However, if you agree, we can guarantee you that your daughter will be safe. Is that a threat? Li Qia inquired. The clan master answered him with a cold stare. In fact, they understood that their only cards were Lurue and her daughter. Even if you don't care for Lurue, you must think for your daughter since you're the one bringing her to this world. The clan master added. What do you want me to do then? Admit that I'm the one breaking the marriage? Or let me put the blame on Soaring Hawk, that I'm a spy sent by this power to seduce your daughter in order to break the ties between the two clans? The clan master found it hard to reply because of Li Qia's demeanor. He was unsure of the kind of person he was speaking to. Looks like you haven't made up your mind either. However, since you want to hand me over to the Dongfang clan, so be it. I'll take a trip with you guys to that place. Li Qia smiled. In his opinion, since he was already involved, might as well go all the way and finished a good deed. The clan master took a deep breath and felt relieved. He was waiting for Li Qia to say this. Very well. Just be aware of your own choice. I can't guarantee anything else, but your daughter will definitely be safe. The clan master finished. Li Qia chuckled and said flatly, Don't worry, I am a man who always picks the right choice. He left after saying this. The clan master's eyes turned cold. Everything that has transpired so far has escaped his expectation. In the past, he would think that Li Qia would be panicking after being caught, especially when his daughter was in the hands of the Wenren clan. However, this ordinary brat was too calm and completely indifferent to everything. This made it quite difficult for the clan master to have a grasp of the situation. He really wanted to use the hostages to force Li Qia to admit that he was a spy from Soaring Hawk. With that, the storm would subside quickly and the relationship between the two clans could be mended. Moreover, that was a great opportunity for their clans to join against Soaring Hawk as well. However, Li Qia's attitude was too bizarre. The guy was too calm, as if he has predicted everything. Such nonchalant attitude made the clan master question whether he should recklessly implement this plan. In his mind now, it was good enough for Li Qia to admit fault. As long as they handed him over to the Dongfang clan, that would be considered an appropriate answer to this whole mess. Go, inquire meticulously about who this brat is and where he came from. The clan master eventually ordered the disciples from the clan. After Li Qia returned to his place, he found the place swarming with Wenren disciples. It was on lockdown with patrols everywhere. Of course, it wasn't to protect him, only to stop him from escaping. Wenren Jianshi came to him and said, Brother Li, I'm afraid it's too late for you to leave now. The chance is gone. I haven't thought about escaping. Li Qia smiled and said, Plus, if I wished to escape, your clan wouldn't be able to stop me. Jinshi's eyes slightly batted. He couldn't see through this man at all, so he didn't know whether the guy was a master or was just putting up an act. Tomorrow, the Dongfang clan will come and take you back to their clan. Though we'll be going there with you, you need to take care of yourself then. He said solemnly. Do you think I'm your brother-in-law? Li Qie asked Jianshi, who was about to leave. Jianshi gave him a playful smile. If you're not my brother-in-law, why do you insist on staying here? Why not deny it? Makes sense. Li Qie smiled back. To your clan, whether I'm the real thing or not isn't important as long as I admit it to become a scapegoat. Your father might not know, but you certainly do. Jianshi slowly said, Brotherly, you can't blame me for this. I wasn't trying to implicate you and gave you opportunities to leave. The way I see it, you're the one who has an ulterior motive by wanting to stay here. Well said, I don't blame you. Li Qie laughed. I actually wanted to join in this trouble, just having some fun. Jianshi became quiet. His father didn't know that Li Qie was fake, but he knew the truth. However, they were already riding the tiger, and as Li Qie has said, they needed a scapegoat. Chapter 1552, Jianshi turned to leave again, but Li Qie suddenly asked, Do you know who your brother-in-law is? His body froze for a bit before turning around again with an unnatural expression. Isn't it you, brotherly? Both of us are only saying that towards outsiders. I won't reveal it and you won't either, but you know that I am a fake. Li Qie chuckled. It was an implicit understanding of sorts between the two to keep this a secret. But it is brotherly at this moment. Jianshi smiled back. You know that I didn't force you at all. You agreed to this. That's true. Li Qie replied, Let us go back to the topic of your brother-in-law. Though your lil sis is tight-lipped about this matter and probably never told you, you probably have guessed it being her brother and all. I'm not all-knowing. I don't know if Lurue doesn't tell me. He shook his head. Li Qie laughed in response. Your little trick is of no use in front of me. Even if your sister doesn't tell you, you know the father of that child. I also want to know, but there's no place to start. Jianshi firmly denied. To which Li Qie laughed, Is that so? I know that you know after seeing your expression towards Huayu. You don't mind the child at all and even like her a little. He paused for a bit before continuing, Just think about it. A man suddenly breaking the marriage alliance between your two clans and even had a daughter with your sister. This is a big scandal, and as the future clan master, you wouldn't want something like this to happen at all. Say, you love your sister so you can accept her mistake, I can understand this. However, from the perspective of the future clan master, you will not be able to accept a bastard into your clan even if you love your sister. But surprisingly enough, you adore the little girl and could accept her without any difficulty. What does this mean? He smiled mysteriously and stared at Jianshi. It means that you can accept her identity and bloodline. On a deeper level, it shows that you know who her father is, but it even goes further than that. You must have had a deep relationship with him. If it wasn't for this marriage alliance, perhaps you would have been happy to have him as a brother-in-law. Jianshi was shocked after hearing this and staggered backward with waves surging in his mind. Though his sister really didn't reveal the father, they grew up together, so when he saw Huayu, he immediately guessed everything, including the identity of the father. Just like Li Qie has said, a bastard child shouldn't appear in the Wenren clan. However, he didn't mind at all and could accept her. One could even say that he was very excited to see his niece and was ready to assume the responsibility of being an uncle. Despite his guess, he didn't tell anyone, not even his father, because he didn't wish to besmirch the reputation of a hero. After all, he made illustrious contributions and gave up his life for the Wenren clan. He thought that no one would know this matter outside of Lurue herself. Who would have thought that Li Qie would know everything? There was an impulse manifesting in his eyes. He didn't want this news to spread. Don't bother thinking about it. It should be clear that I'm not afraid of anyone since I am sitting right here without any stress. Li Qie leisurely smiled. Jianshi took a deep breath and smiled. Brotherly, you're overthinking it. It would be good if I were to know, but it doesn't matter right now since you are my brother-in-law. I won't deny it. Li Qie said with a smile. The Dongfang people will come soon. I think you'll be departing tomorrow, so take care then. Jianshi said. That's no problem, I can handle taking the blame. However, you need to tell your father that if he wants me to be a scapegoat, Huayu must stay in my sight. If I am her father, I shall have the final say in her fate. Brotherly, I'm afraid I can't do that, but I can assure you that she'll be safe. Jianshi considered for a moment before shaking his head. You missed my point. Li Qie said flatly, I'm not negotiating with you or your clan. You only have one choice, and that is to follow my wish. His aggressiveness changed Jinshi's expression. Brotherly, that was too arrogant just now. Jinshi took a deep breath and said. Li Qie smiled back, what do you think? Do as I say and take her along. I don't want to let the child see too much blood, understand? Jinshi's demeanor changed rapidly several times in a short period. Though their clan wouldn't be intimidated so easily, but Li Qie was here alone and completely at ease. He couldn't tell what the guy was capable of. I'll tell them about your request. Jinshi made up his mind. Sure enough, Li Qie was taken to the Dongfang clan on the second day. In fact, the Wenren clan had no choice. The moment they took Lurue back, the Dongfang clan has gotten wind of this as well. Right now, the Dongfang needed the Wenren to hand someone over. As in-laws, they might not do anything to Wenren Lurue, but an outsider like Li Qie seducing their bride? There was no chance for forgiveness. Both clans wanted to deal with this in a low-key manner. The Dongfang clan found out very quickly, so the Wenren clan had to hand Li Qie over. In fact, the Wenren clan master had no control over this matter. They could only hope Li Qie would shoulder the blame, then they could deal with it quietly and defuse the misunderstandings. There were many people waiting outside when Li Qie was escorted out. Outside of Jianshi and his father, a bunch of experts from the clan was responsible for him too. In addition, there were several old men from the Dongfang clan. They immediately sent out unfriendly gaze at him right away. 2 experts wanted to take his arms in order to subdue him. Li Qie didn't become angry at all and repeated the same phrase with a smile. You want to keep your dog hands? Leave it. Jianshi ordered. He knew that Li Qie wouldn't run away at this moment. He would have done so long ago if there was any intention of escaping. A carriage slowly came about with Wenren Lurue inside. She was silent with a haggard complexion since she didn't know what fate was awaiting her at the Dongfang clan. The thing she was worried about the most was not herself but her daughter, Wenren Huayu. Alas, she alone couldn't protect her daughter. The carriage was in front under the escort of the Wenren clan's experts. Brotherly, it's time to hit the road. Jianshi politely told Li Qie. He even deliberately let Li Qie stay close to Huayu. His intention was obvious. If the Wenren clan has agreed to Li Qie's condition, he must also not go back on his words and shoulder the blame. Good, I also want to take a trip. He smiled and said, let's go fast, I have to leave after dealing with this trivial business. With that, he trotted forward. Chapter 1553. There were many islands in this particular chain with large tracts of land. On a huge island next to renowned was Eastern City, ruled by the Dongfang clan. A total of 3 powers reigned over this region, the Dongfang, Wenren, and the state of Soaring Hawk. However, the 2 clans weren't a match for Soaring Hawk, thus they had no choice but to work together. Because of this, a marriage alliance has been the long-running tradition. It forged a bond of steel that could last for a long time. However, because of Lurue running away from her wedding, a crack appeared in the alliance. The 2 clans almost turned into enemies. This was why the Dongfang required a reasonable answer from the Wenren clan and demanded the culprit right away. However, Lurue has been missing for the last couple of years. It became a cyst since the misunderstanding wouldn't go away. For the Dongfang clan, Lurue was still the beloved daughter of the Wenren, so they couldn't do anything to her. However, the other adulterer wouldn't be able to escape. Both clans wanted to use the blood of this adulterer to wash away their grievances. Of course, the Wenren clan deliberately concealed the existence of Wenren Huayu in accordance to Jianshir's wish. Because of this, she didn't go together with her mother but stayed by Jianshir instead. Eastern City wasn't far from renown, so the group arrived in just a short time. A youth personally greeted them outside of the Dongfang clan's mansion. He was very handsome and noble with a body like gold. Brother Jianshir, the travel must have been hard. He came up and greeted the escort unit. He was especially polite towards Jianshir. This was the elder young noble of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Tsong, who was once Lurui's fiancé. In fact, Dongfang Tsong and Wenren Jianshir had an extremely good relationship. They weren't brothers but were even closer. Because of this, both clans had high hopes for them. After Lurui married into the Dongfang clan, the clans would have grown even closer. However, the relationship soured after Lurui's debacle. Nevertheless, the two's friendship was still strong, but they were stuck in an awkward position due to their clans. Thank you for your hospitality, brother Dongfang. Jianshir gave Dongfang Tsong a big hug. They sympathized with each other since they played the same role in their clan. Wenren Lurui came down from the carriage as well. It was interesting that Dongfang Tsong didn't become angry when his fiancée ran off with another man. Despite having a grudge about it, he maintained the demeanor of a noble. Sister, long time no see. He could only sigh after seeing her haggard appearance. He was helpless in this matter as well. There was no reason for him to be angry since the marriage was decided by the seniors. He could understand that she didn't want to marry him. However, it was meant for the future of the two clans, so they weren't in charge of their own outcome. Lurui sighed in response and bowed deeply. Brother, this was my fault, so let it end with me. In her eyes, it wasn't because of Dongfang Tsong's lackings or flaws. She simply didn't want an arranged marriage and already had someone in mind. That was the reason why she chose to run. If she had another chance, she would still make the same choice without regrets. The only thing she hated was her lack of agency while being stuck between the two clans. The ancestors will decide, Dongfang Tsong stated. Dongfang Tsong looked at Li Qie carefully. He wanted to see just who Lurui's man was. He couldn't see anything special about the guy. Meanwhile, Li Qie leisurely nodded as a greeting towards Dongfang Kong. Dongfang Tsong didn't wish to talk and said, let's go in. The Dongfang clan didn't wish for a big commotion, so they kept it very quiet. It was a mess for both of the clans, so there was no need to publicize this matter. The clan immediately convened a meeting in order to make a decision with the fastest speed in order to calm the storm. After all, their clan didn't wish to turn against the Wenren clan either. Moreover, if the alliance were to fall, Soaring Hawk would take both of them down eventually. The sooner they could solve this, the less complication. Afterward, both clans could maintain the alliance of past. After making the decision, the ancestors from both clans summoned Li Qie and Wenren Lurui. This was only to tell them the result. The two saw the ancestors from both clans. Jianshir and Dongfang Tsong were present as well with a solemn expression. She gently sighed and knew that it was about to come. However, she was ready to meet her fate. As long as her daughter could be fine, she was willing to pay any price. Li Qie glanced at the ancestors and only smiled. He actually walked up to the master chair and sat down with wanton regards. Such arrogant attitude made the ancestors ugly. Both sides angrily glared at him. I'm already a dead man in your eyes, can't a dead man get to sit down? Li Qie nonchalantly laughed after seeing the glares. The people present here snorted at this attitude, but at this moment, they were more concerned about him acting as the scapegoat. This was more than enough. Wenren Lurui took a deep breath and bowed. Dear ancestors, this is my fault. All the blame is on me. I have shamed both of our clans, so I'm willing to bear all the sins. May my life eliminates the grievances. Lurui, you don't need to speak for this Li guy's sake. One Wenren ancestor shouted, your mistake can't be forgiven. Because of this, The clans have decided to imprison you in the inner tower for the rest of your life. Both Jianshi and Song were shocked to hear this sentence. Song stepped out and addressed the ancestors. Ancestors, she is indeed at fault, but it is only out of youthful ignorance. Just let this marriage pass and our clans can still be allies. There is no need for a life sentence. Songer, stand to the side. A Dongfang ancestor spoke coldly, the laws must be upheld. With that, he turned towards Li Chia, and you, purposely breaking our marriage pact and alliance, seducing a married woman, a crime deserving of death. You shall be decapitated to set an example. An agreement has been reached between the two clans. If Luowei escaped with someone else, then the fault was on her. However, if Li Chia was purposely breaking the alliance by seducing her, then it would be a different story. He would bear the bigger burden of the crime. Both clans chose the latter version in order to kill this scandal as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Li Chia smiled and casually picked up some fruit on the table nearby before leisurely taking a bite. This made the ancestors nearly vomit blood from anger. They felt an urge to kill him right away. Chapter 1554. After finishing the fruit, he threw the seeds on the tray before wiping his hands. This only further enraged the ancestors with fire in their eyes. They wanted nothing more than to tear him to pieces. Would you like to hear my opinion? After cleaning his hands, he calmly said, I'll go ahead. Why bother killing and seeing blood because of this? Ultimately, both clans still want to keep the alliance, not wanting to break all pretense since you still need to face the lurking soaring hawk. If this is the case, then let bygones be bygones. The sky wants rain and a child wants its mother, just let them be. He paused for a bit before continuing, your clans are still in a marriage alliance, at least from the last generation. Thus, why the need to break a couple and force a loveless marriage? As for your Dongfang clan, will you feel better after killing me, the adulterer? You still won't be able to get a Wenren girl into your clan as a bride. As for the Wenren clan, would you feel better by imprisoning your own daughter, never letting her see the sun again? In the end, your Dongfang clan will be responsible for this imprisonment. The grudge will still be there after the punishments are carried out. Li Chia said with a smile. Junior, don't bother trying to spout your nonsense. A Wenren ancestor furiously shouted to shut him up. In this complication, the Wenren clan was at fault, so they hoped that everything would be over with. Nonsense? Li Chia shook his head, I'm only showing you the correct way. It's not like the alliance won't be there without a marriage. The powerful foe will still be there. Your alliance is not predicated on benefits, it is necessary to combat the existential crisis. No matter how you looked at it, your two clans need to stay together. When the mouth is open, the teeth will be cold. Since it is so, why not be more benevolent and just let this thing pass? Don't let this failed marriage leave a knot in your mind. Killing me and imprisoning the daughter from the Wenren won't solve anything. Let's be honest, both sides do not like the current situation, but everyone should let it go for the sake of the future. Li Chia's spiel was endless and made the ancestors quite angry. However, Dongfang Song stood up and said, fellow ancestors, I feel that this makes sense. Our alliance is not because of the marriages. We have been close for many years now with ties as deep as the ocean and vast as the mountains. Even without the marriages, our friendship still has roots from the past. Since this is the case, why should we turn a wedding into a funeral? Why not just let this pair be together? It will be a happy commotion instead if we can see past this. Everyone will feel better and it won't affect the friendship between our clans. Dongfang Song carefully articulated in a solemn manner. Songer, don't listen to his nonsense. One Dongfang ancestor immediately stopped him. Li Chia, on the other hand, started clapping. Good, well said, what a prodigy. Your attitude is worthy of being in my sight. With such a heart, there is no fear of not accomplishing great deeds. How presumptuous. The Dongfang ancestor could no longer stop himself from shouting, Junior, We still haven't torn you to pieces because we respect the Wenren clan, but you dare to run your mouth? Take him outside, kill him. Some experts immediately rushed towards Li Chia. For both of the clans, leaving him behind would only cause more problems. Why not just kill him now? Li Chia simply smiled and still remained seated as the experts headed for him. Wenren Lurue could only sigh. She couldn't help him at all since she was having trouble protecting herself, let alone assisting him. Suddenly, loud commotions came from outside. It sounded like fighting. What's going on? The ancestors here were surprised and didn't want further complication. Ancestor, not good, Hai Yangying is here. An expert from the Dongfang clan rushed in with sorry appearance. The ancestors were alarmed after hearing this. Even the experts wanting to catch Li Chia stopped and looked outside nervously. What's going on? I'm visiting in good faith but was faced with swords. This is the hospitality of the Dongfang clan? A hearty laughter came from outside. Next, a youth came in with a vigorous aura and a pair of sharp hawk eyes, capable of piercing through everyone. 2 rows of experts accompanied him. It was clear at first glance that they were quite formidable and aggressive. Hai Yangying. Everyone's expression darkened outside of Li Chia after seeing the youth. Dongfang clan master, you greet guests with swords? Yangying smiled and said after rushing into the chamber. The clan master and the ancestors here weren't happy. However, since he claimed to be a guest, they couldn't express their displeasure. In fact, everyone here put on a serious expression as if they were about to head into battle. Yangying was the crown prince of Soaring Hawk. Rumor has it that he was about to take over as the next king. Moreover, his talents were quite great. He had the potential to become the strongest in the state of Soaring Hawk. Jianshi and Song in the same generation were no match for him. Nephew Hai, it must have been a long journey. Please go rest in our esteemed guest quarter. The Dongfang clan will treat a guest well. The Dongfang clan master replied. Though there has been constant friction between the clans and Soaring Hawk, they were small-scale skirmishes. An all-out war has not broken out, so not all pretension and formalities were broken. His sudden intrusion into their deliberation chamber was only met with swords. This was already very polite of their clans. He looked around fiercely and aggressively. After seeing Wenren Lurue, he smiled. Miss Wenren, long time no see. I heard you have been missing for a long time now after leaving the Wenren clan and running away from your marriage. The experts from both clans didn't like this. They had a bad feeling with Yangying's appearance right before they could quietly end it. Lurue interrupted him. Prince Hai, you're mistaken. I'm born a Wenren and will die a Wenren. Oh. Yangying revealed a sarcastic smile. He turned towards Li Chia instead. You must be Miss Wenren's husband? Lurue became quiet after hearing this. This development was out of everyone's expectation. Li Chia didn't care at all about this new intruder. He picked up another fruit and took his time eating while leisurely watching the situation. Yangying withdrew his gaze and smiled. I came in order to see a trial of the adulterer. It seems like I have come at the wrong time. Young noble Hai, please leave. The Dongfang clan master lowered his tone. Yangying replied, Clan master, I'm not here to interfere with your internal affairs. However, I received news that your clans have secretly captured a cultivator from our Crouching Dragon continent, so I came to ask about this specifically. No such thing is happening. The clan master denied right away. But I have received information that this person is a cultivator from our continent. Yangying was confident and pointed at Li Chia, but now, he is captured here. Why are your clans secretly capturing cultivators? I'm waiting for an explanation. The people here were alarmed after hearing this. It meant that Yangying deliberately wanted to make a big deal out of this publicly. Chapter 1555. While the experts in the Dongfang chamber were shaken, Hai Yangying continued, Clan masters, we are 3 great powers belonging to the Crouching Dragon continent, so we are responsible for maintaining the peace in this land. If your clans are capturing cultivators without just cause, this would lead to public unrest. Because of this, we need the Crouching Dragon Cliff to preside over this situation. This didn't bode well with the clan members. The participation of the cliff might end badly for them. Nephew Hai, you are worrying too much. This is our internal affairs, not some secret detainment of cultivators from the continent. The Wenren clan master lost his cool and said. Is that so? Yang Ying smiled. I think the opposite. If this person belongs to your clans, then I won't be interfering. However, if he isn't, then this is an improper capturing of cultivators. He pointed at Li Chia. The experts glanced at each other. Li Chia naturally wasn't a part of their clans. They wanted to kill him today, but this sudden development caught them off guard. In a short time, everyone stared at Li Chia and hoped that he would admit to being part of the two clans. However, they knew that it was impossible since they wanted to kill him. Anyone would grasp onto this sliver of hope and immediately deny. However, Li Chia continued to eat his fruit in a nonchalant manner, content on watching the fun. He didn't admit to being part of the clans, but he didn't deny this either. At the very least, this made the clans heave a sigh of relief. Nephew Hai, this is our business, please take your leave. An ancestor from the Dongfang clan spoke coldly with a firm attitude. Yang Ying wasn't too surprised. He wasn't afraid of this ancestor and smiled back. I definitely wouldn't interfere with your internal affairs, but what if it isn't? Recently, Her Majesty has been patrolling the continent. I have just received news that not long from now, she'll come to our island. If she were to learn about this secret detainment, what would she do? How will your clans explain it to her? I'm not trying to be an alarmist, but I'm sure the cliff won't sit idly by and tolerate such a thing. He sneered at this point after making his threat clear to the chagrin of the listeners present. Even if they could chase him away, when the Sky Dragon King did her round, he would report negatively to the king about their clans. At that time, they wouldn't have the chance to defend themselves. The experts here were in a difficult position that could lead to a disaster. If the clans aggressively chased Hai Yangying away and kill Li Chia, then the guy could still report this to the king and bring about her wrath. What do you want? Wenren Jianshi uttered coldly. Yangying smiled in response. Nothing, I just want to maintain the peace of our islands. If your clans aren't secretly capturing cultivators, then fine, give him a public trial then. This will decide right from wrong. If he is an adulterer who seduced the bride to break the arranged marriage, then that's worthy of death. I hate this type of scum the most as well. Moreover, this will prove your clan's innocence and provide closure as well. This was not what the clans wanted to see, since they didn't want to show the skeletons in the closet to outsiders. Even if Li Chia were to admit his relationship with Lurue for some reason in an open interrogation, it would lead to everyone knowing about their issue and they would lose all face in the process. Moreover, there were too many uncertainties with a public trial. What if Li Chia decided to change his mind and bite back? That would have an even greater impact on the two clans. At this time, the Wenren clan made up their mind. One ancestor spoke coldly, Nephew Hai, please leave. No need for you to worry about our problems, we can deal with this ourselves. Yang Ying disagreed, I'm only doing this for the peace of our island. If your clans wish to do this by yourselves, very well, my Soaring Hawk and the surrounding sects will invite Her Majesty here to maintain order. I heard she has just arrived at Distribute Country, so she could be here in a jiffy. He wouldn't leave so easily after coming here, since his goal was to disturb this matter so that the two clans wouldn't be able to take care of it. Nothing could be better for his state than having the two clans at odds with each other. The clan members weren't happy with this comment. If Soaring Hawk were to team up with the other sects to invite the Sky Dragon King, the situation wouldn't be favorable for them. However, there was no way back. Why not? Li Chia, who was eating his fruit, spoke with a smile while the clan members were stuck in a dilemma. I feel that if he wants a trial, then give him a trial. No need to leave him out, right? I think we should go to the field of Dragon War for this trial. That place has a good view up high so the heaven can listen to the trial. Plus, How could we not have an arbitrator for this great matter? Invite the Sky Dragon King as the judge then. No. Members from both clans unanimously rejected this idea. They couldn't accept a public trial at all, especially not with the king presiding over it. Clan masters, the involved party has agreed to a public trial, so the two of you shouldn't refuse anymore. Hai Yangying smiled. This was a great chance to attack the two clans. The clan members were naturally angry and scared. They couldn't allow for this to happen. The Wenren clan master repeated, "Nephew Hai, this is our internal affairs." "No, that's not the case, it's my problem too from now on." Li Chia interrupted him, "If I am not a disciple from either of your clans, there should be a public trial." "Okay, we'll go with that." Clan masters, any other comments? Yangying gloated, "Since he's not your disciple, he has to follow me now since I'm responsible for his safety." "Who the hell are you?" Li Chia casually said while Yangying was feeling quite content with himself. "You're not giving any order here. Go, tell the Sky Dragon King to come to the field of dragon war." "You." Yangying's expression turned quite ugly. "Okay, everyone can go now. Your two clans don't have any other choice, so we'll do it like this." Li Chia laughed and left before anyone could react. At this time, the clan members couldn't do anything, not even capturing him again. However, they were relieved to find that he wasn't trying to escape and was still staying happily at the Dongfang clan. The meeting dispersed with the Wenren clan master furiously leaving. Wenren Jianshi and Lurui's group left as well. He caught up with Li Chia and said coldly, "Even if you don't care for your own well-being, think about your daughter." Li Chia said flatly, "If you are smart right now, you will keep your mouth shut. At the very least, your son is much wiser than you in this regards." Chapter 1556, You. The Wenren clan master was becoming livid. This was quite a bad strings of misfortune for their clan, so they became quite unhappy. "Father, let me talk with Brother Li." Jianshi immediately pulled his father back and persuaded. In the end, the clan master scowled before waving his sleeve, then left. After these experts left, a Dongfang guard came in and spoke coldly, "Crown Prince Hai wants to see you." This disciple didn't like Li Chia at all. If he wasn't under orders to only stop Li Chia from leaving, they might have tried to teach him a lesson. "No, tell him to scram." Li Chia was disinterested and waved his hand. The disciple was caught off guard. Even Lurui and Jianshi found it strange. If Li Chia wanted to stay alive, his best option was to work with Hai Yangying, but he chose against it. Nevertheless, after the disciple left, Yangying rushed in. He even dared to rush into the main chamber, let alone this place. "I am upholding justice and saving your life. It's one thing if you don't show gratitude, but to even refuse an audience." Yangying spoke aggressively with a stern demeanor. "Scram. You're nothing." Li Chia didn't bother looking at him. Li Chia naturally knew the guy's objective. He wanted to persuade Li Chia so that during the public trial, he would lambast the two clans. Once successful, the clans wouldn't be able to prove their innocence before the crouching dragon cliff. "You." Yangying didn't like this response. In his eyes, Li Chia was a nobody. If Li Chia wanted to live, the guy must rely on him and beg. Even if Li Chia was 10 times more courageous, he still wouldn't dare to go against him. But now, Li Chia actually insulted him. This made the always imperious Yangying have a murderous flash in his eyes. "Crown Prince Hai, since Brother Li is going to attend a public trial, you should leave now." Jianshi raised his voice. "Oh. Wenren Jianshi, you want to oppose me too?" Yangying laughed in response. "If your clan's Gu Qiyu were alive, he might be able to fight me for a couple of moves. But you? No chance." Jianshi's eyes turned cold before such arrogance. Lurui also stared angrily at him. Gu Qiyu used to be the Wenren clan's eldest martial brother who happened to be Huayu's father. "What if I join?" Dongfang Song walked in and spoke with a heavy tone. Yang Ying looked at the two of them and laughed. So just like the rumors, you two are quite close. I wonder if you can stay this way after this storm. Jianshi and Song's expression slightly changed, but they didn't react. Yang Ying ignored these two and sneered at Li Qie. If you want to survive as a cultivator of Crouching Dragon, don't rely on these two clans. Only my Soaring Hawk will be able to uphold justice for you. His intentions were clear while saying this in front of Jianshi and Kong. Anyone who wasn't utterly stupid would pick the right choice. Even though Yang Ying was running his mouth before them, Jianshi and Song couldn't do anything. Scram already. Li Qie interrupted him. If you want to live, go tell the Sky Dragon King to go to the field of dragon war. Yang Ying instantly became livid with a murderous urge. Though Song and Jianshi weren't Li Qie's friends and resembled his enemies even more, they felt quite good to see Li Qie's disdainful response towards Yang Ying. Crown Prince, please leave. Brother Li does not wish to see you. Jianshi seized the opportunity and said. Yang Ying snorted and gave one last glare before leaving. Meanwhile, the duo stared strangely at Li Qie. At this moment, they were quite confused. During the meeting earlier, they thought Li Qie sided with Yang Ying in order to save his life. However, he didn't give the guy any face at this moment. This matter was simply too bizarre. Dongfang Song asked him with a serious tone, Brother Li, I don't understand what you are planning, but you surely know that Yang Ying won't save you. He's only using you and couldn't care less about your well-being during the trial. Even if you leave the trial alive, he'll definitely try to kill you to keep things under wrap. Is that so? Li Qie smiled casually while sitting down comfortably. Dongfang Song had no words to express Li Qie's current attitude. It was as if he was the boss in this place. He looked at Jianshi and found the guy just as confused. What could Jianshi say right now? Li Qie only wanted to have fun while the Wenren clan needed a scapegoat. But now, the development has gotten out of the two clans' control. If he knew this was going to happen, he wouldn't have brought Li Qie here. Of course, both clans were surprised at how things have escalated. The Wenren clan wanted to kill Li Qie, the so-called adulterer, to give the Dongfang clan an answer. On the other hand, the Dongfang clan needed the blood of this guy to wash away this problem. They wanted to solve this issue as fast and as silently as possible. However, Yang Ying came out of nowhere. Dongfang Song still didn't know that Li Qie was fake. Only the brother and sister knew. Who knows if the Wenren clan master was aware of this either. In fact, even if he did, it wouldn't have mattered. Li Qie involved himself in this matter and was the perfect scapegoat. Song stared at Li Qie and took a deep breath. Brother Li, let the past be gone with the wind. The marriage alliance isn't something the juniors of the clans want. However, it has escalated to this level. The situation isn't good for the clans and for you or Miss Lurue either. Have you thought about when the world all know about this, where will you go to find peace? What's your opinion then? Li Qie became interested. Dongfang Song took a deep breath and said, Brother Li, I can convince the ancestors in the clan so that you can marry Lurue and the clans won't pursue this matter any longer. With that, you'll be one of us and Yang Ying won't have a reason for a trial. A bit interesting. However, that's not what I want. Li Qie looked at him and couldn't help but smile. Then what do you want? Song asked. You'll find out when the time comes. Li Qie revealed a mysterious smile. Song couldn't do anything about it. Li Qie has seized the initiative. Even though he was staying at their clan, they were completely at his mercy. Due to Yang Ying's interference, it's not like they could kill him now. This would give Yang Ying more firepower to frame them before the Sky Dragon King. That's when the big trouble would come. Brother Jianshi and sister Lurue, you two should convince him. It'll be better for our clans. Song told the other two. Their clans wanted to take his head in order to end this private scandal, but now, they had no choice but to compromise. Jianshi stared strangely at Li Qie and said helplessly, if it wasn't for your attitude earlier, I would be thinking that you're a spy sent by Soaring Hawk. You think too highly of that state. Li Chia chuckled. Brotherly, it's my fault for letting you become a scapegoat. Jianshi said earnestly, just like Brother Dongfang said earlier, as long as you are willing, we can end all of this. I can convince our ancestors so that we can all have a better outcome. Li Chia leisurely responded, why should we end this? The show has only just begun. It can't end just yet until I want it to. Chapter 1557. At this time, Jianshi had an indescribable dilemma. Their Wenren clan had to please Li Chia now. Both the clans didn't want a public trial. Regardless of the result, it would end well for them. Brotherly, will you go easy on us? Just tell me whatever you want and I'll discuss it with the ancestors. Jianshi was on the verge of begging. He could be considered the starter to this whole mess since he knew that Li Chia was fake. However, the guy was only doing this for fun while the Wenren clan was in a hurry to end this. He didn't expect this reckless decision would eventually reach an uncontrollable juncture. Why do you think that this must be a bad thing? Li Chia smiled, maybe this is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity for your clan. I don't see that at all. He smiled wryly, if something goes wrong, our clan will face a disaster. I'm the one at fault here, if you want revenge, just do whatever you want to me. I hope that you can go easy on our clan. It'll be very benevolent of you. All right. Li Chia gently waved his sleeve, I know what you are saying. Just wait to see the actual outcome before crying doom and gloom. You'll see soon. Such a response only further perplexed Jianshi since he didn't know what Li Chia wanted at all. Sis, you talked to him too. In the end, he placed all hope on Lurue and took his leave. Lurue didn't know what to say either. In fact, she knew as much about Li Chia as her brother. Jianshi thought that Lurue knew him and could perhaps convince him. Young nobly, what are you looking for? Jianshi said seriously, if you are willing to stand by the Wenren's side, I can give you my life. He chuckled in response, have you thought about what will happen to your daughter after this mess is over? Will I stay as a fake forever? When will she find out about her real father? Does she even know now? Lurue became dejected after hearing this since she knew that this secret shouldn't be revealed. It's simple. If this matter is quelled, your daughter will never have the chance to come out. Even if the Wenren clan accepts her, she'll only be a bastard, a mortal, someone who will spend her life under disdainful glances. Even if you could take her away from this clan, what will she do? Follow you for the rest of her life without knowing her father? Even if she does, she can't claim him either. He said flatly. Lurue took a deep breath and looked up, I know that it's all my fault. I've brought this on her. But the Wenren clan is still my family and her father's family. Given the chance, both of us will pay whatever price to protect it. I know. He spoke again, however, your daughter has a fateful connection with me so I don't want to see her being chastised as a bastard, spending the rest of her life while keeping her head down. Thus, I shall give her a chance. I don't understand. Lurue was dazed. This is her fortune. Li Chia continued, it's just that you don't know your daughter's worth and potential. But, she said, a public trial is not good for anyone. It'll bring downfall and the only one laughing, in the end, will be Soaring Hawk. I'll be the only one laughing in the end. Soaring Hawk is nothing. Li Chia said with a smile. Lurue became quiet from not knowing Li Chia at all. Young nobly, that state might invite the Sky Dragon King. At that point, even if you have a plan, I'm afraid you can't control the situation. No one can change the king's decision. She slowly speculated. We can satisfy your demand and end this problem first before dealing with other issues. She requested earnestly. She tried her best to protect the Wenren clan since she would always be a part of this family. Thus, she was willing to give up her life when necessary. Why do you think the ruling of the Dragon King will be unfavorable? Don't have such a pessimistic view. He laughed. Young noble Li, maybe you don't know too much about the Crouching Dragon continent. In this place, our clan is only a small sect, not even part of any top ranking or be considered a second-rate power. Even the Soaring Hawk is only barely considered a country. You think the Dragon King will care about a sect like us? Maybe Soaring Hawk and their allies could use this opportunity and get the king to destroy us. She spoke seriously. The failed marriage was their own matter in her eyes. This only related to the Wenren and Dongfang clans. It didn't matter how much of a scene they made, an alliance would still be there in the end. However, the situation has escalated outside of their control. They didn't mind being enemies with the Soaring Hawk. After all, tension has always run high. Moreover, their clan's territory has been verified by the Crouching Dragon Cliff. Nevertheless, they feared the involvement of this sect since they were only insects in comparison. Not to mention the Sky Dragon King, just any character of the elder level would be able to annihilate their clans. In the trial, even if the king could issue a fair verdict, they would lose all face afterward. The king might even have a bad impression of their clans and abandon them or even remove their status in the continent. No big deal. We'll talk after the king is here. He casually smiled. Li Chia then waved his sleeve. Let's go. I have already decided what to do. Oh right, tell your brother to take good care of your daughter or I'll hold him responsible if anything were to happen. Lurue understood that there was no persuading Li Chia. She sighed gently and left. Li Chia smiled and looked out the window. Pretty Xian, you have been interested in your cliff's bloodline, right? Then I shall give you a chance. An ancient lineage shall surface again from the depth. With that, he closed his eyes as if sleeping. Today, both clans received the news that Soaring Hawk and several great powers demanded a trial for Li Chia. It was an official message as well. This country worked quite hard. In just one day, they made several powers send a letter to the Sky Dragon King and ask her to preside over this problem. She was on a patrol tour across the continent nearby. To everyone's surprise, she actually accepted right away. In fact, even Soaring Hawk found this astonishing. Their country has been wanting to complain to the cliff about the clans several times. Their goal was to rely on the cliff's attitude to gain a favorable position before destroying the clans. However, their complaints were always dismissed. They didn't have that much hope this time either. However, a positive reply left them in disbelief. Meanwhile, the ancestors of the two clans were frightened after finding out that the Sky Dragon King will personally take charge in the trial. These old men were completely helpless in this incoming crisis. Chapter 1558, Field of Dragon War was actually a deserted island located inside the chain. It was very special because the bottom half was smaller than the top, just like a large lingji mushroom growing on the ocean. It wasn't easy to enter this type of terrain, especially for mortals who would find it hard to climb. Because of this island has always been deserted. The surface above was a grassy plain resembling a battlefield. It could accommodate more than 10,000 people, so it was a suitable location for a public trial. There were many cultivators from the nearby sects arriving at the plain even before the start of the trial. Of course, the two clans and Soaring Hawk couldn't be the reason for so many people to participate. After all, they were only minor sections. Only a few powers would care about this trial. However, it was a different case when the Sky Dragon King was personally presiding over this matter. She was in charge of the Crouching Dragon Cliff at this moment, on top of being a renowned master in the Grand Sea. Meanwhile, the cliff ruled the entire continent. All the sects within were under its jurisdiction. The problem of a small sect like the Wenren clan wasn't worthy of the king's personal visit, but she was indeed coming. This changed the atmosphere completely. Because of this, so many sects came to participate in the trial. Even some sect masters came early. In fact, her coming was outside of Soaring Hawk's expectation. In the beginning, Hai Yangying only wanted to intimidate the two clans using her prestige. Not in his dream did he expect the king to agree to this trial. Yang Ying became quite elated and proud of this success. In his opinion, this was a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity. It looked like the cliff has a good opinion on his country. He thought to himself, could it be that the capital itself has heard of my reputation? He knew that he was a talented youth, the #1 expert of soaring hawk. Moreover, he had a noble air on top of being extremely handsome with many fans back in his country, the star in the heart of many young ladies, the lover in the mind of many women. Could it be that even the Sky Dragon King fancy him? Yang Ying felt as if he was floating on air after thinking about this. Everyone in the northern region knew that the Sky Dragon King was a peerless beauty on the same level as the heaven suppression goddess. If the Sky Dragon King were to fancy him, it meant that he would be able to soar to the sky. Yang Ying was having a grand old time fantasizing this. He could already see the day when he could embrace the beauty and become world-renowned with great authority. He turned a bit silly and started to grin. It was understandable that he was having this thought. In fact, many sects were surprised as well. Why was the Dragon King wasting her time on such minor sects? Because of this, the sect masters and royal lords at the field became quite polite towards Soaring Hawk. The Soaring Hawk royal lord, Yang Ying's father, personally led troops here to maintain order and to be his son's backing. If they could impress the Dragon King, their sect could rise overnight. Royal Lord, congratulations, a tiger never has a dog cub. Your son is excelling like a dragon among men. One day, he'll rise towards the sky and the world shall heed his name. A few sect masters and royal lords were talking to the Soaring Hawk royal lord with the intention of flattery. In the past, this tiny country wasn't worthy of their flattery. However, many were speculating that the Sky Dragon King might be wanting to groom this sect. Moreover, Yang Ying was indeed a talented prodigy. Maybe he could earn her favor. Please, gentlemen, I don't deserve such kind words. The royal lord was beaming with this great opportunity for his country to shine. Needless to say about Yang Ying, his confidence has grown to an unprecedented level. He felt as if he has just obtained some great influence. Who is the trial for this time? Someone asked. In fact, they didn't really care about the trial. The main focus was to present themselves in a favorable manner before the Sky Dragon King in order to get her notice. I think a disciple from the Wenren clan. An expert who has caught some wind of this matter answered. No. Yang Ying immediately corrected, not someone from the Wenren clan. He does have some relationship with them, but he's just a disciple from our continent. However, he had a relationship with the Wenren daughter and ruined the marriage alliance. Because of this, those two clans wanted to secretly dispose of him. Many people could understand this. Marriage alliances were common among clans, but this Li fella seduced the Wenren daughter. They felt sympathetic that the two clans wanted to deal with this privately. As members of the Crouching Dragon continent, we have the responsibility to maintain peace, but the two clans are secretly apprehending a cultivator, even intending on killing him. This would only result in mass unrest. Thus, we have to uphold justice. Yang Ying spoke sternly with a righteous appearance. The crowd didn't disagree with this conjecture either. However, they understood that he was only using this type of rhetoric to push his own agenda, but no one bothered to say anything. The disciples from the two clans finally made it to the field as well. Li Chia was part of the group with experts on his left and right. They were actually protecting this time, since if something were to happen to him, there was no chance for them to defend themselves. Due to the congregation of masters in this place, the clans became quite nervous, evident by their serious expression. Not to mention the Sky Dragon King, just these great powers alone rendered them out of breath. Alas, there was no other choice. If they didn't bring Li Chia here, it was the same as opposing the Dragon King. Doing so would result in unimaginable consequences at the Crouching Dragon continent. Li Chia didn't look like a prisoner as well, since they almost regarded him as their ancestor with respect to their current treatment. They hoped that Li Chia could at least stay civil during the trial towards their clans. After stepping on the field, Li Chia looked at the sea around and smiled. The entire continent looked like a giant beast lying on the sea. If one were overlooking from above, they would find that there was a mountain range crossing through the entire area just like a dragon. Its head seemed to be diving into the ocean. Meanwhile, this particular island looked like a dragon head sticking out. He smirked, for this was his goal. The trial was only out of convenience in order to calm this storm so that the brat named Huayu could have a bright future ahead. Chapter 1559. After seeing the arrival of Li Qia and the two clans, Hai Yangying couldn't help but smirk. This so-called trial was only a tool used by him to break down the Wenren and Dongfang. He didn't care for Li Qia's life. In fact, even if Li Qia could survive the trial, he would kill Li Qia if given an opportunity later on, since the guy has offended him. The royal lords and sect masters are all here. You can start by telling them about how the Wenren and Dongfang clan have abducted you. Hai Yangying wanted to take charge before the Sky Dragon King was here, so he told Li Qia. The experts from the two clans grimaced. This was their business, but Yangying has told the rest of the world now. It was quite a humiliating ordeal. Abduction? What are you talking about? Li Qia laughed at the complacent fella. Li Qia's answer made the clan members heave a sigh of relief. The ancestors asked Jianshi and Lurue to go beg Li Qia. In their eyes, Li Qia was Lurue's husband, so he might go easy on them. In the past, his attitude was completely unclear, so the two clans were afraid that he would bite them back during the trial. This came as a pleasant surprise to them. I'm talking about the two clans wanting to quietly dispose of you after they captured you. Yangying hurriedly said, "Don't worry, you're not part of their clans. Any cultivator at the Crouching Dragon continent is free from such injustice. They don't have the authority to detain or judge you. Just tell the truth and the sect masters and royal lords here will protect you." The ancestors' expression became quite ugly. The Wenren clan master couldn't help but yell, "Crown Prince Hai, this is our own business." Is that so? The involved party is present, why don't we listen to him? Yangying sneered. That's right, we'll take care of this, go ahead and talk. When Her Majesty gets here, she'll give you a fair trial as well. One sect master helped Yangying. Oh. Li Qia smiled, but if I am the Wenren clan's son-in-law, am I still an outsider or am I a disciple of the clan? Such words surprised the crowd, especially Yangying. The Wenren clan master immediately echoed, "That's right, this is our internal affairs, no need for a trial." When did you become the Wenren clan's son-in-law? Yangying turned serious and coldly said, "The daughter from that clan is betrothed to Dongfang Tsong, everyone knows this, so where did you come out from?" What does that mean then? It means you are purposely breaking a marriage alliance by seducing an innocent woman, an unforgivable crime of an adulterer, intending to break the peace of the continent. The world does not tolerate someone like you, so if you are truly this evil, you should be burnt slowly at the stake to set an example for those who dare to disturb the harmony of Crouching Dragon. Villains in this place will be punished severely. Yangying's eyes were full of murderous intention at this point. Another sect master shouted, "It is true that a deliberate sabotage of a marriage alliance should be punished severely. A death by fire isn't unreasonable at all." They weren't interested in any secret arrest from the Wenren clan. In fact, many of them were guilty of this. Yangying was only using this as a starting point for his own plan. However, seducing someone else's fiancée was a completely different story. All great powers used this type of alliance and no one wanted such a thing to happen to them. Because of this, more leaders were willing to burn Li Qia to death. This was a warning and an example to all the playboys who want to break alliances. Yangying continued, "Though I don't know what the clans have offered you, but if you claim to be part of the Wenren clan right now, you are still an adulterer who should burn at the stake." His threat was very clear at the moment. If Li Qia were to take the Wenren clan's side, Yingyang and his supporters would kill him. However, if he were to bite back at the clans, there was a chance for him to survive. Anyone else would know what choice to pick at this moment. They would implicate the clans for self-preservation. After all, These clans wanted his life in the past. Li Qie smiled and said slowly, "You are nothing, stop prancing around in front of me and scram before I become angry. Tell the Sky Dragon King to come and see me." Even the leaders here took a deep breath after hearing this, while Yang Ying was astounded. The disciples from the two clans were naturally frightened pale as well. This guy dared to bluster like this? Telling the Sky Dragon King to come and see him? Ignorant fool, I'll take care of you now. Yang Ying was livid after being humiliated before everyone and immediately reached for Li Qie. Bang! Before he could grab onto anything, Li Qie slapped him flying and smashed all of his teeth. Both teeth and blood gushed from his mouth. Such a sudden change shocked and stunned everyone. Little animal, you want to die? Go, get him. The Soaring Hawk Royal Lord was furious and came together with several hundred experts to surround and capture him. In this instant, a declaration came like the thunder, "Her Majesty, the Dragon King, is here." Everyone quickly kneeled down. Even the Soaring Hawk Royal Lord ignored everything else and prostrated as well. "Greetings, Your Majesty." All those present at the field were kneeling, outside of Li Qie. Lurue and Jianshi saw that he was still standing and became frightened. Lurue quickly tugged on his sleeve and signaled for him to kneel down, only to be met with his smile. A woman descended from the sky. Her appearance engulfed the small island with an aquatic aura. The water dragon beneath her feet made her even more dignified. Two old men accompanied her. Lights shot out from their eyes that would frighten any spectator with a glimpse. Her eyes swept by the field and suddenly stopped on Li Qie, who was smiling at her. "Your Majesty, please support us." Hai Yangying rolled and crawled to the front before telling her, "This brat Li relies on the Wenren and Dongfang clans and think he can do whatever he wants, boasting without shame, and even besmirched you. I wanted to protect your prestige and went to stop him." At this time, Yang Ying was exaggerating in order to frame Li Qie and the clans. It was hitting two birds with one stone. The clans were scared out of their mind. It was over for them if Yang Ying could obtain his goal. Meanwhile, the other leaders were indifferent. They wouldn't speak up for these minor clans. No one would care for their existence. The Sky Dragon King stared intensely at Li Qie while he stared back with a smirk. Lurue's soul almost left her body. She kept on pulling his sleeve while almost crying. If Li Qie didn't kneel, a disaster would befall their clan. "Your Majesty, this contemptuous person has no respect for your prestige. Allow me to capture him for you." The Soaring Hawk Royal Lord noticed her stare and thought that she was unhappy with him. He assumed that this was a chance to win some merits. Because of this, he and his group of experts instantly came for Li Qie. Boom! With just one kick, he sent them flying while spraying blood. He didn't bother looking at them. He smiled and sat down on the throne that was originally prepared for the Dragon King. Chapter 1560. As Li Qie was sitting on the throne, the leaders on the ground were gasping. Who the heck was this brat, daring to act all arrogant before the Sky Dragon King? The Wenren clan, in particular, was completely pale. It was as if they could see their own destruction already. This wasn't only acting presumptuously before the king. He was even sitting on her throne. It was virtually treason, a crime worthy of death regardless of the location. It could be a 9 clans extermination as well. The worst part was that Li Qie was more or less related to their clan at this moment. They would be dragged down in this mess as well. "Brat, cease your disrespectful act." One sect master shouted loudly in order to win some points in front of the king. Li Qie continued to sit there without a care and looked at the Dragon King. "My beautiful Xian, I came all this way to visit you, where's your hospitality?" Some leaders were jolted at this moment. Now, the guy was even teasing Her Majesty. Their king definitely couldn't stand this. Who would dare to tease a top expert of the Grand Sea with an exceedingly high position? He was simply tired of living. However, the Sky Dragon King surprised everyone since she responded with a kingdom-toppling smile. The people have never seen her smile like this before. I knew you were visiting, brotherly, so I personally brought some tea from my cliff. Please, take your time. The Dragon King said. This was Li Qia's old acquaintance, Wulongxian. A perfectly brewed deep-sea tea is worthy of a taste indeed. Li Qia nodded and smiled. At this time, the two old men prepared a stove for the tea, then ignited the fire. The enchanting woman came forward with a peerless posture. She sat before the stove and personally controlled the fire. She poured some spring water inside to boil her tea. A while later, smoke came out with the fragrance of the tea. The whole scene was silent outside of the kindling wood. The leaders here were astounded and watched in disbelief. Who was the Sky Dragon King? She was the supreme ruler of their crouching dragon continent. It was hard for them to see her once. However, their king was brewing tea for this ordinary man sitting on her throne. Before they knew it, he looked like the master of the 9 heavens, the greatest of all existences. Meanwhile, their king was only a tea maid. This scene was too much to take in. The members of the clan felt their jaw dropping to the ground. They never expected for something like this to happen. The goddess in their mind, the deity in their heart, was actually brewing tea for this man. After the tea was finished, she personally brought it to him. Such a treatment was unbelievable. Who else could enjoy this service from their king? Li Qia sipped a mouthful and clicked his tongue. Good, good. However, there is still a gap compared to the tea from your progenitor. So you have tasted our ancestral tea? Wulongxian smiled and asked with her autumn waves eyes. Li Qia didn't answer and put down the teacup before staring at the leaders on the ground. Stand up. In just a moment, all these kneeling leaders were frightened. The ones who criticized him earlier were even more aghast and became paralyzed on the ground. Even their king brewed tea for this person, yet they dared to act pompous before him. This was a sect destruction sin. If young noble Li has forgiven your rudeness, stand up. Wulongxian glanced at them and said. She had the bearing of a master at the moment with the prestige of a king. Her reputation wasn't just all talk. After hearing her, the leaders slowly got up. They felt their legs shaking with fear at this moment. I am someone who likes to hold grudges. Li Qia drank his tea again and chuckled. Hai Yangying, drag him out, decapitate. The two old men didn't wait for Wulongxian's affirmation before pulling Hai Yangying outside. They knew of Li Qia's identity. This was someone who exiled even the soaring immortal sect. These leaders were mere ants before fierce. Your Majesty, please show mercy. Yangying was scared out of his mind. His beautiful dreams earlier all shattered. Only an impending doom was coming. Your Majesty, please spare him. The soaring hawk royal lord also begged for mercy on the ground. I will only kill your ignorant son. Wulongxian gave him a cold look. If young noble Li has to do it, he'll annihilate your country. Your choice. The royal lord dropped down on his butt and became stunned. Crack. The two old men didn't hesitate and chopped off Yangying's head. This was only a nobody. Provoking Li Qia could even end with their cliff's destruction, let alone a tiny sect like Soaring Hawk. Li Qia didn't care at all and continued, Wenren and Dongfang clans, come forward. The same fear emanated across the clan members. All of them felt their soul leaving their body. They quivered while walking forward, while the other leaders here didn't dare to breathe loudly. They were afraid that the slightest misstep would bring about calamity to their sect. Brat, come here. Li Qia waved at the kneeling Wenren Huayu. She looked at her mom while the clan members couldn't help but stare at her. They felt a bit hopeful since Li Qia was Lurui's husband after all. Of course, Jianshi on the other hand only sighed. He knew this wasn't the case. Eventually, Lurui nodded and Huayu finally walked forward. Li Qia patted her shoulder and spoke flatly to the Wenren clan master and ancestors. I don't care about the marriage alliances. However, this girl has a fateful connection with me. She has the right to know who her father is. Young noble, the Wenren clan master shivered for half a day and didn't know what to say. All right, clan master, I don't care if you are unaware or is just playing dumb. I am only a scapegoat, not your son-in-law. This lowly one doesn't know anything. The clan master and the ancestors hurriedly kowtowed. Wenren Jianshi, you should speak now. Li Qiye slowly told Jianshi. Jianshi was also scared as well. He looked at his ancestors, then the Dongfang clan's members. In the end, he gently sighed and revealed, Huayu's father is our eldest martial brother. Gu Qiyu. Not just the Wenren members but even some Dongfang members were stunned. Yes. Lurue lowered her head and openly admitted. Jianshi looked at Dongfang Tsong apologetically and then solemnly spoke to Li Qiye, young noble Li, brother Dongfang, this is all my fault. I shall face the consequences. My life is in your hands now, young noble Li. Dongfang Tsong sighed as well. He understood Jinshi's intention. The Wenren clan needed a scapegoat right now. Li Qiye ignored him and smiled at Wulongxian. What do you think about this child? After seeing Crouching Dragon, Wulongxian probably makes more sense. Chapter 1561, Wulongxian smiled at Wenren Huayu and said, not bad. Truth be told, there were far too many people with similar talents as Huayu in Crouching Dragon, so the assessment of not bad was already quite generous. Good. Li Qiye smiled back. I'm not taking any disciples, so let her join your sect and revere you as her master. Wulongxian was taken aback. Even if she wanted a disciple, how could someone like Huayu possibly be a candidate? She could only be a disciple of the cliff at best. All right, if you think she can be my disciple, I'll take her in. Wulongxian solemnly nodded after returning from her thoughts. Putting aside Li Qiye's current status, just the fact that he was her savior in the past was enough for her to take in Huayu. Brat, go greet your master already. Li Qiye ordered. Huayu was quite sharp. It didn't take long for her to understand the situation. She immediately kneeled before Wulongxian. Master, allow me to bow my head. Wulongxian smiled after seeing the clever girl. She took out a treasure and tied it around the girl's neck. This is Master's greeting gift for you. She was too young, so the value of this gift naturally eluded her. Nevertheless, she was still very happy and bowed again before standing to the side like a well-behaved child. Such a development left everyone dazed. The Wenren clan master and the ancestors didn't expect this at all. It was something they didn't even dare to think about. Becoming a disciple of the cliff meant soaring to the sky and bringing honor to the family. Such an achievement was already incredible. But now, Huayu had just become Wulongxian's first and only direct disciple. But it was indeed reality. To the Wenren clan, this wasn't just bringing honor to the family, it was a carp crossing the dragon gate to become a true dragon. Huayu's position at the clan has changed dramatically. She was no longer a bastard and no one would dare to point their finger at her. She was now the jewel and pride of the family. All the leaders watched in shock with naked envy glimmering in their eyes. They would be wild with joy if any of their disciples were to enter the Crouching Dragon Cliff. Becoming the Sky Dragon King's disciple was a lifetime of glory. Dongfang Tsong, come forward. Li Qiye took another sip and said slowly. Tsong came forward without slight and slowly kneeled there without uttering a single word. You are a victim in this storm, but I like your heart and consider you a talent. Because of this, compensation shall be made. I will bestow you a heavens will secret law from the azure mysterious ancient kingdom. Dongfang Tsong's eyes widened in shock since he could hardly believe his own ears. Everyone from the Dongfang clan was stunned as well. They wouldn't dare to dream of a heavens will secret law. However, such a good matter had just fallen down from the sky and landed on them. Tsong couldn't express his feelings. What are you waiting for? Thank young noble Li already, Wulongxian spoke in his stead. Thank you, young noble. Song bowed his head repeatedly. After bestowing the merit law, Li Qie spoke again. Wenren Jianshi, come forward. Jianshi followed Song's footsteps and didn't dare to say anything while Li Qie grinned at him. Being stared like this by Li Qie left Jianshi frightened. He didn't know whether it was a blessing or a disaster. The rest of the Wenren clan held their breath as well. Do you know your mistake? Li Qie smiled and said. Jianshi was scared speechless. Li Qie shook his head and explained, you might be a bit unwise but is still reasonably sensible. Today, your Wenren clan can survive thanks to you. Very well, since this is also a type of fate, I shall grant you an imperial law from the Azure Kingdom. Everyone from his clan was at a loss for words. Imperial laws were out of their reach until this bestowment. Thank you, young noble. Jianshi gratefully bowed his head. Li Qie gently waved his sleeve, leave now. The play ends here today, let bygones be bygones. No one dared to utter a single word. Wulong Xian waved her hand and everyone left including the two old men accompanying her. Only Li Qie and Xian were left at the field of dragon war. Brotherly, if you are giving out rewards, shouldn't you give me a few treasures as well? The imperious Wulong Xian smiled charmingly. She looked a bit playful this time around. Due to the origin of your cliff, you have no lack of treasures and merit laws. Plus, I have already given you a grand gift without asking for anything in return. This is already courteous enough. He shook his head in response. Xian was startled for a moment. You're talking about the kid? She was intelligent enough to understand his underlying intent. That's right. He chuckled. Huayu will be very helpful to your cliff in the future. She could even bring about a glorious age. I'm not quite clear. She said, the kid's constitution is okay but we have many like her at the cliff. After seeing you again, not only has your cultivation gotten better, your bloodline has improved as well. However, there is still one more problem before truly reaching the peak level of your bloodline. Li Qie said with a smile. You mean, the child's bloodline? She keenly reacted. Li Qie denied, no, she's not a dweller of the sea. Her father came from the dragonfish tribe so she has that bloodline. Dragonfish? Brotherly, just tell me already, no need to build suspense. Wulong Xian was taken aback since the dragonfish tribe wasn't an amazing one at all. She had a coquettish act at this moment. Someone as lofty as her playing around like this was quite enchanting. Anyone would feel their heart beating faster. Seems like you don't think this bloodline is significant at all. However, you should know that their tribe comes from the depth as well. Their progenitor's origin is similar to your own. More important, Huayu is showing sign of atavism. Atavism? She didn't see it at all. Of course, it's normal that you couldn't detect it because she's too young and had not cultivated. Her vitality is too weak so the signs aren't clear. Later on, you'll see it. From a bloodline perspective, hers isn't as precious as yours but there is a lot of room for it to change while yours is having a hard time. Because of this, the stronger her cultivation, the faster her transformation. It will have an incredible significance and show you the way when you want to reach the top of your own bloodline in the future. Really? Xian was shocked at this revelation. Do you think I need to lie to you? The child is worthy of your tutelage so do your best. Her blood will not only show you the way. More importantly, when she reaches the top, there's a chance that she might have the bloodline of a true dragon. Don't forget, a dragonfish is still considered a branch of the dragon race. Even if it is to a negligible level, the origin is virtually the same. I see. She murmured in a daze. In the beginning, she took Huayu in as a disciple in order to please Li Qie. After all, someone of Huayu's talents could barely enter the cliff, let alone becoming her disciple. This was no longer the case after listening to Li Qie. Chapter 1562, Li Qie enjoyed the sea and smiled while basking in the breeze. This was very pleasurable for him. Wu Longxian sat next to him and carefully examined this man. They hadn't seen each other for a long time after parting at the Buddhist funeral plateau. In the present, Li Qie has deterred the entire mortal emperor world. His notorious reputation still remained despite going silent for a long time. After so long, this man didn't seem to change at all. He looked quite ordinary and unadorned like a primordial state. He was still as nonchalant as ever, as if he would never change regardless of how much time had passed. It wouldn't leave any mark on his body. But then again, she found that he had indeed changed, but she couldn't pinpoint the exact details. She felt that he was even more simple than before, that he couldn't get any simpler and common. Alas, such characteristics gave a feeling of being extraordinary. He was a common pebble that was the same millions of years ago and would still be the same millions of years after. It would still be like this for billions of years into the future. So many things have happened under the polishing of time. People came and went, but Li Qie wouldn't change. It was this common aura that made Wu Longxian think of an old saying: if heavens and earth are ruthless, they treat the myriad creatures as straw dogs. The common man ahead was just like the heaven and earth. Under his ordinary state, everything else in the world was merely straw dogs. Beauty, got a good look yet? Li Qie finally withdrew his gaze from the sea and smiled. I know that I'm crazily handsome, but don't be so infatuated with me. Wu Longxian gave the egotistic fella the side glance that was quite intoxicating in appearance. Brotherly, you haven't changed at all. Her voice was tinged with emotion, but we have. No matter how brilliant we are, we still can't withstand the grinding of time. You have changed indeed. Li Qie smiled. You became even more powerful and wise. This is the treasure given to you by time. Wu Longxian smiled after hearing his sweet praise. You suddenly appeared in my grand sea after being gone for so long. I'm actually very surprised and flattered if you actually came to dote on me. That does sound nice. Maybe I should really dote on you then. Li Qie teased while caressing her beautiful face. She let him touch her face while staring softly at him with her sparkling eyes. You have been silent recently, so many have been asking about you. No need to investigate. Yes, I was not an mortal emperor since I took a trip to Heaven's Spirit to end some things. Li Qie chuckled in response. I didn't try anything, you're the one telling me. She blinked wittily. Li Qie withdrew his hand and leisurely sat on the throne. You really changed this time. Not just an increase in cultivation or becoming more insightful. The most important growth is your mentality, since you have let go of your baggage. I can feel your comfortable aura sitting next to you. It shows that you don't have any repression in your mind. She relaxed after hearing this and stretched. This amorous scene was too much to take in. She would only show this lazy appearance to him. This natural and comfortable demeanor ended with her leaning on his shoulder. About that, I need to thank you. That's too much. I did give you some pointers about your bloodline, but no need to be so serious. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Wu Longxian smiled faintly. I'm not talking about this. It's just that with your existence, my burden is gone. After seeing you in action, I knew right away that I won't have the chance to become immortal emperor. All geniuses in this world are mere worms before your 13 palaces, can't reach the apex. I know that I won't be able to keep up with you. In the past, I was ambitious. Though there were many exceptional talents, I still thought that I could fight regardless of the final outcome and participate in the Heavens Will competition. She sighed at this point, but with you, the outcome is already determined. No one will be able to surpass you, so I gave up. No matter how peerless I might be, I won't be a match for you. Because of this, cultivation is my own business now. I don't need to compete with anyone and will only walk on my own path while striving for personal improvement. I enjoy this process, so there is no more burden in my heart. After realizing this, I became different. She closed her eyes while leaning on his shoulder with a peaceful smile. It's a good thing to let go. Li Qie said with emotions. You'll be open-minded and find everything else easy to accept. Life will pass by easily, but unfortunately, I can't see that, so I have to force myself to go forward until the day I die, regardless of the obstacles. Logic will be gone if someone like you gives up. She opened her eyes and shook her head. You are different from us. We are frogs under the well while you are a dragon on the horizon. If you give up and can't go any further, the world will become bleak. Someone like you should open a new golden age. It doesn't matter if this is your mission or responsibility, you just need to continue forward because you are qualified and blessed with this power. If not you, who will embark on this path? She gently stared at him. Li Chia looked at the sea after hearing this. In the end, all he could do was smile. Mortals have the happiness of a mortal while immortals have their own pain. So many people want to become immortals, but can they find happiness after success? Can one really live an everlasting life of happiness? Who knows? She smiled charmingly. I'm not qualified to become one, all I will be is an ordinary cultivator. If you're ordinary, what about the rest of the world? He gently combed her hair with his fingers. I'm ordinary compared to you. She has abandoned her imperial prestige at this moment. Li Chia only smiled without responding. When you were gone, the soaring immortal sect wanted to hear about you the most. She revealed. Soaring immortal. Li Chia didn't find this surprising at all. Though he banished their pathway back then, they indeed had the strength to come back to the mortal emperor world after so long. They won't let this go. She said softly. It makes sense. If they could let this go, it would be too wise of them. Li Chia said with amusement. This was completely understandable. Just think about the prestige of the sect. It had 5 immortal emperors. They had enough resources to look down on the 9 worlds and frightening means. Moreover, they had countless experts and numerous god kings. The sect was a crownless king that has never experienced such indignation before. So many disciples were massacred on top of being banished. They wouldn't be soaring immortal if they could swallow this anger. Not just the sect but even its successor has arrived. I heard this person claims to be invincible with a grand completion soaring immortal physique. Grand completion? Li Chia wasn't afraid at all, not bad. I'm sure the world will tremble after I slaughter a grand completion user. I'll be waiting for soaring immortal to come and find me. She wasn't surprised by his tone either. This man ahead challenged the Buddhist funeral plateau and expelled the soaring immortal sect. He was the only person in history with 13 palaces. Even a grand completion immortal physique couldn't scare him. You will have many opportunities. Their entrance is actually here at the Grand Sea. She said. Here? They are talking to the Heaven Suppression City? His eyes became serious. You are as wise as the sea, brotherly. She nodded. I heard a heaven-defying character from the sect has come into being. Rumor has it that when this person came to Heaven Suppression, even their invincible ancestor, Gu Zun, personally greeted him. It might be an alliance, but no one knows if it is true or not. Nevertheless, the Grand Sea and even the entire world is worried about it. She said with emotion. An alliance between the soaring immortal sect and Heaven Suppression City would indeed shock the entire 9 worlds. Chapter 1563. Soaring Immortal had 5 emperors, so there was no need to elaborate on its power. Meanwhile, Heaven Suppression City had a monster that reigned for 3 generations. It was full of experts like lairs of dragons and tigers. The 9 worlds trembled during the Black Dragon King's era. If the 2 sects joined forces, all the 9 worlds would tremble, not just the mortal emperor world. Who could actually stop such an invincible alliance? Gu Zun. Li Chia chuckled. Others might not know what this guy was up to, but Li Chia did. After so many years, Gu Zun was finally tempted into revealing his fangs. Wulong Xian quietly leaned on his shoulder without dwelling on this matter. There was no doubt that Li Chia was prepared for this, so no need to waste words. Brotherly, why did you come to the Grand Sea? She eventually opened her pretty eyes and asked him. I can't just visit. I'm not necessarily someone who only comes for a reason, he said in response. But that's exactly who you are. You're not idle enough to go around needlessly. Furthermore, this place is only a desolate island and you picked it out of all places. I don't believe you're here for no reason. My beautiful Xian, you are quite discerning. He touched her nose and said, You are right, I'm here with a goal in mind. What's special about these islands? She sat upright and looked around. In fact, she didn't see what was particular about them despite being attentive the moment she got here due to her suspicion. It's not this island. The entire Crouching Dragon mountain range is special. Li Qia stood up and smiled. Our mountain range? She was surprised to hear this. This mountain range was the largest on their continent and spanned for 1,000,000 miles. It was the main vein of their continent. Yes. Li Qia nodded. His fate palaces opened with clanking noises as laws emerged. Clank. Nailing noises resounded. A golden law resembling a divine chain pinned deep into the soil. Whoosh. A complete chapter with many floating runes appeared in the soil and instantly rose to Li Qia's height. He pushed it down with his right hand. With the movement of his hand, the runes rearranged themselves before disappearing again. Next, a large plate appeared in his palm, seemingly cast from some ancient bronze metal. Boom! The plate fell to the ground and disappeared into the earth. Right at this second, the entire earth quaked with tsunamis ravaging the ocean as if a gigantic creature was turning underground. Buzz! A portal around the size of a window appeared on the ground. When it opened, an extremely majestic aura of the world oozed out. It was completely endless and thick, almost taking a liquid form. The opening of this portal made the essences in the deepest region of the world ooze out. This is the worldly essence of the Crouching Dragon vein. Xian cultivated at the cliff since youth. Her sect had control of this particular earth vein, so she was very familiar with this essence energy. She became dazed and said, You have opened a hole in the vein. Keep in mind that their ancestral ground was built at the end of this particular vein. Logically, only their sect could truly control this energy, but this didn't seem to be the case right now. Correct. He chuckled and reached into the portal. It gave the illusion that he was reaching into the deepest location in the earth. The greatest mysteries couldn't hide from him, all were within his grasp. Rumble. The continent quaked again to the dismay of the experts. Even the cliff didn't know what was going on. Wulong Xian felt something was being ruthlessly dragged out by Li Qia. Boom. Finally, he took out an item from the portal. It was shrouded in primordial energy that wouldn't disperse. This item seemed to have been gestating with this energy. The portal disappeared right after and the worldly energy disappeared as well. Everything returned to normality outside of the extra item in his possession. You took something from our Crouching Dragon mountain range. She blurted out in shock. To be more precise, I took back something I hid there. He carefully looked at the item and smiled. You hid it there and used the earth vein to gestate it. She knew what was going on instantly. Her shock was understandable. Their cliff was the master of this continent and had a great understanding of the mountain range. But now, they were completely ignorant of someone hiding a treasure in their territory. Don't be surprised, there are many things you don't know in this world. He said flatly, this earth vein is very special and plus, it didn't belong to your cliff in the past. Furthermore, using an earth vein to incubate a treasure isn't rare at all. She eventually calmed down and took a deep breath. This man was too terrible to hide a treasure there for many generations without being detected by her sect. What is it? She took her time looking at the item and curiously asked. The primordial chaos surrounding it was still dispersing slowly. She could finally see its shape after all of this energy were gone. It was a bronze tube around 3 feet long and as thick as a large bowl. A faint glimmer flashed on the surface, but it wasn't made from a single piece of bronze. It was created from a series of precise and exquisite gears. Upon closer inspection, These gears formed 6 bigger gears embedded together to shape this perfect tube. There was a deep groove on one end of the tube. Who knows what it was used for? What kind of treasure is this? She asked again after finding the thing puzzling. It was more accurate to call it a complex work of art than a treasure. Netherlord Hexagear Launcher. He patted the item with great satisfaction. He has spent a lot of effort and resources in order to cast this weapon. Finally, after millions of years gestating in the earth vein, it has finally come out. Netherlord Hexagear Launcher? She has never heard of this name before. No need to think, the world has never seen this weapon before. He chuckled. What can this thing do? She inquired. Slay gods and devils. He answered flatly, one shot alone can turn your continent into ashes. Chapter 1564. Wulongxian's mind trembled after hearing this. Just one shot could turn the continent into ashes? Just how terrifying was this? Keep in mind that the continent wasn't just a landmass. It has been worked on by their sect for many generations. The wise sages have spent many efforts to reinforce this land. Not to mention the entire continent, their ancestral ground alone could withstand an invincible attack from an immortal emperor. But now, this so-called Netherlord Hexagear Launcher only needed one shot to end them? Such power would cause anyone to shudder after thinking about it. She knew that he wasn't exaggerating. If he said one blow, then one was all it took. There was no need for someone as powerful as him to boast. So what exactly is it? She took a deep breath and looked at the weapon. He continued to caress it. In a certain sense, it's not a conventional weapon, not a life treasure or a foreign Tao artifact. It's more of a forbidden weapon. Forbidden weapon? She asked. It can only be used once? She naturally understood this classification. For the most part, forbidden weapons could only be used once and would become rubbish after or simply disintegrate. A few could be used several times, but there was still a limit. Despite this limitation, it was much more powerful than conventional weapons and easier to use. For example, an immortal emperor true treasure required a mighty vitality to empower it. One wouldn't be able to unleash an invincible blow if they weren't strong enough. However, this was not the case for a forbidden weapon. It didn't matter whether the user was a god king or a mortal, they could still use the strongest blow of a forbidden weapon. Li Chia chuckled. It's not a one-time only forbidden weapon. It can be used 6 times, one stronger than the previous. The second blow could be dozens of times stronger than the first. She became stirred even more. He said that one blow could annihilate the crouching dragon continent. So to say, if the next blow was even stronger, what would the result be? If the successive blows are stronger like you said, then how powerful is the 6th blow? She had to ask. He leisurely responded, I don't know since I haven't tried it before. I also want to meet an immortal emperor to test its power because ordinary people aren't worthy of the 6th blow. In fact, it would be a huge waste to use the first one on a god king. An emperor? You want to use it to challenge an emperor? She found it difficult to breathe. No, you misunderstood. He grinned in response, not challenge an emperor, I wanted to kill an emperor. After all, it is one and only in this world. It's not so easy to create a treasure like this. He patted it like a pet again. This weapon was created from the most terrible death blood in this world on top of countless corpses and lives, even a heaven's will. It has been gestated for millions of years by an earth vein. Its power was simply unimaginable. In fact, he was only speculating its power and hasn't tried it just yet. Now, Wulongxian felt as if there was an invisible hand gripping her neck. Killing an emperor. Is it possible? She eventually calmed down and breathed again. She found such an endeavor to be impossible. In fact, most people in this world would share the same sentiment. Immortal emperors were invincible. Opposing one was hard enough, let alone killing one. This was simply daydreaming in the eyes of many experts across history. Who could kill an emperor? No one. What treasure could kill an emperor? Nothing. Many cultivators would answer these questions in this manner. But now, this Netherlord Hexagear launcher could potentially kill one? This was too astonishing. Nothing is impossible. Li Qie said with a smile, just because others can't, it doesn't mean that I can't. There are too many miracles in this world waiting for someone to make them happen. Common sense is just waiting for someone to break it. She had no response. Others weren't qualified to utter such words, but not him. The original belief in this world was that 12 palaces were the limit. However, Li Qie had 13. He broke an eternal belief. Was there really a treasure that could slay an emperor? After all, not just anyone can become the Black Dragon King who has reigned for 3 generations. Ordinary people shouldn't be compared to him. Who created this weapon? She was very curious about the creator of this regicide weapon. A very ancient person that don't want others to know. Li Qie smiled and said. She didn't know she was looking at him. Of course, he wouldn't reveal it to her either since this was his secret. She gently sighed and didn't pry any further. After a while, she continued, if you are done with your business, why not come visit my cliff? Unfortunately, I have other matters to attend to in another place. He gently shook his head, when I'm done, there will be a chance to visit you later. I'm afraid this departure will separate us like the heavens and men. She sighed disappointedly before smiling wryly. My beautiful Xian, no need to be so pessimistic. It's not like I'm about to die. He couldn't help but laugh. She stared solemnly at him and said, I know, but it's pretty much the last time we'll see each other. She held his hand and intertwined her fingers with his before looking at him in the eyes, then spoke softly. I don't know what you are pursuing, brotherly. I'm not aware of your ambition either, but I know you are different from us. In my eyes, you'll leave eventually. If it comes early, it'll be in 3.5 years, if late, 8 or 10 years. I believe that you will soar above the 9 heavens and disappear from the eyes of commoners like us. There will be nothing left worth remembering in the 9 worlds for you, so I won't be seeing you again, hence the separation of heavens and men. The Grand Tao is endless. You are right, I will leave one day. He quietly nodded. I really hope that I'll be able to accompany you one day to see the scenes of the world. She continued, but I know with my abilities, I'll only be a hindrance. I hope that you can tread forward and stay true to your heart, then accomplish your goals in the future. Yes, I will. He gently patted her hair. She then leaned on his sturdy chest and could hear his powerful heartbeat. It seemed to be one with the heaven and earth. He embraced her waist without saying anything. She returned the gesture. The world came to a peaceful stop. Even the breeze has stopped blowing. The path towards the Supreme is too cruel, he said with a tinge of helplessness. She embraced him tighter and spoke softly, you don't need to be emotional because you are the Supreme. Li Qie gently sighed. So many people have left their mark on his life. Brothers that he could trust and love as deep as the ocean. Alas, he couldn't stop for anyone. Wulong Xian eventually loosened her grip in order to grab his neck for a passionate kiss. She was no experienced kisser, but there was an unrestrained boldness. He held her face and gently returned the favor by infiltrating further into her wet lips. They slowly separated after a deep kiss. Her complexion was red as if drunk. Go, only an even vaster world could contain your ambition. Only the endless Grand Tao is your true home. She eventually let go and said. Take care, see you later. He gently caressed her cheeks before smiling and left without looking back. This was his creed, never stopping for anyone. Wulong Xian murmured while looking at his departure, goodbye, my love. Only you are the one in my dream, the only one who can knock open my heart. Chapter 1565, Little Sea Village was a tiny fishing town, at least from the view of the main continent. It was located in a remote region in the Grand Sea, far away from the hustle and bustle of the cultivation world. This fishing village was still under the jurisdiction of Heaven Suppression City. There was nothing special about this village and its few residents. It seemed to be floating across the vast sea like a tiny boat, lonely and calm. As expected, fishing was the main way of life here. It seemed to be an entirely different world versus the distant cultivation world. However, this was not the case. Outsiders didn't know of the village and its secret. Even the inhabitants of this place weren't privy to all the information. After leaving the field of Dragon War, Li Qie headed for this tiny village because he wanted to take something from this place in order to complete his Netherlord Hexagear launcher, allowing it to exert its true power. Due to its nature of being a forbidden weapon, it was too easy to use. For safety reasons, Li Qie made necessary preparations after its creation by separating it into two sections. The main one was hidden beneath the earth vein while the other one was stored in this place. Of course, the village itself carried a greater significance to both him and Heaven Suppression. Nevertheless, this eluded all outsiders, especially someone like Gu Zun, since the Black Dragon King didn't trust him. Sentiment struck him the moment he set foot in this village after so many years. Many generations have gone by, but this tiny village still remained. There was only around 1,000 meters from start to end of this village, with wooden houses on both sides of the street. They were quite old, seemingly built for many years now. There were drying fish nets before each house and some boats. Some houses had strings of fish as well. A dog barked after seeing a stranger like him entering the village. In a short period, the people here came out of their houses to take a look. There were old men and women and some children as well. They carefully observed this uninvited guest. The village has grown accustomed to familiar faces coming and going. They rarely had foreign visitors, so a stranger like Li Qie attracted their attention. Everyone stared at him cautiously. Li Qie simply chuckled and leisurely walked on the small street towards the village's temple. He didn't get far before someone came to greet him. It was a muscular middle-aged man with a bright pair of eyes. It was clear that he has cultivated before, not just a regular fisherman. "May I ask where you are from and where you are going?" He was quite polite. "From a faraway place to over there." Li Qie chuckled and pointed towards the temple. The middle-aged man's expression changed. His smile became forced as he shook his head. "I'm sorry, that's our ancestral shrine, not open to outsiders." "I know, but I'm not an outsider. I want to meet the old man from your village, the real one." To which Li Qie responded. The man's eyes moved a bit. The smile became a stern expression. "May I ask for your name?" He stared intensely at Li Qie. "Li Qie." Li Qie calmly said. "Li Qie." The old man was astonished while gauging him even more. "Looks like you have heard of my name. Let me go see the old man now." Li Qie revealed a thick smile. The old man hesitated a bit and didn't know what to say. "Is there a problem?" Li Qie slowly asked. "Well, the ancestors aren't in our village right now," the man said helplessly. Li Qie became serious and peered at him. "What about Z Queening, your heaven suppression goddess?" "The goddess isn't here either." He threw his hands exasperatedly in the air. "They're all going to heaven suppression?" Li Qie could faintly guess what was going on. "You're right." He smiled wryly and sighed. "Their group isn't back from the trip just yet." "What happened?" Li Qie inquired further. The man replied, "I don't know, something about a great matter in the sect. The elders didn't tell me the exact details though." "Not smart at all." Li Qie shook his head. "Those old men can't contend against Gu Zun. Gu Zun is pretty much a wily demon by this point. He has waited for many generations, so when he takes action, victory is certain. Your old geezers aren't thinking to actually be running towards the city like bees losing their nest. Isn't this the same as helping Gu Zun, allowing him to catch everyone with a single net?" The ancestors were pretty confident about it, the man said. Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. "Damn geezers. What the hell did their ancestors teach them?" Maybe it's because Gu Zun hadn't shown up for many years, that's why they think he's so easily bullied. Compared to Gu Zun, your geezers are still too inexperienced. He's a fox that has lived for 3 generations. Your old men are no match for him. How do you know? The man's eyes widened. I calculated with my fingers, not hard at all. Li Chia lightly said. Of course, the man didn't believe Li Chia. However, he was worried indeed since the group has been gone for a while now without any news. Nothing came from Z Queening either. Well, since you know who I am, take me to the ancestral temple. Li Chia commanded. The man eventually made up his mind and left. He eventually returned with a key to the temple. Squeak, squeak, key unlocked and opened the heavy wooden gate. The 2 of them entered and were greeted with an incense fragrance. Judging by the incense burner in the middle, the people here have never stopped worshipping and honoring their ancestors. Despite being a small fishing village, this temple was quite large. Others would actually think that it was a temple from a great clan. There were many rows of memorial tablets to the astonishment of the spectators because there were more than 10,000 here. How could this be the temple of a small village? More importantly, there were very few new tablets. The newest was around 2 or 3 years ago. Some of the older ones had indiscernible origin date. The ones at the forefront couldn't even be read. They were left here for a long time now, so the writings have faded. Li Chia quietly sighed after seeing the tablets at the very top. Have you been to Heaven Suppression? How many elders are still in charge there? Li Chia stared at the tablets for a bit before asking the man. Well. He scratched his head in response. I haven't joined the sect for that long, so I don't know too much. I just know that the goddess is in charge of the city right now. That's just Gu Zun's strategic guise. He purposely tricked the old men into thinking that they still have some authority, that they had control over the entire situation. That's a wily fox for you. Li Chia smiled and shook his head. Chapter 1566. The man scratched his head again while being at a loss for words. He had heard the old men from the village talk about Gu Zun often, but he didn't know much. He was aware that Gu Zun was an extraordinary character at Heaven Suppression, and the old men were very vigilant about this person. Go and get some incense. Li Chia ordered the dazed man. He calmed down and hurriedly grabbed an incense stack and lit it up before handing it to Li Chia. Li Chia accepted them with both hands and worshipped the tablets ahead, especially the ones without names. He finally placed the stack of incense into the burner. Smoke slowly curled like a landscape painting, ethereal and mysterious. The middle-aged man was surprised to see this. In the past, the villagers would also worship their ancestors on the right date with incense sticks. However, no one has ever had smoke turning into a painting like this before. It was too vivid, with trickling streams and branches swaying to the wind. The cattle and sheep were on the move. In a short period, all of the things in the painting seemed to be coming alive. Phew! Li Chia blew towards the painting and the smoke engulfed the front row of tablets. They lit up with animated runes that eventually flew out of the tablets. The runes floated in the sky, gathered into a sphere to the astonishment of the man. Despite growing up in the village, he never knew about this unbelievable secret in this place. The formation of a sphere was greeted with the opening of Li Chia's palaces. A law shot out like an arrow and pierced through the runic creation. Boom! This sphere resembling a transparent leather ball being shot. All the runes fell down like water everywhere. This surprised the man. He wondered why Li Chia shot through this sphere. Rumble. Splashing noises came about. A golden spring suddenly surged from the earth. He looked closely at the ground to see if there was a crack. The temple was paved with tiles, but there was no gap on the ground. This golden spring was coming out of thin air. The current was pushing something up. It was also made from bronze with a strange shape. It looked like a gunstock with a handle and trigger. At the very least, the man had never seen something like it before. Li Qie smiled and grabbed the object. With a loud blast, the golden spring fell to the ground and disappeared without leaving a single bead behind, as if nothing has happened. The man found it to be unbelievable. Li Qie then took out the Netherlord Hexagear launcher and attached the barrel-like object. With a clicking sound, the two locked together. Now he finally had the complete launcher in his possession. It looked just like a bizarre pistol with an unreasonably large barrel. Click. 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 The gears inside the weapon began to turn. After a certain extent, the 6 larger chambers slowly moved as well, with a rhythmic and magical sound like a musical instrument. Such miraculous technology that isn't available in our epoch. Li Qie said with emotions while holding the weapon. The materials alone were shocking, but the casting process was incredible as well. The technology behind its creation was completely different from the rest of the world. Such art didn't exist in this particular epoch since it came from the most technologically advanced machine world. Li Qie was the only one who knew about it now after a long period of accumulation and research. This weapon was its highest culmination, at least in Li Qie's eyes. The middle-aged man was surprised to hear the clicking gears. What is this treasure? Netherlord Hexagear launcher, the supreme weapon. Li Qie smiled happily. After so many years, the complete version was finally out. Meanwhile, the man didn't expect for their temple to be hiding this treasure. It seemed that it was waiting for Li Qie to come and take it. The world has never seen a destructive weapon of this magnitude. He commented while patting his weapon. He was quite excited at this moment and wanted to try the power of this weapon. Of course, he needed to meet a worthy foe first, or it would be too wasteful. After all, there were only 6 shots. Because of this, he wouldn't use this precious weapon until he meets a worthy foe. I hope someone in the 9 worlds will be worthy enough for me to test it before I leave. He thought to himself while grinning. The middle-aged man didn't know Li Qie, but he was creeped out by this smile from Li Qie. In the end, he put away the weapon and left. The man closed the gate and quickly chased after him. You are friend with the goddess? She has mentioned you before. That's right. Li Qie nodded. The man rubbed his palms awkwardly and didn't know how to phrase the next line. Li Qie glanced at him in response. Don't worry, the old men won't die for now, and nothing will happen to Z Queening either. Before having absolute control over the situation, Gu Zun will leave himself a path of retreat. He's not only a fox but also a very cautious one, preparing an escape path after every step. I want to go to the city to take a look at the ancestors, but I have to protect the village. His face grew red with helplessness. Even if he wasn't very clever, he still knew that something has happened since the ancestors have been gone for so long. Alas, he couldn't leave the village and had to anxiously wait here. It's no use even if you go. Gu Zun isn't someone a junior like you can deal with. Don't worry, since I'm here, I'll take care of it. Li Qie gently shook his head. The man heaved a sigh of relief. Despite not knowing Li Qie, he has heard the goddess talk about him before, so he was confident. He then asked, just how powerful is Gu Zun? Gu Zun was a popular topic in the village. Each time talking about Gu Zun, the ancestors became very cautious, so Gu Zun left a deep impression on him. Not just strong. Li Qie chuckled and stared towards the distance. His talent is incredible, only better than the Black Dragon King, not worse. I'm afraid few can be his match in the present day due to this. Chapter 1567, That's preposterous. The man blurted out and didn't believe Li Qie. In his mind, the Black Dragon King was a supreme existence with an unparalleled position in everyone's mind at Heaven's suppression. But now, Li Qie said that Gu Zun was even more talented than the Black Dragon King. How could he accept this? Li Qie smiled in response. A better talent isn't everything. For many ages now, there have been many wonderful prodigies. Some even had immortal bones, but so what? It's not like you need to have peerless talents to have supreme achievements. He paused for a bit. The Black Dragon King's achievements weren't because of his talents, just his determined Tao heart. After so much pain, he was able to create a new life after each generation. His tireless pursuit towards the Grand Tao is the thing most worthy of pride, not his talents. The man nodded, but who knows if he actually understood. Li Chia chuckled and said, "Go now, the old men will return sooner or later." With that, his body flashed and disappeared. The man could only sigh and quietly prayed for the ancestors to return safely. Li Chia had left the village but not the island completely. He sat cross-legged on a shoal rock and watched the waves hitting it. This was a location not just anyone could enter. Seeing the waves hitting the rock up and down and occasionally filling the cave beneath left him absent-minded. After a while, he withdrew his eyes and murmured, "Lil Blackie, don't blame me for being merciless. The only thing I can do is to minimize the casualty when I slaughter the city. At the very least, I promise I won't turn it to ashes. That's the best I can do. It is your lifelong fruit, but it's not like I didn't spend a lot of effort too. I was the one who laid the foundation when you created it." He continued on, "All along, you couldn't bear to imprison Gu Zun forever and definitely not kill him. I know, you promised someone else to take good care of him. Unfortunately, the boy does not know the immensity of the heaven and earth. He had a bright future and could even become immortal emperor. It's a shame that he's too greedy. Back then, I threw him into the eye of the sea because you beseeched me to spare his life. But it's different now. In order to spare the city, Gu Zun must die. It's that simple. In this generation, whether you can come out or not, I'm telling you today that Gu Zun is finished regardless of your promise. You know that I have done enough by sparing him once." He was blabbering as if talking to himself. After some more time had passed, he smiled and said, "Blackie, your achievements are worthy of pride. It's also a shame that you can't surpass the particular blockade in your heart. Otherwise, your brilliant legend and shining figure would be up above the 9 heavens as well. Live by this belief, die by this belief, perhaps." Only the sound of the waves hitting the rock answered him. "It's time to end the issues at Heaven Suppression. I can't guarantee you about other things, but after Gu Zun dies, someone even more suitable will take charge of it. Your inheritance will continue to have a long history from then on." With that, Li Chia stood up and instantly disappeared from the vast sea. The Grand Sea has been peaceful in recent years. However, this was no longer the case after the arrival of the Soaring Immortal sect. Everyone in the Mortal Emperor world knew that after being expelled by Li Chia, it has been quiet for several years until the return this time. However, it seemed that the sect didn't dare to descend in the Grand Middle Territory but chose the Grand Sea instead. The atmosphere of this domain changed completely. Many great powers felt suffocated by this event. Just think about it, having a sect with 5 emperors looming above their head was quite an uncomfortable feeling. Just a slight misstep could bring about sect destruction. So many powers wished that Soaring Immortal would leave, but no one dared to open their mouth. However, the sect's recent actions, especially their interactions with Heaven Suppression, made the great powers understand that there was no way it was leaving anytime soon. On this day, a shocking news suddenly spread. The successor of the Soaring Immortal sect, Long Outyan, proposed to the Heaven Suppression goddess. Everyone in this domain heard about it. Many great powers were frightened at this development. Before they could regain their wits, a second shocking news emanated. Heaven Suppression City has accepted the marriage proposal. Their marriage shall be the start of the alliance between the 2 sects. Can this be? Countless ancestors gasped and couldn't calm down. For the people of the world, it wasn't that Long Outyan isn't worthy of the maiden's hand in marriage. However, this marriage symbolized the alliance between Heaven Suppression and Soaring Immortal. No one wanted to see this powerful alliance in all of Mortal Emperor. Soaring Immortal alone was frightening enough. One sect with 5 emperors surely had enough resources. Meanwhile, Heaven Suppression has reigned for 3 consecutive generations. What was the significance of these 2 behemoths joining forces? The world was fully aware of the implication. It was an unstoppable union. Anyone who blocked their path would be instantly annihilated, even an imperial lineage. Who can stop them now? Many people lamented after digesting this information. However, many older characters coincidentally thought of the same person, Fiercest. In the present, this character was unbeatable and completely fearless. He even slaughtered the soaring immortal sect without any hesitation. What is Fiercest doing? He's been gone for so many years without any news. Could people be right? He had really left Mortal Emperor? One big shot emotionally wondered. Mortal Emperor has been quiet recently, especially the young generation. This was because Fiercest with his 13 palaces has completely suppressed all aspiring geniuses. Strangely enough, after the shocking battle back then, Fiercest disappeared completely without any news. It seemed he has vanished into thin air in just one night. Some people have visited cleansing incense to inquire about him, but this sect remained tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge his whereabouts. This prompted the outside world to speculate about Fiercest. Some believed that he was cultivating in isolation to perfect his grand Tao. The moment he came out, it would be the day of his ascension for the throne. Some guessed that he has left Mortal Emperor. For Fiercest, no one in Mortal Emperor dared to oppose him anymore, so he needed a new battlefield in order to train himself through massacres. In fact, it would be quite hilarious if Li Chia had this name. Mary Sue would be the English equivalents. Long equals dragon, Ao equals arrogant, proud, overbearing, Tian equals heaven. Ao becomes a verb here when combined with Tian or a location. Something along the line of walking proudly and fearlessly across the heavens. As you can see, it's a pretty grand name. Almost as grand as Bao too. This is Kevin Durant joining the Warriors. SSSSSSSSSSS. But it's alright, Lonzo and LeBron will take this neck down. I apologize to all readers that are GSW fans. Chapter 1568, Heaven Suppression had great influence in the Northern Grand Sea. There was even a saying in this place, the world obeys the clarion call of Heaven Suppression. The strongest inheritance in Mortal Emperor was debatable. However, the answer was certain for the Grand Sea, it was Heaven Suppression. Under the leadership of the Black Dragon King, this sect reigned for 3 generations. The Black Dragon Legion had also swept through the world before. Even imperial legions would try to avoid it if possible. Though the king was no longer around in this generation and the leadership continued to change, the city's influence and prestige were still as strong as before. Its territory was still vast and difficult to calculate in its entirety. There was another belief in this domain. If someone were to divide the Grand Sea into 6 parts, the city alone would have full control of one. Thus, it commanded countless sects and kingdoms. The Pearl Archipelago was under Heaven Suppression's jurisdiction, a part of its main branch. Among the amazing number of sects and kingdoms under its control, there were all kinds of relations. Some were created by disciples of the city while others were erected by the descendants of the Black Dragon Legion's members. All of them more or less belonged to the city. This wasn't the case for the Pearl Archipelago. This location was very crucial and under the control of an important branch. It can even be said that there were times when the archipelago didn't need to listen to the city due to its special position. Just like its name, this was considered the Pearl of the Grand Sea. This archipelago gave birth to many talents. There were hidden dragons and crouching tigers everywhere, the paradise of experts. It had a territory of 1 million miles consisting of numerous islands. Looking down from the sky, the interconnected islands looked like a formation with an unbelievable level of complexity. They wouldn't believe that it was formed naturally. If this was the case, it would be too incredible. But on the other hand, a person capable of changing the terrain of this magnitude would be frightening as well. After leaving the village, Li Chia crossed through space and instantly arrived at the Pearl Archipelago. This particular trip was very important to him. In fact, coming to Heaven Suppression and killing Gu Zun wasn't too crucial. It was only part of the trip, a trivial matter. However, this wasn't the case for the Pearl Archipelago. He came here to take a unique and peerless item across history. Though he didn't hide it in this place, it was a very important node since it was the location of a fortified seal. In Li Qia's eyes, nothing could be used to measure its worth. In his millions of years, he paid the greatest price for this particular item. Immortal emperors and immortal monarchs would do anything for this item because it was worth it. It had an unfathomable power and could destroy everything. This item didn't belong to the 9 worlds. Li Qia mustered all of his abilities and traveled everywhere before finally finding this item. Afterward, he hid it in a secret region in the 9 worlds. For example, the Black Dragon King knew where he hid the Netherlord Hexagear launcher. Or, he would tell another emperor about the location of a different treasure. This was the only thing he kept to himself. He sealed it for an eternity so that he would be the only one who knew of its location. He knew full well that thing wasn't usable. Once resorting to it, everything would be over and only ashes would be left. Nevertheless, its destructive power wasn't why it was precious. The true value lies in its effect as a deterrent since he would never use it carelessly. He hovered above the sky and looked down at the archipelago. A smile came on his face the moment he saw the high pagoda and the familiar sceneries. Pearl Archipelago, what a fortress. Having said that, he landed on the ground. There were many islands, but the most important was still the main Pearl Isle at the center. Pearl City in this spot was the core of the archipelago. The walls were built with divine stones. Even the most ignorant would understand how fortified it was. The city was being heavily guarded. Anyone entering would be subjected to a strict examination and questioning. Suspicious people were not allowed entry. In fact, this wasn't the case normally, but it was different now. Sometimes, even the city lord herself would come for questioning. There were many people lining up outside of the city to Li Qia's amusement. It wasn't surprising for this to happen after the matter at Heaven's suppression. When it was Li Qia's turn, 2 guards stood in front and 2 behind him as if they were afraid of him suddenly causing trouble. Where are you from? Which place in Pearl are you heading to? One guard asked with a grave tone. From where I should and to where I should. Li Qia chuckled and answered. Such attitude made the guards unhappy. The leader uttered coldly, don't run your mouth. What's your name? Li Qia glanced at him leisurely and asked a question instead. Who is in charge of Pearl right now? Who are you? The guard's expression worsened. One guard was already pointing his spear at Li Qia. Li Qia didn't seem to mind at all and smiled. Would like to see your boss. Speak, who are you, which sect are you from? The leader immediately shouted with his hand gripping his sword hilt. If Li Qia dared to move, he would cut him down instantly. Li Qiya slightly raised his brow, but he was still in a relatively good mood. Don't be disrespectful. A voice disrupted the high tension. This voice was clear and charming yet unquestionable as well. A woman walked out, dressed in a 5-colored skirt that accentuated her beauty. Her brows were sharp with eyes bright like the stars. She had a stately and dignified appearance despite the long skirt. This noble woman also emitted a 5-colored aura like a swaying feathery tail. She looked just like a beautiful peacock. When she spread her tail, it could attract everyone's eyes. City Lord. The guards respectfully bowed after seeing her. No need for formality. She gently waved her sleeve. A royal aura accompanied her each and every move. As the guards were standing up, she glanced at Li Qiya with a sword-like stare. Chapter 1569. Li Qiya was unmoved by her sharp eyes. He responded by looking her up and down with a carefree gaze as if he wanted to see every inch of her flesh. Such wanton attitude enraged the guards. Their city lord was noble in their eyes, such disrespect was unacceptable. I am the Pearl City Lord. May I ask why you want to see me? She slowly said with a dignified and unquestionable tone. After gauging the woman, he smiled and shook his head. Unfortunately, You're not who I want to see. If Lu Zhangsun is still around, I want to see him. Her expression slightly changed before responding. If you have some business, it's fine to talk to me. She was the Peacock Bright Monarch, one of the strongest disciples from Heaven Suppression with a preeminent position. He only smiled and said, "Can I go in now?" She stared at him and eventually answered, "Yes, Pearl City is always open. You can come and go as you please." He entered without looking at her again. Meanwhile, her eyes became profound as she slightly tilted her head in contemplation. Despite the state of vigilance, the city was still very lively with people everywhere on the streets. The crowdy nature of the street naturally caused a lot of perspiration. It seemed that the city wasn't affected at all by the current situation. After all, this was the largest city in this sea region. Many cultivators and mortals were running around here for trading and gathering necessary materials. Li Chia leisurely strolled through the familiar streets. Eventually, he came to a remote location with only a few old buildings. The majority of them were ruined. It seemed that this place was prosperous once, but it has fallen for a long time with weeds growing everywhere. He made his way before a little courtyard with only 2 or 3 rooms. The architecture was very dated. There were 2 pine trees growing here, one on the left and the other right. They weren't that large but stood completely straight. Their barks were quite thick, like dragon scales. They looked like 2 young dragons with horns. He gently sighed again, lamenting the passage of time. Back then, he personally planted these trees here after taking them from a dangerous location. In the blink of an eye, they grew up so fast and have even become divine. He patted the both of them and was met with the rustling of their branches as if they were answering him. He smiled back at them. Though the world didn't always go as he wanted, some things still remained. The entrance consisted of 2 old wooden doors with many holes on them because of insects. Who knows how many worms have gotten their belly full throughout the years in this place. They weren't locked, so Li Chia pushed softly and opened them. He entered the little courtyard and they closed on their own. There was actually an abundance of flowers inside. Such a tiny courtyard actually had an impressive energy and gave off a comfortable feeling. He looked up and saw an old man noisily sweeping the leaves on the ground. The hunchback old man dressed humbly while holding a bamboo broom. He looked quite feeble, like a candle in the wind, but he was very meticulous in his cleaning. Not one leaf was left behind. There was also a fountain, but it was dried up now. No water was coming out as Li Chia walked closer. It was made from ordinary stones with many decoration pebbles inside. They scattered randomly as if someone had picked them up from a river and threw them in there. He smiled and squatted down to place the pebbles in a different manner like a playful child. He carefully arranged them together one by one. As he piled them up, the old man continued to sweep without looking over at all. It was as if the guy was deaf and didn't notice Li Chia. The 2 did their separate thing, so the courtyard became quite peaceful. It didn't matter how vast the world was or what was going on, it couldn't disturb the serenity of this place. This tiny location has escaped from the rest of the world. A while later, Li Chia finally finished placing all the pebbles. The neatly placed formation resembled an old picture depicting sparkling waves, as if this fountain was full of water again. Splash! Water suddenly gushed out of the dried fountain. It was a refreshing moistness, full of life. Just a little later, the fountain was drowned with water and rippling waves. He washed his hand carefully as if wanting to clean every single spot. After he made contact, an unbelievable change happened. The clear water suddenly became golden in its entirety. Anyone would think of the popular saying after seeing this, golden spring gushing from the earth. The old man froze for a bit and finally looked up at Li Chia. His muddled eyes became extremely bright, but this didn't last long. He put down his bamboo broom and walked into a room. A while later, he came out with a key in his hand while walking towards a different direction. Li Chia chuckled and followed him. The old man entered an alleyway with a small hut at the end. It was locked with a rusted iron padlock. It seemed as if just a bit of force could break this lock. With some clicking sound, the old man seemed to need all of his strength in order to open it. After accomplishing his task, he turned and left without looking at Li Qie at all. Li Qie didn't chat either. He pushed the wooden door open and went inside. It was dark inside this little hut and he walked straight into a wall. However, he kept on walking. Oddly enough, he immediately crossed through the wall. Before him was a majestic palace, the place where a king of the 9 heavens would reside. There was a chair decorated with draconic symbols in this palace. It was as if only the ultimate supreme would be able to sit on it. Li Qie didn't hesitate at all and sat down. He then turned the armrest of the chair. With a whooshing sound, he instantly disappeared. At the next moment, he turned up in a desolate region with a lone hill. Old vines grew as far as the eye can see, beasts were howling everywhere. He perused the scene and sighed to say, one of the earliest lairs, how many times have I slumbered here? His fate palaces opened and a Dao portal surfaced. It shined onto the hill and with a rumbling noise, half of the hill moved to reveal a cave. There were 3 words carved on this cave, All Heaven Grotto. Chapter 1570, All Heaven Grotto was one of the oldest and longest-lasting lairs of Li Qie. He had taken his slumbers here more than just once. It was very secretive and few people have found it. Arcane Guru used to be a mouse in this place and Li Qie later threw it out. It then cultivated into a demon using the Dao. Because of this, the Guru was very interested in Li Qie's stories and always researched more about him. The demon found many amazing things while tracing Li Qie's path. The 3 characters lit up once Li Qie came to the entrance. Rays of light locked around his head. Moreover, a terrible formation emerged on this hill with thunder tribulations refined into heavenly swords. Each sword could easily render god kings into ashes. A true mantra came out from his palaces. With that, the rays locking his head disappeared along with the formation as if nothing has happened. In fact, that was very risky just now, at least for the outsiders. Without his true mantra, any intruder would be annihilated instantly. Click dash, the heavy gate of the grotto finally opened and closed after he came in. At the same time, the 2 halves of the hill came together again. No one looking from the outside would know about the existence of this amazing grotto inside the hill. The place itself was quite large while bathed in a gentle light. One would find rows of shelves made from sacred wood in this place. Decay was virtually impossible for them. Jade scrolls and boxes were everywhere on the shelves. The boxes came in all shapes and forms as well. Some were made from bronze, gold, or wood. Some were locked while others were left open but they still emitted a faint glow. It came from the treasures themselves, not the boxes. A few of them didn't have any light but when one got closer, they would feel a terrible and chilling divinity. There was no need to open them to understand that there were ominous weapons within. Without a doubt, the best artifacts were contained within all of these boxes. The jade scrolls were arranged in an orderly fashion as well. Some were covered in dust but one could still see the words Secret Laws, Ultimate Techniques, and Heavenly Arts. Li Qie didn't look at these treasures. He was the one who gathered them so he knew them all too well. Moreover, he didn't plan on touching this treasury either since he had ample treasures and merit laws at this moment. In fact, he even left a few items to this place. Recently, after destroying the ancestral Terra and the other lineages, he had too many treasures. They had many generations of accumulation to come up with so much. Of course, he would welcome as many as possible. After all, grooming an immortal emperor wasn't so easy. It needed a great number of resources. This was especially true when creating a legion. Back when he was the Dark Crow, he wouldn't have been able to create invincible legions like Azure Dragon or Silver Fox without the necessary resources. Finally, he entered the deepest part of the grotto. There was a special Dao platform here. There was no portal, only floating runes. They were quite faint and didn't move at all. He raised both hands while standing on the platform then poured his vitality inside. With this channeling, a magnificent amount of energy like a true dragon moved around the platform. It also contained the profundity of the Grand Tao, only this would wake up the platform. As the channeling speed increased, an explosion finally happened. The vitality in the platform soared to the sky and stained all the suspended runes red. With a metallic noise, all the runes lit up and came back to life. They started to fly around in a chaotic manner. He had to arrange the runes directly with his hands. He did this faster and faster before completely arranging them to his whim. A chapter was finally formed by the runes. After this chapter came out, a majestic power poured from the platform itself. With a loud bang, the complete chapter instantly shattered and the runes scattered down on the ground. In this split second, Li Qia's body flashed and vanished instantly. He was teleported away. In an unknown space, there was another old Tao platform. It suddenly lit up and Li Qia emerged in this place. A round mirror appeared in his mind. Of course, this wasn't a treasure at all but a type of astral platform. When his mirror illuminated on the physical platform, writings materialized on it and fused together with the writings on his astral platform. Buzz! A new secret passage suddenly appeared with the emergence of golden paths leading to all directions with unbelievable speed. These golden paths traveled as far as the eye could see and crossed through the entire world. It wasn't a real pathway since it was made from different nodes. This meant that each of the nodes represented a particular coordinate. Thus, it could lead to anywhere in the world as long as one found the right node. It was Li Qia's secret passage capable of going to any existing location. It took him several generations and countless treasures to create. In the beginning, he meant to use it for swift withdrawal and to avoid the ancient Ming's pursuit during their uprising. After the ancient Ming's destruction, he perfected this secret passage even more. In the past, it could only lead to safe locations, but now, it could go virtually anywhere. Due to its incredible foundation, it utilized a heaven-defying method to evade the boundary of the 9 worlds and create its unique space. This meant that even if the 9 worlds were sealed, the passage would still be unaffected. However, he wouldn't use it unless there was no other choice. Very few others knew about it. Even if he allowed for his trusted confidants to use it, he would only tell them a few nodes. He alone understood the nodes and their respective coordinates. In fact, this passage wasn't only meant for traveling. It also hid another astounding secret. A faint smile could be seen on his face while looking at the golden pathways leading everywhere. He instantly picked a node and chose the coordinates. With a buzzing sound, he disappeared again and was transmitted into the 9 worlds. This was a barren location with 1,000 miles of dry soil. It seemed there was nothing here, a clear lack of life and sound. The sand rustled as he dug the ground beneath him. There was a symbol down there that looked like a large dragon horn. It looked infused on the ground and would never disappear regardless of how much polishing was done. Chapter 1571. Chapter 1571. Peacock Bright Monarch. The dragon horn symbol put a smile on his face. A small law the size of a silk string with a faint glimmer came out of his finger. It drilled into the symbol like a spirit snake and emitted a golden glow, changing the symbol into the same shade. Li Qia nodded approvingly after seeing this before vanishing into thin air. The secret passage had teleported him again. In the next second, it was an area full of red and scorching lava with a temperature capable of melting everything. He pushed down on the lava surface and revealed an identical symbol of a dragon horn before doing the same action with his finger. Another small law came out and lit up the symbol again. This process was continued in many locations. One was a mountainous region and another was under the ocean. He even went into a large star. All of these places had the same symbol that was eventually lit up by him. They scattered all over the world. Finally, he came back to the secret passage and was transported to a large planet, seemingly occupied by a great dragon. He was standing on a platform with a large dragon horn. This was the real thing and looked like it belonged to a true dragon, surely a priceless treasure. If it was used to craft a weapon, the result would be as amazing as any immortal emperor true treasure. Wadash, Li Chia blew on the horn. The melodious horn was powerful as if it could echo across the 9 heavens. Everyone could hear this clarion call. With this cry, the individual node transmitted the sound. In a short time, it seemed like thousands of true dragons were howling. Even god kings would piss their pants from fear. The cymbals in all the different locations resonated as well, but they sounded like little whispers. In a short period, the same horn resounded across the world. Li Chia continued for a long time as if wanting to send a message. Eventually, he put down the dragon horn and looked at the secret passage with a sigh. I hope no one in the future will use this pathway again. Only a few old confidants of his knew about it. If anyone were to use it in the future, it would mean that they were experiencing a disaster, one that would threaten the 9 worlds, so they needed to run using this passage. It meant that a darkness has engulfed the 9 worlds, just like the rule of the ancient Ming back then. He returned to the small courtyard at Peel City. The old man was now enjoying his time in a chair and basked in the sun. He looked quite lazy and comfortable. It was as if he was enjoying the twilight of his life, the remaining few moments of his life. Li Chia sighed emotionally after seeing this. He wondered if he could enjoy the same treatment one day during his old age. He didn't disturb the old man and left silently. Before leaving, he couldn't help but look at the 2 pine trees again before leaving Pearl City completely. There were more than 10,000 small islands in the Pearl Archipelago. Most were inhabited by people, but some were deserted. He was sitting in the southern edge of an uninhabited one. He watched the waves assault the shoal rocks with a forlorn gaze. After a long time, he said flatly, "Come out, you have been following me for a long time now, since Pearl City." Once his words fell, a charming figure appeared nearby. It was the Pearl City Lord, Peacock Bright Monarch. She wasn't surprised at all and bowed elegantly yet not subserviently towards him. "I'm very curious about you, so I couldn't help following. Please forgive me." This was an authoritative figure in the entire Grand Sea, so such words coming from her were very sensible. "If I took offense, you wouldn't be alive right now." Li Chia glanced at her and chuckled before shifting his gaze back at the ocean. The monarch shuddered after hearing this. This seemingly ordinary man was anything but that. She couldn't see through him at all, completely unable to gauge his strength. "I'm curious about one thing too," he said, as the Pearl City Lord. "Are you on Lu Zhangsun's side or Gu Zun's?" "Of course, I know Zhang Sun is no longer alive." This actually surprised her. She couldn't help but stare at him with a flash in her eyes. "Of course, I know you're not Zhang Sun's descendant or disciple, or you wouldn't be cultivating another supreme art from heaven suppression," he revealed while still staring at the ocean. This made her even more cautious, with her stare becoming more intense. She said slowly, "May I ask why you are here? Is it because of my Pearl City or heaven suppression?" "Both." Li Chia chuckled and leisurely replied, "If necessary, I'll take back the 2 cities. "Who are you?" She became quite alarmed and lowered her tone. "Who sent you here?" "The Soaring Immortal Sect?" Li Chia shook his head in response. "The Soaring Immortal Sect is nothing. They aren't qualified to order me. No one in this world can." The vigilant monarch was stunned. Who would dare to utter such words in mortal emperor? It might bring about a sect-destroying calamity if the Soaring Immortal Sect were to catch wind of this statement. No, one person indeed dared to say something like this. However, she has only heard of his name. Li Chia continued, "We'll talk about Gu Zun now. As the Pearl City Lord, have you actually seen him?" The monarch calmed down and hesitated in responding. "It looks like you're not quite sure either." Li Chia smiled. "Tell me, what does Gu Zun look like right now? An old man, or still a very handsome youth? Or a deity shrouded in a divine aura and visual phenomena?" She chose to shield her thoughts. "Young noble, this is our business. I can't answer." She became quite curious about his origin and intention. But as he has said, he came for both Pearl City and heaven suppression. Nevertheless, she didn't know whether he was a friend or a foe. Okay then, tell me about your heaven suppression goddess. Where is she now? Inside heaven suppression, or did Gu Zun escort her to a secret location now? Chapter 1572. With a changed expression, she glared at him and said slowly, I won't talk to an outsider about heaven suppression. Li Chia stopped and smiled at the ocean. It seemed that something there was attracting his unblinking gaze. The monarch followed his stare as well and found something amiss. There was a halo appearing in the horizon like a rising sun. However, it wasn't the sun because the real thing was hanging high in the sky. Moreover, this halo was very faint and not dazzling and intense like the sun at all. This faint light rose and darkened as it got higher. In the end, after reaching a certain height, it disappeared without a trace. A dark shadow emerged instead from the horizon and was coming towards them. From the distance, it looked like an island soaring through the waves. It seemed quite slow, but this was far from the truth. It was crossing through space at an unbelievable rate. It didn't take long before it appeared before the two, not far from Li Chia's position. The monarch finally got a good look at this island. It was shrouded in fog, so no one could actually see the real thing. Even if one could peer through this obscurity, they could only faintly see a mountain within. She was an incredible master, so she could sense something special. With her heavenly gaze, she found that it wasn't actually fog shrouding it. Space was the thing blocking all view because the island wasn't located within the common space. Even though it was right before them, it was separated by several different realms. This gap made it look like it was shrouded in fog. Though she could tell the spatial disparity, she couldn't see how far away it actually was. It's a different space. She understood that in order to board the island, they must cross through many different realms. It wasn't easy at all. She also realized that the halo earlier was the island was crossing from an ancient time and space to appear before them. Your perception is indicative of your great strength. Li Chia chuckled and praised. Buzz. A portal with rippling radiance opened just like the waves. He smiled and entered without any hesitation. When his foot set on the portal, his laws entered as well, allowing him to disappear. It looked like he threw himself into the fog in order to board the island. The monarch didn't dare to miss this opportunity and followed, but she couldn't enter at all. The portal repelled her completely. She didn't give up and shouted to channel her power. She created a grand Tao just like a peacock spreading its tail. The power of this grand Tao came crushing towards the portal since she wanted to force her way in. Boom! The end result was the same. She still went flying despite her considerable power. Her internal energy churned and she saw stars in her eyes. She tried several times again, but the outcome was still the same. The portal repelled her while she was completely helpless against its power. She finally gave up and knew that there was no way she could get in. Thus, she stood there waiting. There was no way for her to know that this was a portal of the immortal emperor level, so her strength was insufficient. This mysterious island piqued her curiosity. Just what was on this island that has crossed through time and space? Why was it here? Of course, she understood that it had something to do with that ordinary-looking fella. Perhaps he was the one who called for it. After entering the island, Li Chia climbed to another exceedingly high platform as if it could connect with the heaven above. One could pluck the stars while standing up there. This was an altar with boundless runes carved on it from immortal emperors. It has experienced blessing and empowerments from these beings. It seemed there was nothing else here outside of the imperial runes. No, there was a bronze loop fastened to a lid. There was nothing decorating this lid, it was just a bronze cover that has never been carved before. He was instantly attracted to the loop on the lid as if it was the prettiest woman in the world. He simply couldn't look away. He eventually commented with a tinge of emotion, "The ultimate weapon. I don't want that day to come, but I need a weapon capable of threatening everyone into backing off. Even the damned heaven would have to falter. I hope the day when I need to use it will never come, or the 9 worlds will turn into ashes." History will no longer exist. Having said that, he took a deep breath. Boom! His sea of memories emerged. Invincible auras gushed out and assaulted everything. Luckily, this was a separated spatial location, or the entire mortal emperor world would be trembling right now. One immortal emperor after another came out. Of course, they were only shadows encompassing the emperor's will, battle intent, supreme grand Tao, and imperial laws. Each of them was extremely mighty and could contend against the emperor's Tao avatars. Immortal Emperor Xuexi, Immortal Emperor Min Ren, Immortal Emperor Tun Ri, Empress Hong Tian, Immortal Emperor Qianli. All of these emperors came out of his mind. They each occupied a particular position to create a supreme formation. Even legendary god kings would be quivering in fear before this ultimate formation created by so many shadows of emperors. This thing could suppress everything in the world. He grabbed the loop with both hands and said solemnly, "Let us begin and hope for an end in this generation regardless of the outcome. We won't escape from fate. This is our choice." Boom! All the emperors erupted with a massive aura. This power ravaged these temporal spatial realms. Finally, they channeled the altar with their unstoppable laws. All the runes there began to shine. Clank! Li Chia pulled the bronze loop and the thing sealed inside the altar was being pulled up slowly. Bang! He finally took the item out. It looked like a lantern post with a cover on both the top and bottom. The purpose seemed to be sealing the crystal column in the middle. The column wasn't transparent and resembled a white stone carving. However, it also seemed natural enough to be the original form without any alteration. Nevertheless, this opaque property didn't stop others from seeing a faint flame within. It was weak enough to be extinguished by the most gentle of breeze. Li Chia stared at the swaying and ordinary flame within with a grin. This was no ordinary flame. The thing inside could destroy everything in the world. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.